All right, we are live. I'm Tony Bruno, and tonight we got a great panel. First, we got Man, we call him Man, Mantidote. Then we got Chris Gonzo Warren. We call him Gonzo. And an awesome special guest is Michael Bunker. Michael, why don't you be the first one to introduce yourself and tell people about your channel and what you got going on?
All right. Well, I never know how to do this because I'm in so wide number of categories that I never know what someone might be interested in. So I'll just start from the beginning. My name is Michael Bunker. I'm an author and USA Today bestselling author. I write books. I roll my own cigars. I make my own bourbon. I lived off grid for 15 years, completely off grid. I've got a small office down here on our land where I've got solar power. Everything you're seeing runs off batteries. So if something happens in the middle of the show, that's because I had some battery problems. But they're making one of my books into a major motion picture in Hollywood right now, and I just do stuff. I just do a lot of stuff.
Let me ask you about your book real quick. Then we'll get the other guys. The book was a what was it? A novel? Something about the Amish?
Yeah, the one they're making into a movie. And I've written about 15 books, but the one they're making into a movie in Hollywood is called Pennsylvania. The film's called New Pennsylvania. The director's Patrick Tatopoulos, who is the designer of the Justice League and everything you've ever seen. The 300, he designed all the aliens for Independence Day. He's one of the biggest production designers. He just got done doing Maleficent 1 and 2. Probably one of the biggest production designers in Hollywood. He's the director of the film. And it's an Amish science fiction book that I wrote in 2014. Just one of several of the novels but it's done pretty well.
Wow. Yeah, that sounds cool, man. We'll get right back to that. Gonzo, go ahead and introduce yourself to anybody that doesn't know you. You're a regular here.
Yeah, I write. I make music sometimes. I sometimes I'll spit off some hot takes on what's going on. You can find my stuff at gonzoschool.com, and you can also find some art and writing and all that sort of thing at midnightauthor.com. You can check out a couple of the books and all that sort of thing.
Cool.
Right. Man, you're next.
Yeah, I'd consider myself a very traditional man. And I have a YouTube channel called Primal Man. Me and Gonzo just got on there and did a video talking about the importance of longevity, follow, classics and what to do about trends and consumerism into this really consumer, infiltrated world today. And so you can find me at Primal Man on YouTube, and Mantidote as an antidote is my Instagram page. And that's about all I share in my introduction. You'll get to know me throughout the video.
Very good.
You know what? Let's get back to Michael. Michael, when I see your Instagram, it says you're off the grid. So
right.
Explain that to somebody who really doesn't understand it.
Yeah, people have a very, very different people have varied understandings of what that means. Off the grid, the word itself is pretty much contextless. It doesn't mean anything. Bill Gates is off the grid. I mean, if you have a bunch of money, you can get off the grid. This means you're not hooked up to any ground-based utilities. So, there are people that live off the grid that they don't even know that they're not on the grid. Everything they have is exactly like you have. They've got jacuzzis and electric seat warmers and all that. We're the complete opposite. So, think neo-Amish. We at our cottage up here, we don't use electricity. We don't have power at all. So we live pretty much like they lived in the 1850s, maybe. We have cell phones that we charge down here at the office. We use those for communications and for me to run my business, but that's about it for the most part. Right now, my family's up there. They're all sitting around my lantern light, talking and old-fashioned stuff like communicating, etc.
Communicating, the lost art of conversation.
Right. And so we've been living off grid we call it off grid. I wrote a best-selling book called Surviving Off Grid. They made a documentary out of it in 2015 called Beyond Off Grid. I had nothing to do with the documentary, but I'm in it. And we call it Beyond Off Grid or off grid, which means that we're not We just didn't create an alternative grid for ourselves with a lot of money because we've never had any. So we basically live like that stuff you would live if you didn't have that stuff. So we don't have electricity. We don't have refrigerators and air conditioners and heaters and all that stuff. What we do have is 4 cases of COVID.
Oh,
I guess you already knew that, right?
I knew it.
Oh yeah, I'm in day 6 right now of COVID. So we got 4 cases of COVID, but we were ready for it because we don't go anywhere. So we're here for like 10 days.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. I just thought I'd spring that at a real awkward moment.
In other words, how do you think you contracted that? Just by going into town or something?
Well, my wife is very heroic, and when this thing first started, she was back in the day before we ever went off grid. She was kind of a microbiologist, worked in science. I don't know what all that stuff does, but anyway, she went to Dallas and worked at a COVID lab when this thing first broke out, and then when she got back home in September, she went to work in a nursing home. And they had an outbreak, and she volunteered to work in the COVID wing, which everybody had it. And she came home with it last Thursday. She got tested positive and sent home, and then we all came down with it. So it hasn't been bad. We're all mild cases. She's probably pretty much through all of it. I think she's on day 9. So they say you get through past day 7 or 8, you're probably going to be okay. So we're doing all right.
Okay.
Good.
I want to go back to the grid stuff. Now, it almost sounds like I think to a lot of people, it really sounds like a nice life. Like, everybody's sitting around. You have candlelight. You have a fireplace. You have all the things you're doing to be off the grid. But how difficult actually is it to get to that point?
Oh, it's tremendously difficult, and it's difficult to stay. Everything in the world is designed to pull you into this away from simplicity and into this system, because the system is self-generating. They need cogs in there, they need things, and so everything wants to pull you into that thing. So it's very difficult, even if you get there. We produce most of our own. When my children were all at home, we produced most of our own food. Had a big root cellar, canned all our food, grew wheat crops, hand harvested wheat crops. People can see all this stuff on my YouTube channel. And we did pretty much everything you can think of. We butchered our own meat, fermented foods. I grew tobacco, made my own cigars, rolled my own. Everybody's seen my cigar videos, but so we did all of it. But there's a force. That wants to pull you in, and every time you go to town, every time you do something, if you try to get a cell phone, if you try to do anything, it's like everything is pulling you back.
That's right.
And it's particularly attractive to the young. The minute they can get their hands on it and they can look at a screen and all that, it just sucks them in. And everything's pay just easy, pay by the month, plug it in. It doesn't use that much electricity, right? There's a great book called Henry and the Great Society, which I highly recommend to any man out there who wants to know what happened to him. It's sad and it's brutal, but you ought to read it. And it's basically about a guy who lived like we live, like completely off grid, horses, buggies, the whole thing, and then how he got sucked into the system and what happened to him. Henry and the Great Society, look into it. It's a pretty good book.
I'm going to just pause you for 1 sec. We got Anthony Velasquez in here tonight. Anthony,
hello, greetings.
Hey, how you doing, Tony?
Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Good to see you. We have. I'm going to introduce you to everybody. Man, Gonzo, and this is Michael Bunker. Michael Bunker.
Hello, sir.
Author.
Good to see you.
He's got a movie going right now that's being, I guess, produced in Hollywood.
Right.
And he's an off-the-grid guy and looks like a survivalist, too. So we got a lot of questions for him because I might be his neighbor soon.
Right.
very, very cool. I wish I was his neighbor. I'm in California, so yeah.
Well, you're close by.
Yeah.
You're close by.
Nothing's close by.
Not close enough.
Texas is pretty big.
Yeah.
California is too.
Yeah, it's huge. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Michael, you're a survivalist also, right? Would you call
Well,
you?
yeah, I was before I even went off grid. So that's kind of how I got started. Was learning and teaching survival classes, cold weather, ultra hot weather survival, and then we just decided one time we were living out in West Texas. We decided to shut the power off for a few days, see what would happen, and we learned a lot of things, and it snowballed. In 2005, we had the opportunity to get 40 acres here in Central Texas, and just do it for real. We started off in a tent with 4 children. And that's how we got started, and just we built everything a stick at a time. We're not one of these millionaire survivalists, these people that got millions of dollars and they're like, today, then they bring out like a skid steer. we had none of that stuff. We had no money or anything, so we built everything a stick at a time. Everything we did, we learned before the internet. So we started off with a book by I can't even remember her name. Somebody will remember it. The homesteading Bible thing, country living, encyclopedia of country living, Emery, Carla Emery. And this was like this thick book, and this was in the 90s. And it was the only thing, like you couldn't get on the internet and look up how to milk a cow. There was nothing there. So we had to actually, everything we did, we would turn into this one book, and we would look at it and figure out how to do it.
Now, it's funny is too, because when I think about that, I think about, because I'm single, I'm like, you know what, I could go anywhere. And the way I grew up, I grew up in the cold. I grew up in the time when, like, right now they would probably call child cruelty, but they would just send us Boy Scouts out in the woods with like a pack of matches in your back,
right.
And you got to go survive, for like 3-4 days. You got absolutely nothing,
Yeah.
Right now, I would imagine a scoutmaster would get thrown in jail for something like that.
Yeah, you'd probably go to jail.
Yeah. So me, I've always had that kind of survivalist instinct in me. I think that might be with a little bit of age. I might be the oldest guy here on the panel tonight. I don't know. I think I am. I'm 50,
How old are you?
I'm 58.
Okay, I'm 53. I almost got you.
Okay.
I'm trying to catch you.
Yep. So I think man's 33 and Don's 52 and Anthony is 50. So we got a good range of people. But going off the grid or surviving, to me, when somebody says off the grid or survivalist, I look at like these guys who are a lot of these guys who are like in Alaska, who they have to you have to hunt, fish, and kill things to survive, period. I mean, if you're not, and it seems like a lot of them work for their food all day. Do you find that, like, as a survivalist, is that something that's reality? Is like you're working for your next meal?
Yeah. Personally, I don't want to disagree with you, because there are certainly people in Alaska that are like that. The TV versions of that are not. Those people, for the most part, those people go to the stores and buy all their stuff. Yeah. It's real survivalists laugh at some of those shows. But they're all real people up there that are doing it. And so there's a difference between survivalism and prepping and homesteading and all of these. These are different categories of things. When I was doing survivalism, for the most part, it was like you said, you try to see if you can go out there and challenge yourself, have as few resources as possible. Basically, it comes down to what you know. And so what you want to know enough things. It doesn't matter what tools you have, because you can make your tools. And the best survivalists are people that know how to make things and know how to make do. And they know some simple ways to get by in every different situation. Whereas when you move into homesteading, especially in Alaska or here, you're bringing in a whole new set of things, and it can be terribly difficult, especially when you're in a modern setting. You're surrounded by so people are always trying to pressure you to do things a different way. When we first started, the first structure we built out here was a root cellar. And we have clay for 4 feet, and then a rock granite layer that's 6 inches thick, and then clay again. And we hit that 4 feet. We hit that rock layer, and of course, everybody's like, "You got to get a backhoe. There's no way you're going to get beneath that." But I was like, "No. Someday, once we've done it, we'll get a backhoe. But on the first hole, we're doing it by hand. So we got in there with rock breakers and sledgehammers in 104-degree heat every day during the summer. And we dug an 11-foot by 11-foot by 11-foot deep hole. And we put in a root cellar that we still use today. And so that's what we determined to do, was that every single thing we did, we were going to do it old school. I call it the bunker principle. There's basically 3 ways to do just about anything, and you want to have 3 ways to do it. The first way is the on-grid way. You get a backhoe, right? If it's making coffee, you just put it on your electric stove. The second way is an off-grid way, but it's not perpetual. It's not sustainable. Perhaps you got a propane stove or you got a grill out in the backyard and you can make coffee on that. The third way is the off-grid way, or the beyond off-grid way, where you have to learn how to make a fire when you don't have the tools. You have to build the fire. You have to grind the coffee if you have it. What we do is we use mesquite beans, made our own coffee, and so that's the bunker way to do it. So once you've done that for years, then somebody comes along and they're like, hey, we want to dig a hole. You're like, yeah, let's get a backhoe. So I don't mind doing it once everybody knows how to do it and we're not afraid of it. But most people are afraid of the hard thing. Right. And so I would have friends that were helping and we were putting in fences and they'd say, well, we hit rock at 6 inches down. I'd say, well, I guess it looks like we're busting through rock. And their eyes would just glaze over, because the whole idea that rock is something you could actually bust through is so. But if you go up to New England, Connecticut, Massachusetts, and all that, just get off the highways. There are stone walls that are 250, 300 years old that go on for hundreds of miles, where those people pulled those rocks out of their fields back when they first started by hand, even before the horses got there. And they knew how to work and they knew how to build stuff. And my philosophy is learn how to do that. Then someday when you're old, when you're 53 years old and you're hanging around with a bunch of guys like this, if you need to, you can get a backhoe.
Now, for somebody that doesn't know what a root cellar is a place where you can keep things cool.
Well, for some people. Yeah, you're right. For us, it's for keeping things cool. Up in the north, it's for keeping things warm in the winter. Okay. But for us, it's definitely keeping things cool.
What is the temperature variance between like ground level and in the root cellar in Texas?
Most places in the world, if you get down below about 10 feet and you have good insulation and you have good air movement, you're going to be about 55 to 60 degrees at that depth. If you can get deeper than that, the better. And then you get a stable temperature that's year round. I don't have that. I can have it. There's a couple of changes I need to make. I've been saying for 15 years, but mine varies from about 55 degrees till it'll get up into the mid 70s during the middle of the summer when it's 105 degrees outside. And so we're going to eventually build a shed roof over our root cellar. Even though our root cellar is below ground, that ground in Texas gets warm. And it heats it up down there a little bit. But if you can build a hole anywhere there where you don't have groundwater seeping in, you can find a stable temperature. And the greatest thing is, for most of Western America on this side of the Mississippi River, that's the first structure that was built on any land. So when those Okies came out across the land, far and away, and they were going out there to claim their 180 acres or whatever it was, the first thing they did is dig a hole in the ground, because that's where they slept. That's you could stay warm in the winter and you could stay cool in the summer.
That's nice to know. I think where I live, if you dug a hole about 2 feet, it would fill up with water. I'm in South Louisiana.
Yeah, that's a problem. It's definitely a problem, especially in Louisiana, because it's also warm. It's also pretty warm.
Yeah.
You got humidity too, so I don't envy you.
Humidity, mosquitoes, and water.
And the weird stuff growing out in the rivers.
Yeah. Louisiana is one of the greatest unique places in the world. It really is. I've spent a lot of time there, and you don't meet anybody like you meet Louisianans, man. They're not like anybody. I've been all over the world. I've been, with Tony, I've been in Costa Rica, Nicaragua, I've been in Australia, and all over the place. They're unique people.
Yeah, we are.
Somebody's got some sirens.
It ain't out here.
No, it's here. It's here.
Of course, it'll be California, right?
California.
Where's that? That's in California. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm in Pasadena, so I'm in not a big city, but I'm in a city. So yeah, we have things going on all the time. Although we're supposed to be on lockdown pretty soon, so I don't know why all this activity is going on, but so be it. So be it.
We're so locked down over here. I'm considering digging a hole in the ground at this point.
Where are you at, Gonzo?
San Antonio, Texas.
Come on out, Gonzo. We're in the free out here. Other than right now, give me another 5 or 6 days to get this COVID thing behind me.
Yeah.
Then we're in the open out here.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Florida here, there's not much of a lockdown going on at all. In fact, when I went by a restaurant today and just driving by and just seeing all the people sitting outside, eating, just it's like nothing ever happened in Florida. I mean, we have a savage governor,
Yeah. Where are you in Florida?
I'm on the central east coast. I'm just south of Cape Canaveral.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
South of Cocoa Beach is where I'm.
Gotcha.
So, but yeah, it's pretty chill here, and I'm stoked about our governor. I think I think DeSantis is a pretty solid dude.
Yeah.
So
send him our way.
Yeah.
Man.
I look at people like in Pennsylvania right now and California. Where are some of the other big lockdown states? What are some of the other big lockdown states?
Michigan is a big one. Oregon.
Gavin's trying to be a Nazi, man, but for people like me,
yeah.
I mean, I'm not even obeying. You know what? The cops aren't arresting anybody for anything, but people kind of go on with it. But it's mainly culture. It's mainly culture. That's it. That's what really rules everything. And you guys in Texas, you know that. You guys in Texas, who's gonna mess with Texas? Nobody's gonna mess with Texas.
You got a point.
And they know that, right?
Well, where I am, for sure.
But I'm in California, but I get a Texas attitude. But no one's going to mess with me, but they're going to mess with everybody else.
Right.
They're not going to mess with me, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know if I'm the minority or the majority. I don't know. There's a lot of weird people here.
I was at the store the other day. Check this out. I was at the store the other day, and a woman walked up with her son who looked to be about 19, 20 years old. And I told Tony in a previous live stream, he asked me if I wore a mask when I go out and whatnot. I said, if I got to go to the store, I'll wear one just to get past security. When I'm in the store, I'll take it off. And he says, well, how many other people are doing it? And I said, I'm the only one. Well, just this last time I was at the store, a woman walked up with her son. This kid's as tall as me. I'm 6'1". She's like, hey, I'd like to introduce you. She said, excuse me, I'd like to introduce you to my son. And I'm thinking, I look up, I was looking at my phone for a second, and the guy's like just grinning ear to ear. And I'm like, do I know this guy? Who is this, And so anyway, I'm laughing too, and I shake his hand. I say, nice to meet you. Just thinking, how do I know this guy? She's like, he's your friend. He don't wear a mask either. And they both just walked off like, I can't wait to be free. And they were all like, yeah, we got another brother,
Yeah.
Awesome.
It's an interesting thing out here. I have a couple of small towns that are fairly nearby. We're not real close to anything. We're 2.5 hours from anywhere. So I'm 2.5 hours from Gonzo, and we're about 2.5 hours from Fort Worth, 2.5 hours from Waco, 2.5 hours, 4 hours from Lubbock. And so the smaller towns, you wouldn't even think there was a pandemic. In most of the places, every once in a while, you'll see a mask hanging out somebody's ear or on their chin or whatever. But when you get into some of the bigger 25,000 and above, you'll see more of it. You see signs on the stores that say we require it, but nobody's making anybody do it. And when you get into the bigger cities, to Dallas and all that, you're getting into basically it's like another world. And we recently went up and picked my daughter up at the airport about a week or so ago. And my middle daughter. She's coming in from Alaska, and we went to pick her up, and it was like being in another state. Really, it was. Every place you went in, everybody was masked up and the whole deal. So I was glad to be home. It's interesting, actually, going through COVID and still being of the opinion that, when I go out, I'm with you. If I got to wear one to get inside, that's fine. I do. I got one right here. This is for allergies. I get cedar allergies real bad this time of year. So when I walk from here to the cottage, I put it on. It looks silly out here in the middle of nowhere.
No, if you got allergies or something like that, I think masks have their purpose for sure. I mean, I do have a construction business, for concrete dust and all that good stuff. But I also know that when I'm cutting concrete and things like that, how my N95s don't actually work as well as people think they do. I know it's still full with concrete dust, and I always use a good quality N95 when I'm cutting. But, the whole mask thing, I get it. I might be a no masker. For all I know is that I had the China virus, months and months ago. In fact, one of my customers' friends, we call her Patient Zero, because we were at the job and me and my buddy actually felt like crap for about 3 days. And she was actually sick inside. We were doing windows in the house. And so after like 3 days of feeling like crap, I took Zyrtec, which I've never taken before, which is what do you call it?
An antihistamine.
And it's for allergies, and I've never taken it, so I bought that. And within like 2 hours, I felt better. And we did notice, like that week when we were working there, the pollen, like, was covering our vehicles.
Right.
There was a film across the pool.
Right.
It was just, I wasn't sure if it was coincidence or
probably not.
You know what I mean?
Pollen is a massive thing, and we get it so bad here. Central Texas is covered with cedar. Or it's not cedar, it's juniper, right? Mountain juniper, but they call it cedar. They got cedar down where Gonzo is, but we got mountain juniper. And Austin, San Antonio is like the center of the worst cedar allergies in the world. And I get them every year and all that kind of stuff. The way I look at masks, I'm a mask agnostic. I'm not one of these people that thinks that somehow you're brave. If you haven't lived the life already, you don't become Braveheart because you refuse to wear a mask. But I see people out there acting like they're superheroes or something because they're not wearing a mask. That's not true. And it's also the people that are out there and they're like the Carinati that are out there trying to force people to wear masks all the time. And then we were in a Goodwill in Weatherford, Texas. I was up by the front because I found some $5 shoes, which is a big win for me, right? And so I'm standing up by the front where the shoes are, and the lady comes in there, and she's into it because she's got the mask that has the clear plate right here. She spent some money on this thing, and so
I like how you say she's into it.
She's into it, man, and she's looking around. You could tell she was hunting them down, and so then she goes up to the front. She wants to speak to the manager. And she starts letting them have it. You know how many people are in there without a mask? And she blah, 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 and starts going. And I didn't get my camera out because I just didn't want to be that guy. But I watched it and enjoyed it. And so she sat there and she ripped this clerk and the manager, whatever. It's Goodwill. It's not like it's a real business. And she's ripping them up and down. So they get on the microphone. They're like, you're supposed to be wearing a mask. And so I went and told my wife and my daughter, I said, we got Karen at the front counter. So we walked over there. And she walked out, and she had the clear plastic, and you could see her smiling when she was walking out. She had the biggest smile on her face. She accomplished her duty for America. She got everybody in line, right? Well, my wife works at a nursing home. She worked at a lab where they tested for COVID. She wears all the PPE, best stuff in the world. They got all the rules you could possibly have. They're trying not to kill old people, am I right? And so everybody in there got it. Everybody, the employees got it, the old people got it, everybody got it, and we're all at home with COVID, and every one of them was wearing a mask. So I'm not saying they don't work. I'm not saying they work. I'm not an epidemiologist. I'm just saying I think there's probably more going on here than we think.
Yeah.
I think that
Oh man.
if people like somebody like me who doesn't wear a mask, I think people look at me as say, "Oh, I don't believe there's a virus," and there's nothing farther from the truth than that. I just don't believe it's as deadly or as we have Michael Bunker, who is tested positive for COVID, right here live with us, and you're smoking a cigar and you are having a bourbon, I believe. Correct? You seem like you're doing okay.
Hey Tony,
Yeah.
there's a lot of viruses out there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of viruses. We don't even know how many. I mean, we got how long has the common cold been around and we've all been catching it? And it's
The biggest virus out there. The biggest virus out there is the fear virus, and that's what they're giving people is the fear virus. People operate by fear.
Well,
So Solzhenitsyn said, "Live not by lies," but I would say, "Live not by fear," and they live by fear.
Is it a coincidence?
Michael, you're in. I assume you're in rural Texas. You wouldn't believe it here where I live. You would think you were on Mars, where we were on a different atmosphere. Right. I mean, people walk by. I'm surprised they don't give their dogs respirators. You know, it's crazy. It's crazy. I mean,
this guy's immune to COVID.
Yeah, I mean, just everything.
The dog masks are coming. The dog masks, the puppy masks, those are coming.
I know they will. They will. They have to.
Yeah,
they have to.
Fear is the biggest virus, and it's catching. And the problem is that people never just stop and pan back. They have no historical perspective. Am I right? So they have no idea.
No, wait. I don't think it's fear. I think it's ignorance, stupidity, emasculinity, if that's a word.
It is now.
It's also just compliance. Like, okay, we're going to do whatever.
I mean, compliance, but I mean, it tells us to do. I mean, you know what? But that's only compliance is only for the people who are manly. Because we know it's bullshit, we comply because we don't want to hurt people's feelings. But these fuckers are just either stupid or I don't know what. I think just fucking stupid.
I'm gonna reapply my point. All of that is fear.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
all of it is. It's fear when you decide that you're going to do something because you're afraid of what other people are going to think, and you're afraid of what pressure is going to be brought to bear. I understand all of us, myself included. Yeah. I do certain things just because it's not worth the trouble in the economic equation.
But I don't do it because of fear. I do it because I don't want to irritate the.
I'm with you on that. I'm not talking about you in particular. I'm talking about the masked man out there. The people that are out there, that woman that's standing at that counter, she lives in fear. She's afraid of not having power. She's afraid of getting sick. She's afraid she's going to die. She's afraid she's getting old. She's afraid her children don't love her. Michael, I don't know. I'm just telling you, here in California, there's there's a hell of a lot of true believers. I'm with you. You know I'm with you. I got a good friend. I got good friends out there.
When I say true believers, I'm talking about the people that are deep in the matrix. Deep.
Right. Yeah.
Literally, they'll walk around with no one around them, and they'll walk at 4 o'clock in the morning. They're walking their dog with a mask on. They're driving in their car with their windows up, with a mask on.
We got Pine here. Pine, you were popping in and out, man.
Oh, am I?
Yeah, you were your stream. You kept popping in, popping out. I don't know if it's because of the Android phone. I'm just saying.
No, I'm not using. Well, it's not on my phone. I've got two. That's right here.
Okay.
It's on the computer.
All right. Is it a Windows?
No, it's not Windows.
Okay.
Hey, Tony.
So
the Android never had nothing to do with it. It was.
Let's introduce everybody here.
Go ahead.
Pine, this is Pine. Pine, you know Man, you know Gonzo. I don't know if you've met Anthony.
No, I haven't.
Then we've got an awesome special guest, man, which is just, I am so stoked to have Michael Bunker here. It's just that you guys are just so much knowledge and just bringing so much to the table right now. I'm just stoked to have him here. I mean, I almost don't want to say anything because I'm just enjoying listening to him.
I'm enjoying being here.
I'm enjoying it as well. I've been listening to the rants about breaking rocks. It was great.
Yeah. You know, hard work is something that I think a lot of people, I'm used to it. I grew up with it. You know, like I was the guy that my dad would say, okay, you know, it's 10, 11, 12 o'clock at night. And guess what you got to do? You got to tromp through the snow and you got to go get firewood. And that's it. And if the firewood isn't split, you got to split it. It doesn't matter what time it is. So hard to me is probably not the same as hard work to other people. I have a construction business. I work every day. In fact, I sent Man some pictures of some crown molding I was doing yesterday.
Good work. Good crown molding work.
Actually, my calves are very, very sore right now, and it's funny because I do a lot of calf raises. But the fact that we had 10-foot ceilings, and I was stretching on the ladder from 8:30 in the morning to 6, my calves are actually sore right now. So So I'm like,
I'm glad to meet somebody who actually works out their calves.
Oh yeah. That's why it's surprising to me that like when I got up this morning, I'm like, oh man, that first step, I could feel that, you know?
Oh yeah.
So, but hey Gonzo, we haven't heard from you, man. Let's hear.
We need to hear from him.
Yeah.
I've just been absorbing everything. I've been trying to think about. Like, man, where do I even begin? Yeah, like I mean, we got COVID, we got off the grid, we got, man, there's so much stuff. But yeah, I mean, over here, man, it's just like it's not just. I mean, I guess it's all kind of one and the same thing, like you were saying. But I think it's there's fear and there's naivety. There's this idea that it's like, oh, why would the government ever not think in my best interest? Why would the government never care about me? Because they do everything in my best interest. They have to care about me. They're my government. And
why would they lie?
Yeah, why would they lie? Why would they have their own interests? That's absurd. They just why is this even political? This is just you know, this is just for everyone's best interest. And I'm just like, you know, and on some level it's just poor education, and it's I mean, like I've said it a million times, but it's like I got out of high school not really realizing just how bad the Soviet Union was, just how bad Maoist China was. I didn't know about like cannibalism or anything like that until, you know, my own research and that sort of thing. But I find that's what it is for a lot of people around here. Like over here, it's like, here comes China. They're coming in.
Yeah.
And you know, here in Louisiana, people are just complying. That's it. I just feel like people are just complying. Because in Louisiana, we're a resilient people. We don't care about germs down here. We're blue collar. We're hardworking for the majority of people down here. And I think the people here are just complying. Is all it is to it. I think very few people are actually buying into the fear. Some are, don't get me wrong. But I think it's more about we have to, so let's just comply. So, and like Michael was saying, out in rural areas, smaller towns, the closer you get away from the bigger city, the less and less you see the enforcement of different regulations. So,
right.
I can appreciate that. But anyway, I think people are just complying here, you know.
Well, that's that. Remember, we were talking about that, I think, a couple of streams ago, that there was no, like Louisiana. That's your own people there. In other words, that's a certain type of people. In Florida is really like a melting pot. I mean, it is. I mean, there's no native Floridians. I mean, there are, but there's few and far in between. That's for sure.
Absolutely.
You know, so somebody in like where you're from, you're a native Louisianan. You know?
Yeah, born and raised.
you're the raging Cajun, man. So you get different parts of the country where they're melting pots. So Florida is one of the biggest. I mean, everybody down here is from like where I'm from, which is, I found out today that I'm actually not from upstate New York. I guess they call it. I guess upstate New York is, to me, it was always Western New York, Rochester area. So I'm from really like central tri-state area, Vermont, Massachusetts, New York, Albany, Saratoga area. So that's not really New York.
Right. Where from up there?
Like Albany, Saratoga area. Yeah.
All right. So my dad's from Saranac Lake.
Okay, I know exactly where that is.
That's right in that area, right?
Exactly, 100%. Yeah, actually, it's a beautiful area.
It's gorgeous.
People have no idea what it's like. In fact, I believe Elliot Holt, one of his last grounding camps, was up around the Saratoga area. Yeah.
Okay, you guys, I got to plug something in. I'm going to lose power, so you guys keep going, but I'm listening.
Okay. All right.
So man, what part of Louisiana are you from?
North side of New Orleans.
North side of New Orleans?
Yeah.
Are you Catholic?
No, I was born and raised Pentecostal.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get a read on you. That's all. Cool.
Anyway.
Like Michael said, you'll never meet someone like a Louisianian.
Do you say New Orleans or New Orleans?
I say New Orleans.
New Orleans. So you combine New Orleans, Nolans, so New Orleans.
New Orleans. There you go. New Orleans. That's it.
Where do you live, man?
Outside of New Orleans.
All right. Well, see, I was there a year ago.
Oh, I got one guy I'm going to bring on right now, guys. I don't know if anybody's familiar. This is going to be a great guest, but Jack Donovan is coming on right now. Here we go.
Come on in,
yeah, there you go.
Jack Donovan.
Hey guys, I'm setting up my new shop here in Salt Lake City, and I figured I'd test it out.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Jack, how are you tonight, man?
Oh, doing great. Good.
We're are you familiar with Michael Bunker?
Michael who?
Michael Bunker, who's in the stream right now?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, Michael Bunker is an off the grid. Oh, we just lost Jack. No, hang on. Oh, we lost somebody. Well, Michael Bunker is he actually has a movie going on right now that they're producing in Hollywood. He's an author. He's a survivalist. He's an off the grid guy. And I think you guys probably got a lot in common.
He's an off the grid guy.
Off the grid.
So, I'm always nice. I'm always good to meet new people.
Jack, Michael, are you familiar with Jack?
I'm not.
Okay, Jack Donovan, why don't you just go ahead and Jack is an author, some incredible books, incredible speaker, just all around cool dude, man.
I lost.
Yeah, see, he's off the grid. So
I lost my lights.
Jack, go ahead and just kind of give a quick bio of yourself, if you would.
Oh wow. Okay, I haven't had to do that in a while. All right, so I wrote a book called The Way of Men. It's pretty well known in a lot of different communities, military law enforcement, and just generally in the manosphere, as it were. And I was out in Oregon for a long time, and recently just moved to Salt Lake City. So I actually moved from the country. I was in a town with 13,000 people, and I just had some land out there and so forth. And I actually just moved into the city. So that's a little opposite direction. But so now I'm sitting here in my. I just rented a new office for myself. That's going to be my studio and everything, and it's in a corporate park in Salt Lake City. So here
I am. Nice.
Love your book, Jack. Love your
Great
book.
to meet you, and I'm going to look up your book.
Cool.
Oh, yeah. The Way of Men, right? Yeah, I have it on my phone. Yeah, it's just awesome. Awesome. Yeah, everybody's got to read that.
Jack is well known in the manosphere, we call it, and I would call him a
Godfather.
Yeah, that's for
sure.
I feel like someone else took that already.
Yeah. Jeez.
Well, you're a soldier. You're a soldier. Definitely a soldier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would call him a soldier. I've had the great pleasure to hang out with Jack and to see him speak. Incredible speaker. I think he's a great influence on a lot of men. He talks about masculinity and what it just. I'll tell anybody if you get a chance to meet Jack and hang with him, it's a pleasure. He's a very intimidating figure to some people, but I think that's just really cool. I mean, the guy's Jack beyond Jack, and it's been a pleasure hanging with him since I think I met him in 2000. I think I met you, Jack, in 2018. I think it was at 21 convention.
Makes sense. That sounds about right.
Yeah. In fact, I remember that picture with you with. I think it's this hat right here, sitting next to the pool.
Yeah, that was crazy. I love that hat.
Yeah.
I remember Anthony busted that out in the room while we were all sitting around smoking pot.
Yeah.
And then he busted these hats out. I'm like, that's amazing.
Everything I have is getting worse and worse. I got lights going on. I'm trying to figure out a light that'll actually work. My other light went dead because it's battery powered. Yeah, I'm on the vapors of solar power from earlier today.
Oh wow!
You know what, Michael? Let's jump back and let's jump back a little and kind of refresh Jack on your lifestyle. Kind of tell him what.
Well, I kind of want to know more about Jack.
Okay. Well, throw some questions at him, guys. Don't be bashful.
We probably run in some of the same circles, and it sounds like he's a pretty interesting guy. I'm gonna have to check out this book. I haven't heard about it, but I'm looking forward to getting hold of it.
Jack, your book is The Way of Man, right? I have it on my phone. I mean, it's a great book. Everybody's got to read that thing. That's just crazy book. I mean, it's just straight up. It's straight up. It's a great book. It changed my thinking. I mean, it was just awesome book. Cool. Yeah, I mean, if you want to be a man, I mean, I'm a man. I was a man. I mean, I'm still a man, but that was just defining. You know, it's got a skull on it. It's great. I love the whole. I love the.
We were just.
I'm getting ready to put out my first book that doesn't have a skull on it. No, all the rest of them did, but the new one doesn't have a skull on it. I'm kind of excited about it.
Jack, let me tell you something.
Well, okay, I say go with skull. Just skull everything, you know.
Skull all the way.
Yeah. Skulls and infinity. That's it. Yeah. But no, it's an awesome book. I mean, Michael, if you haven't read it, oh my God, it's crazy. It's good.
I'm a reader. I'm a reader.
Change your thinking. It's like, whoa, I think about I think one of the things about the most striking thing was that we all want to be in like a gang as men, and I'm not read the book because I'm going to screw it up, but I'm not doing an intro to it. But I mean, it's like some of the things you said just like hit me, and I read it like 5 years ago, and it's like. And I've been in the military. I've never been in a gang, although kind of I was. You know, I just didn't know it.
I mean, would we call it? I think rather than a gang, we would call it a tribe. I think that.
No, hell no. Just call it a gang. It's a goddamn game. Screw that. It's a fucking game. Fuck it. It's a game.
I told the gang
He
in the
was
book
right.
to fuck with
He
you.
was right.
For sure.
Skull
Yeah.
Gang. Skull
Jack
Gang.
was right.
Skull
It's a
gang.
fucking game. We're in a goddamn game. And that had a bad connotation before, but once you read the book, you realize the power. It's a goddamn motherfucking game. It's true.
Jack is
true.
into Norse mythology.
Don't listen to me. Read the book.
I will read it. I'll read
Jack
it.
is into Norse mythology, I believe. Correct, Jack?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Hardcore. It's true.
I would say mythology generally, but yeah, that's where most of my background is.
Cool, yeah.
Yeah.
I think you'd appreciate this mead.
You got a sign there? Nice. Oh, you're drinking mead. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Jack, what I was going to say is when we were talking about skulls,
Yeah.
if you ever need any artwork, we have the most incredible artist here, and that's Gonzo. Gonzo, you have any skulls you can show Jack?
You know what? I do have a lot of skulls, actually. I don't know if I have one on me right now, though. Huh?
Do you have your sketchbook?
Actually, I don't know where I put it. I'm actually doing some spring cleaning right now, some winter cleaning, I guess I should say. But I can actually I can pull up something real quick. I've got some stuff on my phone here.
Yeah.
But I do a lot of skulls, actually. That's kind of a. Let's see, can I even get that to focus? Let me see if I can.
That looks great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gonzo's an incredible artist. I mean, just he did a.
I do kind of. That was for a military horror novel.
I'm going to show you guys
Oh yeah.
from our stream on 11/7. This is what Gonzo he doodles while we're talking. So
That's
Well, let me see what you got going right now. You got some doodling?
I don't got any doodling right now,
All
right
right.
this second, but
Hey, do you do book covers?
I'm gonna.
yeah. So if anybody needs any artwork done, for sure.
Hey, Chris, do you do book covers?
I do. Yeah, no, like I said, that one that I just shown earlier, that was for a military horror novel that I did.
Well, I've made a couple of book cover artists really famous, so you ought to get in touch with me.
Yeah, I mean, I love doing book covers. I'd love to help.
I'm looking for one. I did one that won Tor's book cover of the year. I just don't have it with me right now. This is one that I just had done. I'm not pushing anything. Don't go buy the book. I don't give a damn.
No, push it, dude. That's push away.
My latest book's called God in the Storm, and it is a book about the Cambodian genocide. The communists took over in China and killed 2.5 million people. And I wrote this with a Cambodian Christian man, and it basically throughout the whole book it parallels the modern timeline and mid 1970s, and compares Antifa with the Khmer Rouge. I'm going to hold this up real close so you can see the artwork here. This was a guy named Dan Brannon. This is the family down here at the bottom that is escaping the killing fields of Cambodia. Up here, on this side, you have the Antifa, and on this side, you have Khmer Rouge. And this book was just released not too long ago. It's a true story. It's a true story, and the guy who had me write it is a director, and he's going to make this into a film. So I just wanted to encourage you because I may be contacting you about a book cover.
Sure thing, man. No, like I said, I've been saying recently, I've been thinking about, doing because, I do lots of skulls and stuff, and I'm like, do people actually want skulls on things?
Yes.
Do people want creepy stuff? So
I don't know if you can see it here, but let me hold it up here.
Mhm.
All these are skulls. But
I love
they're
it.
real
I
skulls
love it.
from the genocide.
Gonzo, turn your volume down just a hair because you're getting a little bit of.
Okay, am I
Letting you know,
okay.
that's all.
Is that better?
That's much better.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Cool.
Awesome. Yeah.
I'm looking to see if I got a copy of Brother Frank, which is my second novel. We sold a film option for it. It's still in the same world as Pennsylvania, which they're making the big movie out of. But I don't have a copy of it right here, and it's the one that won the Tor book cover or whatever fantastic book cover thing, and it's a oh man, I can't even explain it. You have to look it up on Facebook. I mean, look it up on Amazon.com. Brother Frank, Michael Bunker. Just look at the cover. I'm not trying to sell you any books.
No, we are.
Yeah.
It's okay to promote anything you guys want here. That's okay.
Yeah.
I have no issues with it. Yeah.
I do a little bit, but
promote away, man. You know.
Yeah.
I want to get invited back. This is the funnest I've had in a long time. When you're sitting at home, we got COVID.
Everybody's welcome. But Jack, tell everybody your book that you've written.
Who'd you say that to?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I missed it. Jack.
Yeah.
Who?
Tell everybody your books that you've written.
Me?
Which
Jack
one?
Donovan.
Oh, Jack. Okay, yeah.
Well, the big one is The Way of Men, and that's the one that pays my bills. And then, that's I think the most important thing I'll ever do. And then there's a book called Becoming a Barbarian.
Yep.
And then the next one is A More Complete Beast.
That's it.
And the one that I'm working on right now that I am procrastinating and should be writing the last chapter to is called Fire in the Dark. And so that should be out beginning of this next year.
Cool.
What's the basis of Fire in the Dark? What's the premise or the?
Well, for anyone who's been familiar with the King, Warrior, Magician, Lover, which is one of those books that's kind of been in the manosphere or whatever for like a few decades. I always thought the problem with that was that it's kind of written by these kind of boomer hippies who are very pacifist, and so they kind of turn the worldview in that direction. And I was going to write a book. Someone asked me about, he brought up mead and Germanic paganism and so forth. And someone asked me to write about that a few years ago. So I was going to write a book called Odin, Thor, Frey. And then it just got a lot bigger. And so I started talking about things that were timeless and basically the idea of where gods come from and the basic functions of man. And there's a bunch of different research that it feeds into it. From different anthropologists and so forth. We kind of always create these tripartite systems. And so the book is kind of looks at it from a modern viewpoint to the point where we can see all of history and then what's all the same? Kind of like the way I did in The Way of Men, like what's always masculine, always and everywhere in every culture around the world. Kind of like looking at ideas of what's sacred to men always and everywhere all around the world. And so it's a very similar direction as The Way of Men.
Okay. That's cool.
Way of Man.
Would you
Way
call
of Man.
Would you
Awesome
call
book.
Would you
Awesome
call
book.
it a sequel, Jack? Would you call it a sequel?
It's funny, actually, The Way of Men and Becoming Barbarian and A More Complete Beast, everybody refers to them as a trilogy. They aren't really written as a trilogy. They're just me. I just figure out ideas as I go along. And so it's really like, oh, well, this is the next thing I was thinking. And this is the next thing I was thinking. I didn't conceive a trilogy, but so this is just the next evolution of my thinking. I would say, I talk about the same things a lot, and I just kind of refine them over the years. And so this is just the next thing.
I remember your speech. I think it was from 2018. And one of the things that I never heard of before, or I've never heard the term, was the Ouroboros, which is the snake.
That was my weird one. That was kind of a weird speech. That was in a weird place.
But it was interesting to me because is anybody on the panel familiar with the Ouroboros? Am I saying that correct, Jack?
Yeah, it sounds about right. Yeah.
Okay. It's the picture of the
snake eating the tail.
Eating its tail.
Snake eating its own tail.
Yeah. But explain that a little, because to me that was a very interesting part of the whole speech.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a really old symbol. It comes from you can see it in mythology all around the world. The Germanics had something. I mean, the Jormungand, the world serpent, encircles the world, and he kind of has his tail and his teeth, and then there's in all different cultures these kind of serpents that eat themselves, or encircle the world. And the main idea of it comes from alchemy. There's this old alchemical text, and underneath the Ouroboros, there's this inscription that says, I think the all is one. And it has a lot to do with the cyclic. When you talk about the Ouroboros, it's kind of about the destruction and creation at the same time. This thing that like is eating itself, and by eating itself, it becomes something new over and over again, I think is a really interesting concept. And so I just wanted to kind of talk about that in terms of personal development during that speech that you mentioned. Because you're always kind of tearing yourself apart and putting yourself back together. And so it's a really good symbol for self-creation like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That makes sense.
Go ahead, man. You were going to say something?
Sort of like what the Christians would call dying daily.
A what?
Becoming a new man, dying daily, sort of.
Okay. I'm not familiar, but like that makes sense.
Well, like the death and the resurrection, and the death and the resurrection, that like over and over again.
Yeah. Like dying daily, becoming a new man each day.
Okay. Yeah. Very, very similar. Yeah. I mean, that's the old saying, like you can never stand in the same river because you're never the same man, and the river is never the same. Something like that. Right. Yeah. Same concept.
Yeah.
Gonzo, I know you got something to say. I can see it on your face.
you can feel it. No, I mean, I was just thinking about that because, because I think when I've heard most people like using that the term like you're chasing your own tail or eating your own tail, kind of like it's being stagnant. But I like that because it's like what you described is like the exact counter to that. It's like it's the exact opposite. Instead of being stagnant, you're sort of devour yourself and you become something new. You rebuild yourself, right?
Yeah, and you gotta keep doing it forever because you're never the same guy, right?
Right.
It's, and circumstances always change, and your life is always changing, and whatever. What I thought I was going to do 3 years ago is not necessarily exactly what I'm doing now. I mean, but everything changes, and you got to try to change. The world changes, and you change with it to a certain extent.
Was there ever a time, like, I just thought I'd ask this question, like, was there ever a time when you just sat down and you plotted out, like, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to write this book, and then I'm going to kind of be a mentor, and I'm going to point people, towards better lives, like, did you ever just sit? Yeah.
No, I mean, when I wrote The Way of Men, I decided I was going to write a book, and I decided what I was going to try and figure out. But I was driving a truck at the time, and I was like, maybe this will sell a few thousand copies, and like that's like as big as I ever really thought it was going to get. I was writing a blog and driving a truck, and then a few years later, it's been translated into a whole bunch of languages and been read by hundreds of thousands of people, and it's all around the world. And that's a whole different thing. And I couldn't have predicted that. I just was like, maybe I'll make enough money to go to tattoo school. Like that's and I did. And I don't tattoo anymore, but I went to tattoo school because I was like, I got to hurry up and get a trade because I've had nothing but shitty jobs my whole life. And I need to get a trade real quick so I don't have to get another shitty job. And now it's like I've been working for myself really for the past probably 5 years, I would say. I would say that what's cool is that I feel like in a way in the past few years I've gotten to be the person I always wanted to be when I was a kid.
Yeah.
Which is neat. But I couldn't have told you how to get there from when I was like 18. I never would have gotten there the same way.
Right.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
I don't think any of us could. No one could say that. And we're all in places that we could never imagine 5 years ago. And they might not be that much different. Maybe Jack or Michael are in different places than they would have expected Probably not Michael. Michael's probably been where he wants to be.
No, I am where I want to be, but that doesn't mean where I expected to be.
Well, okay, but you, it seems like being the kind of person you are, you'd probably dictated your life for a long time the way you want it to be. But you know, but we are, but you know, it's.
I'm starting to get the thing here, so I'm starting to figure this out. I'm new to all this, right? And so Anthony's like the astute guy. He like figures it out like that. And like, you guys just count on him to like lay out what's actually just happened.
Well,
I'm starting to figure it out.
Actually, no, because Anthony's the guy who doesn't know how to get on the live feed all the time because he screws up, and
Anthony's not my world, brother.
He's not that, but yes, I like that thinking. I like that thinking, but it's not true. Yeah.
I'm usually just trying to get enough power to do the next show. I did an interview this morning with Preparedness website. You guys may be familiar with preparednesswebsite.com. They're blocked everywhere. You got to type it in. But I did an interview with them this morning, and I'm always like trying to suck enough power from just a few batteries to be able to do the next show. So I'm just getting by.
So you actually, Michael, you actually turned the lights off?
No, it went off because I have several different power. They're all batteries because they were all charged when I had sun today. But I have a big light that went off because it just died. I used it this morning for the show, and it's dead. So I've got a couple of other lights that are running off a Ryobi battery that are what you see now. And then the laptop is actually running off a Gold Zero 400 that I charged earlier today in the little bit of solar that we had. The days are getting shorter. we don't have like a big bank of solar. I don't live down here. I live at the cottage. We got no power at all. So down here, I just try to get by with what power I can get.
Yeah.
I like the whole vibe, though. I like the sirens. I like the dogs barking. I like Anthony coming in and like totally squaring everything up. He got everything square and straight. I like the whole vibe.
Good, man. Well,
the dogs are coming.
Here, man. I'm stoked. This is going to be a great replay, and I'm glad Jack's here. I'm glad Michael Bunker's here, Anthony, and then of course us three regulars: me, Man, and Gonzo. That's us three that are usually here. Again, Anthony was on the regular panel, but because he has an Android, I think he has some issues every now.
No, it was me, Tony. It was me. I actually accidentally blocked you. That's why I couldn't get on. I didn't know that.
Accidentally. Sure.
He's the only one that accidentally blocked you.
No, I don't block anybody. It must have been when you were on a live stream for maybe with George or I don't know, but I maybe touched it and I blocked you. That's why I didn't know that for about 2 weeks. But it's it's operator error. I'm sorry, but yeah,
I just lost power. I'm going by my laptop light now.
Yeah.
If I disappear, it's been great, you guys. I appreciate it. Before I go, I wanted to show this to Gonzo. This is the Brother Frank cover, and this was done by a guy named Ben Adams. It was his first cover ever, and this won like tons of awards. This book has been film option's been sold to the same people who bought the film option for Pennsylvania, which is the one that's being made into the big blockbuster. But it's in the same world, but it's a prequel. So I'm not, like I said, I'm not telling anybody to go buy it, but I just wanted to show them the artwork because I think I'm going to hit Gonzo up and make him famous.
All right.
Yeah.
I've seen, throughout these live streams we've been doing and looking at Gonzo's artwork, it's incredible. I mean, it really is.
Yeah.
He's got to, I was telling him, we had talked about talent, and I said, well, what is talent? And remember we talked about this, guys, like Gonzo had said, well, okay, it's something like it's repetitive. In other words, if you keep doing something, will you get better at it? I don't agree with that. Okay. Like again, yesterday I was running crown molding. Okay. I don't think a lot of guys could run crown molding like I did yesterday. I think it would take them a long time and a lot of practice to do. I could never get, and I just know that even though I consider myself an artist, being a carpenter, I can do some. I've got some pretty cool fish that I've made, and bonefish and things like that. But as far as like, I think there is a certain level of talent that you need to do something. Like I could practice my guitar 24 hours a day. I'm still not going to be fucking Eddie Van Halen, and that's just the way it is.
Right?
So
Yeah.
some talents are inherent, or you have that natural talent. Gonzo to me has a natural talent. Again, artwork reminded me of when I first saw it. All I thought is the Grateful Dead. I'm like, I mean, did you like draw the album covers for the Grateful Dead? That's the kind of genre, I guess you would call it, that your artwork is. So I wish you had your sketchbook. You could show some of your.
Because I know I have it. I set it some stupid place, and I don't know where I put it. But
Jack, you had some
I'll go
artwork on
check.
your hand. I saw.
Before
Didn't you get a new artwork on your hand? A tattoo.
Well, yeah, it's my symbol that I use. I don't know if you can. It has a little shadow on it. It seems like, but
That's it.
there you go. Yeah. Let's see. That. Yeah. Probably where the focus is. Yeah, but yeah, it's the symbol that I use for the book, and been selling merchandise and stuff with it for a while. It's like solar symbol, solar eye in the sky, kind of deal.
Now
I figured I should get it on my hand, and this is my second time getting it done.
Jack sold a lot of books. I took a moment and I perused his Amazon, and Jack sold a lot of books. And the thing is that anybody can call themselves an author today, and everybody is an author. In fact, one of my things on my page, if you click on it, if you go to Amazon, it's like, I've written a couple of books, but who hasn't? And but Jack sold a lot of books. He sold way more books than me. And so that's admirable in itself. The topic you were talking about, though, about how you get good at something, or can you get good at something? I think people can get good at things by just doing it a billion times. And so you could actually train yourself to throw a grain of rice through a key lock hole across the room if you just do it enough. But it doesn't make you talented. And there's a big difference with somebody who's really got a talent and they get good at it through practice, and somebody who just does it enough times that they can get adequate at it. And so there's a lot of different things to discuss here, because Jack obviously is a thinker, and the ability to write and the ability to think are not always resident in the same person. And so
I think it's very similar to what he was saying about drawing and so forth, because I've been good at that's something I've been good at since I was a little kid, and I can't control that or whatever. It's like I was winning art contests when I was like in elementary school, but it's just always been with me. But and the same thing with writing. With drawing, I tell a lot of people, a lot of it's analysis. Like if you can look at something and see the eye is up here and the eye is down there, and look at it critically and realize that you need to erase some shit and move the eyes until they're in the right place, that's all analytical. And I don't draw, so I'm talented at it, but I don't draw a lot, so it's really hard for me. But I know it's wrong. And so I can erase and erase and erase until it's right, and I can fix it. And the same thing with writing, I think, is very similar. There's a whole bunch of technical stuff I could tell anybody that, like, oh, well, this sucks, and this is why you should do this better, and this is what you could do, and here's a whole bunch of things I would look at. And I had to do this actually. My cousin, my nephew, was writing a school report or something, and my sister pulled me into a Zoom call to like tear it apart a little bit. And it was funny. I was like, oh, I feel like I know what I'm talking about, weirdly. But there is a level of talent that I can't tell people how to do it.
Right. Exactly.
Like for me with writing, there's a rhythm. Like I'll edit for rhythm, and I don't know how to tell you to edit for rhythm.
No.
But like I can like write something. I'm like, but it sounds better if I say it this way, and it flows better and it moves better. And I don't know how to tell people how to do that.
Right.
But,
I did a show about this, a live show about this about 2 or 3 days ago, this
really?
very topic. And one of the things about writing, most people are bad writers. Most writers are bad writers. Most authors are bad writers. And there's a big difference between just like NBA. It's no different than the NBA. You know, you can get really good in your yard. You could beat everybody in your block. You could beat everybody in your county, but you're not playing for the NBA. And so there are people who have the ability to put words into a way that resonates with people. They may not be able to explain how they do it, but they're able to do it, and they can do it at a very high level. Yeah. I get people all the time, especially with the Hollywood deal. We were out in Hollywood last year, got to meet the director and the producer and all this kind of stuff. And people will ask me, like, well, how do you do that? How do you get your book to where Hollywood's going to look at it? And it's really, there's nothing you can tell anybody. You know, if I had to tell them, I'd say, yeah, have your book in the top 15 of all of Amazon on the time that a producer's getting on a plane and needs something to read. And they happen to find it and they happen to read it and all that kind of stuff. But at the same time, most people, even most authors, are adequate. They write stories that are adequate. You read it, you don't know there's an author there. You're just reading a story, and the story seems to be okay for you. It's entertaining, and you go on. You don't remember the author. You just say, hey, that was a pretty good story. My dad reads a book every day. He's like 78 years old. He reads a book every day. He couldn't tell you what the name of the book is or who the author is or anything else. But there are people who have the ability to communicate ideas. Yeah, and those people, and Jack seems to be one of them, obviously, because he's resonating with a lot of people. And people say, okay, it's not really about the topic. I like the topic. I like what he's saying. But this person has the ability to communicate with me. And there's something human about that. There's something even supernaturally human about it that some people have. It's the same thing with art. You could look at art and you could say, this is adequate. Most of the advertising you see is adequate. I mean, they do what they're supposed to do. They create logos or they create ads for Audis or whatever it is. And then, but sometimes you see something and you just it communicates to you. And there's a whole difference in that. And you can't make it. You can't create it. You can't tell anybody how to do it. Yeah. Just people just do it. And they look at it and they go, that is supernatural. It's a supernatural event. And I think that exists in every level of art.
Yeah, I want to ask Mike and Jack something. Does that kind of the same principle go in with speaking as well, as like being able to write those ideas and also be able to speak them? Like someone that can write them, does that translate into speaking?
I think people that have there's a difference between having a big vocabulary and having a vocabulary that belongs to you. And so people that are good speakers, they have a vocabulary that belongs to them. The words are not foreign. They're not searching around trying to impress anybody. They're explaining things in the words that they know, and they happen to have a big vocabulary, and it works for them. And they also have a pattern. One thing Jack was talking about that really is the point, is there's a meter. There's something to it, writing and speaking, where people are drawn into what you have to say. And I spent about 3.5 years on the road, 320 days a year talking. This was back in my preparedness and survival days. I did all the survival Y2K talks and all that kind of stuff, and traveled all over the world wherever people would have me. And I had no idea what that was, what people were connecting with, but it really is the fact that you have a conglomeration of things. It's a distillation of ideas, a vocabulary, a heart for your topic. You know it. And it's completely second nature to you, and you're able to just go out there and share it with people, and it resonates with them. And we really have no control over it, zero control over it. And I think Jack would tell you, if he's spoken 400 times in 300 days, you can nail it 9 days in a row, and you can stand in front of a crowd, and they don't get anything. They get nothing out of it. Maybe you're weak. Maybe got COVID-19 day 6, and you just can't speak. So there's a lot of things that go into it, and it's an alchemy you can't unwind.
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, it's not something I do very often. It takes a lot of preparation. I'm always a little jealous of coaches and teachers because they're talking about their topic constantly to everybody, and so they're like used to it, you know.
Right.
I look at it in a very artistic way, and so that's where I get very analytical about it. But I guess I also can't teach people what I want, what I'm looking for. like I'm looking for a certain way that I want to come across, and I'll edit until I get there.
Right.
You know, and a lot of times I'll write a speech and rehearse it so many times it's almost scripted. And then it gets really good when you can let it flow through that, and it becomes like acting. But I also wrote the script, so it's not exactly acting either. You know, that's the way I do stuff because I'm kind of a control freak like that. But you know, not a lot of people are just good extemporaneous speakers, and that's almost a different talent, I think.
Right.
To me.
Well, bullshit is good. Bullshit is good for extemporaneous speakers. I try not to ever speak. I spoke for years and years and years. I try not to ever do it anymore.
Yeah.
I find myself doing more of these interviews and things like that. I was on NPR in 2014. And one thing I realized is that when they cut what you say and you talk for an hour and they put 14 words is what makes it into the story. It's nothing like what you believe or think. And when you're actually in front of an audience and you have the ability to actually like be there and you don't have Facebook or Twitter popping up a warning saying, this is not really what it is or something like that. You can get a pattern and you can get a tempo and you can, if you know your topic and you love it, people know that and they resonate with it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and I guess I think that's also why I'm a control freak is because I've already been in that position that you were talking about, like where you talk for 2 hours and then they edit it down. And so you really have to control exactly what is said at all times because any of it could be your quote. So you have to really be in a high processing level the entire time because you never know what's going to get cut. I try not to do that anymore, but it's definitely a real thing, and it's definitely terrifying.
I've got some horror stories. It's one of the reasons they don't do those interviews anymore unless I get like final control.
Yeah.
I was interviewed in the Los Angeles Times, and one line, I said a whole thing. This was like pre-Y2K, and I was my basic position for the whole Y2K was the same it is for COVID. Is I'm not a COVID expert. I don't know anything about viruses, and I'm not an epidemiologist. I know that the thing is not the thing, that they're always directing your attention somewhere else. And people are thinking that the virus is the thing, and it's never been the thing. And the same thing with Y2K. And so I said all along in my interview with the LA Times, I said, I'm not about preparing for events. I'm about living a preparedness lifestyle, actually being a person that cares about your neighbor and cares about your family and wants to take care of people and wants to be a solidifying force around you. You want people to look to you for good ideas and those type of things. And so they asked me at the very end of the interview, they said, so what, and this was like 2 days before Y2K. They're like, what do you think people ought to do? I said, it's 2 days before Y2K. What are you going to do? It's too late. The whole interview boiled down to Michael Bunker says it's too late.
Too late.
So I was on NPR. Yeah. I was on NPR in 2014 when my book really took off. It was like number 16 in the whole country and all this kind of stuff. And they invited me down to Austin. The University of Austin has an NPR station. And they said, we want to bring you on. We want to talk about authors. We want to talk about successful authors, everything that's going on. So I did a 1 hour interview. During the interview, they asked me, they said, how did you get started and all this kind of stuff. I wrote a nonfiction book, which Jack is familiar with, nonfiction books. But I wrote a book called Surviving Off-Grid, which is basically our experience living completely off the grid for 15 years. And I didn't know anything. It was the beginning of my writing career. This was in 2010 or something like that. And in 2014, they said, well, how did you get started? I said, I wrote this book. It went to number 16 on Amazon.com. It was bestseller everywhere. And they said, so, how did that work? I said, I got a call from an agent like a couple of months after it made the top 20 on Amazon. And they said, hey, we'll give you a $5,000 advance and this and that. And I said, well, why would I take a $5,000 advance? I'd make that every day at the time for like 5 minutes off the book. And I was laughing about it and all that. So there's an NPR video out there with me. The entirety of my video is, why would I take a mainstream publishing deal when I make $5,000 a day? That's the whole interview. That's all they got out of everything I had to say.
Oh, yeah.
And so I'm sitting there going, and people are calling me. They're like, "You're making $5,000 a day?" Like, no, that was like 5 minutes. That was like 3 days when the book was at the top of the charts.
Right.
Well, that's because in 2000 you said it's too late.
Right. Yeah. And so I basically stopped doing. I do podcast interviews because they're live and nobody cares after they're done.
And they're a lot more fun.
They're tons of more fun. This is the most fun I've had in a long time, by the way.
Yeah, I like being. I do my own podcast, but I like being a guest more than I like actually hosting a show.
Well, I'm gonna have to check out your podcast because I've been interested so far.
But no, I've had the same thing happen with and this was. I feel like if you've dealt with reporters and dealt with the media, the world becomes much clearer. Well, actually, much more confusing because everything is a lie. You realize because, like, once you've dealt with them, you realize that they're lying all the time.
Right.
Yeah.
And they're distorting things all the time, and most people don't really understand that.
And
they actually came to you. They came to you with the quote they wanted you to say. It doesn't matter how long it takes you to say it. They're going to sit there until you say it, and they're going to cut that clip, and that's the interview.
Exactly. Exactly. They're it's like these reporters are like cops who never help people.
Right.
Like, because sometimes the cop's going to help a lady change her tire or whatever. But they're very similar. Like they're looking for like, you know, like this thing that's going to entrap you. They have their agenda. They know what the DA wants. They're going to talk to you until like they get it, and then just trick you into saying something.
How long were you stalking this lady? Like I'm breaking. Yeah, it's so true. Shit. It's so true. I consider myself to be pretty jaded. You know, having been through all the stuff that I've been through, I consider myself pretty jaded. There's also people that pretend to be your fans who are not your fans, by the way. So all of you out there who have ever had fans, there are people out there that are looking for you to screw up. They're looking for you to say something crazy or something they can take out of context, and then that becomes a whole blog. There's a whole website out there, Michael Bunker cult or whatever, of people who like don't even know anything. I've never met him in my life, and they're like, "Yeah, he eats horses and like has women living in his backyard." I have no idea what
weirdos that get obsessed with you, and you can start to like. I have an email folder where I'm like, I'll just put it into crazy person. Like, in case I need to know who that is later after they come and kill me or whatever. Because you never know who's going to become obsessed with you or whatever. But you can kind of see from their emails after a while, it's going to like, this is going to to be a weird one. Like, I'm not going to respond to this.
They end up in a van at the end of your driveway, believe me. Let me tell you that. They end up with a van at the end of your driveway. And that's what happened to me. And so there are crazy people. Yeah, there's some crazy stuff out there.
That's pretty unsettling.
Yeah. I had a woman show up in a van at the end of my driveway. And after about 2 days, we finally kind of got together. We were armed and we walked out there to find out what the deal was. And she had read my book. She was crazy as a loon. And we sent her off down the road. But it's like, you never know. That's the next thing you're going to end up is some blog post where it's like, I went out there to meet him and he was a total asshole.
Oh, totally. Oh, yeah. That's what always would happen. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's the thing. The thing about being an author that's weird is that people get to live in your head, and so they think that they know you.
Right. 100%.
You know, like, they're like in your thoughts. So you've already had a conversation with them in their minds, and they've interpreted it however they want. You know, like, but you know, and so they already know you, but you don't know them at all, which is such a weird interaction.
It's like the Catcher in the Rye author. He's responsible for John Lennon, you know?
Yeah.
One of the greatest comments. Thank you, Mantidote. So true. Catcher in the Rye author had people end up at the end of his driveway, by the way, pretty regularly. And he was a nut, by the way. He was a nut, too. But he had nuts showing up in his driveway because they were so identified with the main character, you know? Everybody's like this, at that time, this existential angst, and they were like trying to get out of, everybody was a phony, right? And they had figured it all out. And this was the guy who was saying what they thought. So they think that because you said what they thought, that everything they think, you also think.
Right.
And that's where you really get into some weirdness. And there's some weirdness out there. And I don't mean to bring the whole conversation into a weird place, but it's dangerous. It's dangerous out there once people kind of figure out who you are. One of the greatest things you can do, though, is lose 105 pounds, and they can't recognize you. I can go into town now, and nobody even knows who I am. Even people that have known me for 15 years, I can walk in the store, they don't even know who I am.
Just so you know, we got two guys on here. We got Michael Bunker. How long has it been? You said you lost 105 pounds?
Starting on January 8th.
And then Gonzo, how much? You were at 300 and you're 175 now?
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, man.
Oh, wow.
Kudos,
Nice.
buddy. You got me beat.
Yeah.
You got me beat.
Like
by
I said,
a
I
lot.
did it. How long did it take you to lose it? Was it like you said, like within a year?
January 8th, and then I think I hit my bottom around in August.
See, but I went vegan to like lose my weight, and that was the worst mistake I ever made. It also took way longer, so I don't.
Oh yeah.
I don't. Well, actually, it didn't take long.
You not only have to not eat meat, but you got to be crazy.
I was like dropping, like I was fasting hardcore. I was dropping like a pound a day for a long time. And then it just slowed down and plateaued, and I think I ran myself so mineral and vitamin deficient that it just plateaued and big time. I ended up so like emaciated and pale. It was terrible. I was like anemic.
Mm-hmm. Here's the thing: pretty much every diet works. If your diet puts you in a caloric deficit, you're going to lose weight. What I finally had to learn through my whole process is that you also have to live your life, and you have to be joyful, and you got to eat things you like. I like all the foods. I'm an omnivore. God made us that way. And so I like to eat meat. I like to eat, carbs and all that kind of stuff. And so I finally got to the point where, it's really calories in, calories out. I know how much I can eat. I eat a lot of food, but I eat food I like. And I work out every day. I don't work out right now because I got COVID. But as soon as tomorrow, I'm doing pull-ups tomorrow. 53 years old, I'm going to start pull-ups tomorrow. And so I don't want to lose my gains. But it's true. You can lose weight. I know so many people that have lost weight on carnivore, lost weight on keto, lost weight being vegans, lost weight. I don't have any type of restrictive diet. I just try to eat good, full, minerally rich foods that I like, and I get full, and then that's just enough for me. Life's tough enough without, some hormone kicking you in the face saying you need to eat all the chocolate in the county.
Yeah. Yeah, push-ups, pull-ups.
When it comes to eating right, we talk about.
Oh yeah.
Eating right for me is not eating processed food. It's that simple.
Yeah.
It's no processed food. Not a shit ton of bread, a shit ton of carbs. I had a blueberry donut today, and do you know how fucking good that was?
Oh yeah.
But I don't normally eat that. But it was a simple, I don't like calling it a reward for myself, but I wanted a blueberry donut, and it was really good. But I ate one. I didn't eat 12. I ate one. That was it. Yeah. And it was all I needed. You know? So I think diet is very, very important. A lot of people, like Fridays are my fast day. So yesterday, basically I didn't eat from 7 at night Thursday to about 8 o'clock at night on Friday yesterday. And and it was that homemade cream of mushroom soup I was telling you guys how I made on the last stream. But it was made with heavy cream, ghee, bone broth, which is pure protein, mushrooms. I used those 2 scoops of instant mashed potatoes to give it a little bit of thickness, but it was just pure protein. And then I added a package of boar's head. I think it's probably a half a pound or more of turkey into the soup. And that was my dinner to break my fast last night. And what I was talking to my brother about was fasting today. I don't know if you guys are into fasting, but there's there's that one point, and I say it's about 18 to 20 hours into your fast.
24.
Get that hunger. You know what I mean?
Yeah. 24.
Yeah. About 18 hours into when the hunger kicks in.
Fuck that. 24.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I did an experiment once where I was doing that full it was what do you call that, like a rolling 72s, and I'd do the 72-hour fast, and then I would just break it with a pile of meat and bacon. And let me tell you, that's insane, but it's great.
Yeah, fasting to me too is a mental thing. It really is. I think it's a mental thing.
Good Friday.
I think when you fast, it gives you.
Last Wednesday.
No, we lost Jack here. I don't know why, but
he's fasting.
No, I think fasting is a mental thing. I think if people can break that whole like I have to eat something, and I don't think that people eat until they're full, like doing like a carnivore kind of. I don't even like calling it a diet. I like kind of calling it a lifestyle, but kind of a carnivore keto lifestyle that I do. I don't deprive myself of anything. I think of it as like this, okay? Wow. So what you're telling me is I can pretty much eat all the steak, bacon, pork, chicken, fish, all the things that I love, covered in ghee, which is, butter, basically. I can eat all that I want and be healthy. And healthy, I mean by my blood work, by the way I feel, everything that is in that whole kind of spectrum. What more could you ask for?
Well, that's the thing. It's interesting because fasting does a whole lot of things. First of all, it's not only a mental victory; it's a constant mental victory over false hunger, which is what most people experience most of the time. But it's also there's a thing called autophagy, which you enter into after about 36 hours of fasting, where your body is consuming dead cells, corrupt cells, broken cells, diseased cells, all this kind of stuff. You're actually creating a new you. And Jack was talking about the snake eating its tail. In autophagy, your body is eating itself. That's what the word autophagy means, eating itself. And after about 36 hours, your body starts actually. What was that?
What is that word again?
Autophagy. 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 And at about 36 hours, your body starts to eat itself. Now, healthy cells, whether they are in whatever part of your body, have a system that locks when it goes into stress. When you don't eat for 36 hours, your whole body goes into stress, and healthy cells lock. They're not able to be destroyed. Diseased cells don't have the ability to lock. They've lost that ability. So your body begins to consume cells in your body. Autophagy means eating itself. And they begin to consume cancer cells, disease cells, injury cells. If you do, I did a 7-day fast in 2017, starting in December. After about 3 or 4 days, you start feeling pains in areas where you had injuries when you were children. You had broken bones. I've had broken bones all over my body. Those cells begin to be consumed. And so what you end up doing is you're basically creating a new you. Every diseased cell that your body eats is replaced with a healthy cell. And so fasting is not just a mental exercise and being able to put your body in control under itself, but it's also destroying.
Did we lose him?
He's gone.
They're dropping away one by one.
I think he lost his battery.
He's gone. His battery went done. That's it.
Damn.
He's done. Yeah. There he goes.
We were on a roll.
Well, if you're out in the wilderness, that's what happens. Lesson, right? Guys, lesson. You gotta have extra power out there, right?
Do we have anyone backstage, Tony?
We got
not yet. I'm gonna put
we got us.
We've got a few.
We got
people.
us.
We've got a few people watching, so let's. Anybody who's on the is watching right now, I'm going to put a link in the live chat. You click that link, follow the directions. It's a StreamYard link, and click on that. Follow the directions, and you can join this live panel. So I'm going to do that right now.
Yeah, Michael's 100% on point with the autophagy.
Mhm.
That's it's a very interesting thing, and it's very useful. I think what's his name? The guy that just died of cancer in the manosphere. Tony, refresh my memory. You just sent a picture of him.
Yeah,
Stefan
Aarnio.
Aarnio, yeah. Didn't he fast for 40 days?
Yeah.
Something along those lines.
Yeah, I'm reading the book that he wrote about
Dead
that.
Man Walking.
Mm-hmm. It's really good.
Yeah.
I highly recommend it if anybody hasn't checked it out already. Like it's a really it's very well written, very impressive, and also kind of just heartbreaking because about his experiences.
Hey,
What's up, man?
how you guys doing?
All right.
Bob 13, what's up, man? How are you?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. How about you, buddy?
Good, man. I'm glad you're here. Awesome.
Yeah.
And I was stoked to have Jack Donovan and Michael Bunker, two incredible guys, man. You know, how awesome is to have them on the stream tonight. I don't know if I don't think Gonzo was familiar with Jack Donovan at all.
Yeah, I had actually read his book a few years ago.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, and sometimes I just
more beast. Okay.
Yeah, and sometimes the name and the face and everything doesn't always click. But I read the book and it was funny because I had a friend who turned me on to that years ago. And then I remember I think on the 21 report, I think George had mentioned that there was that there are masks on the cover of the book, and kind of just talking about how the book just has become more and more relevant, and so I kind of want to go back and revisit it. But yeah, it's cool.
Well, that's cool. You know what? Hey, you got to do a live podcast with Jack Donovan, man. I mean, that's that's cool.
Yeah.
I threw it out to him this afternoon, just to let him know that we were going to go live tonight, and I consider Jack a friend, and I appreciate that he came on. Michael Bunker, I think, was just absolutely,
yeah.
You know what? Both those guys, let's face it, both those guys can just talk in between themselves. And, we were all just sitting here listening. I mean,
all we got to do is listen.
Yeah, how great was that,
It was. It was. I knew y'all would appreciate Michael.
Oh, God, yeah. And, I appreciate the fact that he said this has been the funnest time he's had in a while.
Yeah, I'm glad he enjoyed himself. He'll be back on in the future.
And he is 100% welcome on the stream as far as, everybody here. Anthony, I love you being here. Tony 513, dude, I'm glad you're back.
I want to give a shout out to Tony 513. If you ever just want to, if you like to smoke a pipe and you ever just want to relax and just mellow out a little bit, listen to Tony 513's Late Night Pipe. I really enjoy it. It's a whole different vibe, and if you know, you know. So
what's great is that my brother just told me that last week.
What's that?
The same thing that you said.
Yeah.
He said, Tony 513 has a cool channel. I'm like, I didn't know. I had no idea.
Yeah. I'm glad you guys like the channel. Yeah.
But I'm totally going to check it out. But you guys chat between yourself. I'm going to leave Gonzo in charge as moderator. I'm going to use the men's room, and I'll be right back.
All right.
All right, man.
Well,
what's up, guys? What's up, guys?
What y'all been doing?
So let me. I see some people are drinking, and I am beers, and I'm going to tell you what I'm drinking. I got some two-headed ale.
Two-headed ale.
It's supposed to be really good, and it is good. I can tell you, I'm drinking it.
Oh, Carolina's in. Hello.
I have Sierra Nevada Celebration.
Okay.
And
snake juice tonight. That's what we got.
Snake juice. Oh, what the heck is snake juice?
Snake juice. Snake juice. All it is it's just distilled water, and I've thrown in some. I've got I don't know if
Michael Walker says he may be back. Go ahead, Gonzo.
Oh, okay. But see here, I've got you can get this stuff at the store, but it's I get this light salt, or sometimes you can get like now salt-free salt, but it's potassium. That's what it is. It's just potassium chloride. And so I put this in the water, and then I have I get this fancy. I'm like a salt snob, but I get this Redmond's real salt, and I put that in there, and then I drop some magnesium in there, and that's basically all it is. It's just electrolytes.
Yeah.
See, so
I looked it up the other day. I had to
you're
figure
getting
it out.
healthy. You're getting healthy, and I'm not. But okay. That's
Right.
good. What about man? What about man? I see him drinking something. I don't know what it is.
I just finished. Go ahead, Tony.
Let me interrupt you guys. Have you guys ever heard of? I take a pinch of it every day. You know what 20 mule team borax is?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah.
It's a laundry booster. All it is salts.
I know what borax is.
That every day. Just take a pinch of it. A big box is $6. It says you're not supposed to ingest it, but if you want to get your boron, that's the easiest, quickest way to do it. A big box will cost you $6. Take a pinch every day. It actually helps your testosterone levels, just so you guys know.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
I don't need any help there. I need to lower it.
Yeah, I think I heard.
You need to lower his T level.
I need to lower my T levels.
Yeah, well, I heard George mention that when he was doing a fast like a year or so back, and I remember he had the box of borax out, and I was like, what? And then I saw Cole talking about that. Welcome back.
All right, so Anthony, I was drinking
California. There's a lot of good looking women out here. I don't know.
Just so you guys know, here is my 20 mule team borax.
No.
Okay, that I take every day. I take a pinch of it. Real simple. Basically, what you have in your snake juice. All I do is take a pinch like this every day.
No.
And eat it.
No.
We know it's a laundry detergent booster is basically salt. It's a water softener, and that's all you do. That increases your T levels. I think Jocko Willnick or one of those who says, don't buy boron, just go get 20 mule team borax. It's $6 for a big box, and it'll last you forever. So
that'll kill me. That would
Now,
kill me.
Does it taste like soap?
it tastes just like salt. That's all it is.
Oh,
It tastes like salt. Okay.
And if anybody's too chicken for that, then because I mean I've done that too, and I've had zero issues. I think some people mess it up and they use too much, and that's usually why people have issues with that. But my magnesium, this is like the liquid magnesium that I take. No affiliation or anything, but this what is it? This magnesium has boron in it. I'm not sure if y'all can see it, but there's some boron in there. But
right.
it's pretty good.
Right.
Anthony's having a stroke.
No. No, I don't need any of that stuff. I'm already wired. I don't need that.
That's Carolina. Carolina was on the last stream. Carolina is from Brazil. And here he is. Hey, you guys, look who it is. We got to get Scott on the live stream right now.
There he is.
I'm going to put this link in here again. Let me see. So anybody that's watching live and wants to join the panel, here it is. Hit that link, follow the directions, and you're on. But yeah, Michael Bunker, I am stoked to have you here, buddy.
Hey, it's been great. This is actually the most fun I've had in a long time. I don't get to have a lot of fun.
And a special guest appearance from Jack Donovan, which you weren't familiar with, which I'm sure you'll get familiar with Jack. He's a really cool dude. I've had the pleasure of hanging out with him, and just a cool dude.
Yeah.
I think it's been wonderful. Actually, I've been kind of looking him up when I had a few moments, and I can't promise when all my power is going to disappear, but it might disappear at any point. But I appreciate Mantidote. I think he's done good putting all of these people together, man. It's pretty fantastic. And so anytime you guys want to have me, man, I'm in for it. I'm here for whatever questions you have, or you want to talk about whatever. This is fun. I get to drink, I get to smoke, and I get to hang out with people who are like-minded. What else would you want?
That's it.
That's what it's all about.
What this is all about. Yeah.
And the one thing about this, we go till we go. There's no time limits. My Saturday nights are with my boys now. That's what my Saturday nights are about. And I look forward to this. I really do. And I look forward to the different people that will come on and join. This is how I met. Again, we call him Man, but Manado. This is how I met Gene. This is how I met Gonzo. This is how I met Tony. This is how I met Anthony Velasquez. And I believe it was the Halloween stream was the first one. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so Matt and Gonzo are my two regular panelists. And Anthony, because he has Android and he blocked me on.
I blocked you. Where's my phone? It was me. I made a mistake.
You're forgiven. You're forgiven.
No, it was operator error. That's all. Operator error. So, Michael.
Yes, sir.
What's your basic philosophy on life? You're a survivalist. It's I just want to know what your thinking is, what your basic thinking is on life. If you can give it to us.
All right. Well, we all come to the world with a certain worldview or whatever it is, and I think everybody has different.
No,
ones.
you.
Me. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to get to me. I'm going to get to me.
Because not all of us do that. No.
Yeah, and so I just happen to I think things, and I have the ability to communicate them, which is something I learned at a pretty young age. And writing has been in my life, my whole life. From the time I was really, really young. When I met my wife 29 years ago, I was writing a book, and I've been writing books ever since. I've probably written about 30 books, and in the same sense, I got a philosophy that's a little different than the rest of the world. I'm totally new to all this, and this is wonderful to me. But I've been a man thing, pushing manhood and biblical manhood and all those type of things for a long time. We all, like I said, we come to it from maybe a different angle. And my angle is I've always felt like this is how God designed me to be. It just seems like no matter what I do, the more I pull from society, I get away. And we moved from Dallas, Fort Worth to West Texas in the middle of nowhere. Then we moved from West Texas to Central Texas. We are literally as far as you can get from society at this point. And people seem to think they want to know what I think. And so I don't know why that is, but I get on my show, the Bunker Nation show, and I just talk about what I think. And sometimes it works out. I've written some things. I wrote a book, a novel. My first novel that I wrote, I didn't want to write a novel. I was writing nonfiction just like Jack. I think I was in the same place Jack is. I was just putting my thoughts down, and a lot of people wanted to know what those were. And then I decided I wanted to write a novel, which was basically a post-apocalyptic novel. It was 25 years after an undescribed disaster that destroyed America. And that novel was called Wick. And people just resonated with it. It just kind of took off on its own. And then one day I was sitting there and I was thinking, back if you were in Europe in the 1600s, and let's say you were Amish or whatever, and you just decided the equivalent of going to another planet would have been going to the New World, right? Getting on they were a landlocked people. going all the way to the coast and getting on a ship and going to America would have been like getting on a spaceship. They had no freaking idea what that was like, right? And so I decided I wanted to write a short story. So I wrote a short story about an Amish guy who was going to go populate a new planet. He was going to colonize it. They had free land that was available. And it was a short story. It was real short. I wrote this short story. It was called Pennsylvania. And it just like went nuts. It went nuts. People were, it was crazy. And so I wrote 4 more of them, and then I put it into a full novel called The Pennsylvania Omnibus. I had no idea that anybody would possibly want to read Amish science fiction. It's kind of science fiction, but it's not. It's just reality, you know, exactly like the Amish coming to America in the 1600s. Everybody died on the way, and then they got here, and then they had to work. And so I just put that into a guy going to another planet, and that was the novel Pennsylvania. And it was around 2014, and I was already having success with Wick, and some things were kind of going good. And that book just went berserk, went crazy. It went up to like number 12 on all of Amazon.com and the whole country, and I got interviewed everywhere. And then I got a call. Actually, it wasn't a call. It was a postcard. We were living off grid, right? We're living like the Amish ourselves. I got a postcard because this producer in Hollywood had read the book on a plane flying to somewhere. I think she was going to the Cannes Film Festival, and she had read the book. And she said, I don't even know if you have a phone. I don't know how I would possibly get a hold of you. So I sent you this postcard. And so like, I don't know if you have technology. And she said, and so what I did is I just took a picture of her card and I sent it to my agent on my smartphone, right? This gets more and more ironic every minute. And so, and they contacted me and they said they want to make a movie out of this book. And it's just grown and grown. And in 2018 or 19, we attached Patrick Totopoulos, who's one of the biggest production designers in the world. If you can think of a movie, he probably did the production design for it. He did Stargate. You like Stargate? He did Stargate. He did iRobot. He did the production design for just about every movie you can think of in the last 20 years.
You know what? The fact that you said iRobot, to me, that is an underrated movie.
Mm-hmm.
That is a really good movie.
It's fantastic. If you remember the moment where all the robots are there, then they all like stop and they look up.
Yeah.
All right. So that's Patrick Totopoulos.
Okay.
And he designed the Batmobile, which is the one in the current Justice League, which is coming out in the Justice League. Zack Snyder. He was a Zack Snyder guy from the beginning. And the Zack Snyder cut that's coming out. He designed everything that you see. And so if you like the Underworld series, he actually directed the 3rd or 4th movie in the Underworld series, Rise of the Lycans. He did the 300. And I could go on and on. I mean, the guy's done. Yeah, another great movie. And so he got on board, and we got flown out there and got to meet him and his ideas for the movie and all this kind of stuff. It's just bizarre. It's just a bizarre thing. You go through this and you write things that you think and just crazy stuff. So when I first wrote Pennsylvania, when it first came out, they said, don't name a book after a state. It's like the worst name you could ever do for a novel, especially a science fiction novel. To name a science fiction novel after a state. And everything I did was wrong. And then we're sitting here now, and I actually got a contact from the producer of the movie today. We've already got a financer from Asia, who's one of the big financiers that's had a couple of awards in the last couple of years, and the thing is rolling forward. So you never know what's going to happen. And so, go ahead.
You know what I think so cool? What? We are all entrepreneurs, all of us. Mm-hmm. I believe Tony 513 is an entrepreneur as well.
Yeah.
Right, Tony? You own your own business? Every last one.
Yeah.
Maybe even Anthony. We all own our own businesses, and I think that's how rare is that to have that many guys come together not knowing that we're all business owners and somehow all be business owners. That's pretty cool.
That's right. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. There's a mentality to it. There's a mentality of freedom and the ability to do your creative work, and people buy into that and they're willing to support it and all that. It's wonderful.
I look at somebody like Gonzo here, who's the youngest guy on I think Tony and Man, you guys are closest age, right? You guys are both in your early 30s.
Yeah.
Okay, but we got our youngest member of the crew is Gonzo. So Gonzo, as a 22-year-old, he's advantaged more than most people because the knowledge and the wisdom of older guys who have been there and done that. You know, like Michael Bunker telling Gonzo listening intensely, saying you never know what's going to happen. But when you have this, again, we talked about talent earlier. Gonzo, I think, has incredible talents. Not
certainly
a speaker kind of guy. I've seen, I've heard his music yesterday. We were all exchanging texts yesterday on music that we've all done. And he's got his YouTube. What's your YouTube with your music, Gonzo?
Oh, it's a Spider Caravan.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
I was blown away. I'm like, what? This is really good. I shared with you guys some of my music. But the fact that, we've got a 22-year-old guy who's got an open mind, but he's got a very based mind. That's one thing that I've noticed, and I think that's the reason he really flows well here, is that word based, that's been kind of bastardized lately too. But I think the word based is just, to me, when it's based, you're in reality. That's all.
Founded. Yeah, it's founded. That's right.
That's all that means.
Right.
So not many 22-year-olds are based or grounded in reality. So Gonzo, what do you think of the wisdom you're getting from, especially during this podcast, from Michael Bunker?
I mean, it's just insane. Like I'm just sitting here trying to just process everything because it's just been so dense in a good way. And just thinking about all these different things, and I really like the conversation that we were having earlier about talent and that sort of thing, because I think I've been thinking a lot about, because when I got started, just kind of, I never really took anything seriously when I got started. I never took writing seriously. I never took art seriously. I never took any of that seriously at all. And I think it was just because it was like, oh, because you look at somebody like, because when I was growing up, I read a lot of Stephen King and all the Jack Ketchum and F. Paul Wilson, all these horror guys, and it was just like it's impossible. I just enjoy it. It wasn't even in my mind that I'd even want to aim for something like that creatively. And then I got it into my head that it was like, oh, people will themselves into these things, and I realized at some point that I don't think anybody wills themselves anywhere. And that's why I asked that question earlier, because Michael, I don't think you planned to do what you did. Like obviously you got to a place where you were like, I'm going to make this decision, and you made these decisions, but you never sat down and was like, yes, I'm going to write this science fiction novel, and I'm going to do all this stuff. I'm going to have a show, and I'm going to be off the grid.
You're 100% right. Let me tell you something that you need to keep in mind. You never know who's in the room. You never know. If you're good at something and you practice it and you believe in it and you keep doing it, you never know who's in the room. So I'm going to tell you a couple of stories. The first one is Garth Brooks, who I'm not a big Garth Brooks fan, but I watched the recent documentary that came out about Garth Brooks. One thing was he quit everything in Stillwater, and he decided he was going to go to Nashville and he was going to make it big because he was a big star locally in Stillwater. Everybody thought he was great. And so he decided, I'm going to go to Nashville. I'm going to make it big. And he went there and he made all the tours. He did everything and nobody cared. And he met a guy who was one of the executives of ASCAP. And the guy said, I'm starting my own label. I'm going to take you to all the big labels, and we're gonna make you a star. And he took him to all the labels, and everybody, one after another. And one day, turned him down. He had raised money while he was in Stillwater from all of his friends, like thousands of dollars to send him to Nashville. He was there one day, and everybody said no. And so he went to the last one, which was Capitol Records, and they said, we're not interested, whatever. That night, he went back, and he was depressed and all this kind of stuff, and he had a gig that night. There were like 12 people playing at some bar in Nashville, and nobody cared. He was the 12th one to go on. And so he was sitting there waiting to go on. It was like he wasn't going to get on until 2 o'clock in the morning. The guy who was supposed to be second that night, that guy didn't show. And so they came up to Garth Brooks and they said, hey, man, why don't you go on second if you don't mind? And he said, hey, I'll do it. And so he goes up there and he freaking knocks it out because the guy's a live music master. He goes up there and he just knocks it out. And the Capitol Records guy who said no to him 4 hours earlier was in the audience, and he was there to hear the guy that was second, and he was going to sign that guy. And he heard Garth Brooks, and he come up to this guy, and he said, we made a mistake. Bring him in tomorrow. And they signed him, and his first album was the Garth Brooks album, which went multi-platinum.
Wow.
And so you never know who's in the room. And so here's what happened with Michael Bunker. I wrote a book that nobody said would make anything. Everybody said, don't name a book after a state. Don't write Amish sci-fi. Nobody cares about Amish. Nobody cares about any of that crap. Amish sci-fi doesn't even exist. And I wrote this book. I wrote the whole story. I got the whole thing out there. And it happened to just hit some kind of vein. And people liked it. And it went up to number like 12 or 15 on all of Amazon.com. Not in a category, not in sci-fi. It went to number 12 in the whole freaking country. And it just happened that a producer named Stacy Jorgensen was getting on a plane. And she had looked, and the number one movie at the time in 2015 was a movie called The Martian by a friend of mine. And he had written this book, and that book was number one, and it was an indie book. Nobody knew anything about it, and they took it to number one, and it got picked up, and and she said, I wonder if there's any other sci-fi books out there that nobody's seen. Nobody's like, and so that day she picked up the Amazon.com's top 10. And she said, let me see if there's somebody I can get a hold of. And she went down the list and she said, this looks like the one. And she contacted me. And all of a sudden, now we got a major motion picture with millions and millions of dollars that's being made because one person saw that book and read it and liked it. You never know. And so if you're talented, and I know you are, I've seen your stuff already, all you have to do is do your work and continue. You don't know who's in the room. You never know who's in the room, right? And that's really how I live now. I just do my work. Just do your work, and you never know who's in the room.
I think there's so much value in doing what you got to do one day at a time. When you're a business owner, go out there and do what you got to do one day at a time. Don't try to force success, right?
I'm gonna introduce a successful guy right now. This is a friend of mine, Logan B. How you doing tonight, bud? I am glad you're here.
What's up, guys? Hey.
Very
I'm glad to be here.
In fact, Michael Bunker and Gonzo, he's kind of in your neck of the woods. Where are you again? You're in Arizona, right?
I'm in Flagstaff, Arizona.
Yeah.
I love Flagstaff. Love it. Was just there just recently.
Yeah, sweet. What'd you do up here?
Well, I was going to Hollywood. We got invited out to Hollywood because they're making a movie out of my book, and we stopped in Flagstaff and spent 2 days. It was the most beautiful 2 days. It was like mid-October, perfect temperature. Walked around.
I'm sorry you had to ruin the end of your trip by.
Oh, it was
sorry you had to
gorgeous.
ruin the end of your trip by ending up in California.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It was so gorgeous. We didn't want to leave Flagstaff. And if people that know me, and there's people that know me that are watching this, I got on Facebook and I said, what in the hell is the deal with Flagstaff? This is the most beautiful, the most perfect town in the middle of nowhere. Nobody goes there. Nobody talks about it. It's freaking fantastic. The temperature was great. The environment was great. It's like a college town. It was fantastic. One of the best couple of days I've spent.
So,
nice.
Mr.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a
I'm driving
question.
home.
We're kind of talking about we're talking. I think the topic now is like with Gonzo. He's the youngest one in here. He's 22, and
Okay.
Michael Bunker just gave him some great advice. So that's kind of the
Just do your thing.
Right.
I heard that.
Yeah. So what advice do you have for a 22-year-old who's an incredible artist? As far as I'm concerned, a great musician, great speaker, very articulate, natural on the microphone, on video. What do you have? What kind of advice do you have? Because I know you very personally. I mean, I consider you a great friend, and I consider you a very successful guy. So what advice do you have for somebody like Gonzo?
Well, I remember when I was 20-something, and I remember when I turned 40, I said, and I wrote this on Facebook, I said, 40 day. It's not a day I dread. And I am 40 because I've learned a lot over the years, but I have to think that idealistic 20-year-old that existed way back. I was idealistic, and some would say way more idealistic than the average bear. But I stuck with my principles, and I'm like pretty psyched on that. And so I would stick to my principles again. If I had to do it all over again, I wouldn't change that. But definitely don't make women the center of your world. And for sure.
Okay, let me ask you a quick question. Would you recommend an iPhone or an Android?
Oh, fuck.
Well, did you guys hear all of that?
I cut like 12,
the first question.
Like 50% of that. I cut 50%.
Okay.
I don't think it matters. Just fucking work.
Just work. Well, see, I think the hard thing is that
my fucking problem. My problem with this whole fucking thing is myself. Because but whatever. But just fucking work, man. Just fucking work your ass off. You think?
See,
you think that's gonna work for you? Working your ass off is gonna work. I guarantee you.
Yeah.
If you work your ass off, you're gonna beat every motherfucker. You're gonna beat 90% of the motherfuckers out there. I guarantee it. Just work your fucking ass off.
I think the big question is
seriously. I mean, that's a fucking. Does anybody disagree?
I mean, I understand your point. I
totally agree. It's not a point. It's a fucking major point. Work your fucking ass off is a major fucking point. Does anybody disagree? Oh wait, no. Well maybe you don't have to work your ass off. Maybe you can just be half-ass. You know what? No, you're right. Maybe you can just be half-ass and you might get it.
No, I'm with you.
But my thinking is work your fucking ass off and don't worry about it because success is gonna happen. If you work your fucking ass off, yeah, you're gonna be good. And anything, I don't give a shit what you want to do. I don't care what the fuck you want to do in life. If you work your fucking ass off, you're gonna do it.
I think the hardest thing for people is to figure out what to do, right? It isn't because it isn't so much a question of working hard, right? Because the question is what to do, right? The question is what to do.
You know what? Pick a fucking thing, dude. Pick a fucking thing. I don't give a fuck what it is. Work your ass off. You're gonna be successful.
He's right. Just go to work. Go to work.
You know what?
Let me ask you guys a question. Anthony, let me interrupt you here. Anthony, hang on one second. Have you heard the phrase, don't work hard, work smart? Okay?
Yeah.
What do you guys think of that?
But most people don't even work fucking hard. Honestly, Tony, Most
I
people
agree.
don't even work hard.
I agree.
Most people do not work hard. Holy shit, dude. Like, most people do not work hard. I had to take my hat off for that fucking thing.
Okay, I want to take a poll here.
Most people do not. Hey, Tony, honestly.
Let me take a poll here. Hold on.
Guy to guy. You're a construction worker, right?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you know, do most people work hard?
I want to take a poll.
No. Most
Let
people
him
do
take
not
his
work
poll,
hard.
dude.
God,
Chill.
Let
Let's
me
take
take
a
a
poll.
poll.
Here we go.
I want to know.
Take whatever car you want. Take whatever car you want.
I'm going to say, I'm going to start with me. I'm self-employed.
Okay.
Down the line, man.
Self-employed.
Man.
Two businesses.
Self-employed.
2, maybe 3.
Michael Bunker.
Self-employed.
Tony 513.
Self-employed.
Logan.
Self-employed.
Anthony.
I work for somebody.
Okay.
I work hard because I get paid hard.
Good.
I get paid hard. I work hard.
Okay, there's nothing wrong with that, but I'm gonna bring something onto the table right now that when people think you're self-employed, an entrepreneur, when people hear entrepreneur, the word is okay, when somebody says, "Oh, you're an entrepreneur." Okay? There's a difference between an entrepreneur and somebody that just created a job for themselves. That's the difference between an entrepreneur and somebody who again just created a job for themselves. Do I consider myself an entrepreneur? Probably not. I think that I've created a better lifestyle for myself. I probably make 3 times as much, 5 times as much as if I was employed by somebody doing the same thing. Is my wage a whole lot higher? Yeah. But am I an entrepreneur? I don't know.
Are you taking risks?
I take risks every day.
Then you're an entrepreneur.
Yeah.
Well, because I was gonna say, because
It's like pretty much the definition of an entrepreneur is a risk taker.
Yeah.
Who's investing in himself.
Because you have to promote your own business, right? Like you have to promote your own business, or at least you network, and you're always like helping people out and stuff.
What do they say the difference between a hobby and a business is? A hobby is doing something you enjoy doing. A business is something that other people enjoy that you do, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know what we're talking about here.
I think a hobby doesn't make you money.
Talking about hard work, whatever, dude. Hard work, whatever.
There's nothing wrong with hard work. I work hard every day.
I work hard. I work hard and get paid good. Tony works hard. He probably gets paid better. Who gives a shit? If y'all don't work hard, I don't care. I really don't give a shit. I don't care what anybody makes. I don't care how hard you work. If you got something to say, fine. I don't give a shit. Me personally, I don't give a shit.
I love it.
I don't think anyone's disagreeing with you.
Percy,
That's
I don't.
an attitude to have.
I don't. I hope you all work hard as I do, but I doubt it. If you do, I don't give a shit. Really, I don't care. You make whatever you make. I don't really give a shit. Who gives a fuck? We're all here.
Okay, let me interject.
Who fuck cares?
Let me interject. If you live like I do, if you don't work hard, you don't eat. So if you produce your own food and that's how you eat, you die if you don't work hard. So 15 years of living off grid, you don't get to not work hard. You have to work hard because that's how you eat. And so we produce our food out of the ground. It's like the biggest resource in the history of the world. 90% of the wealth, probably 99 in the history of the world, has come out of the ground from hard work. And so you just don't get to make it. And so we're really kind of, we're talking about 2 different things. There's hard work, what you have to do to make it, and that's how you become successful. That's how you get to eat, and your family is successful and all that kind of stuff. And there's also the work you apply towards your art. And in that case, people decide they like it, they appreciate your hard work, and they want to reward you for it. So I'm with Anthony 100%. Work your ass off. Mm-hmm. If you work harder than the guy next to you, you're going to do better than the guy next to you. And at the same time, other people like it, They're going to give you money to do it. And that's wonderful. And all of us that are self-employed, employed by somebody else, whatever else. My wife she works for somebody else. She got the COVID because she was working for somebody else. But at the same time, she's so damn good at it that they were like, hey, everybody's dying. Could you go work in the COVID unit? And she was like, yeah, give me a freaking PPE and I'm going to go in there. And so, that's what I like about it. That's why I'm enjoying this show. I'm enjoying it so much. By the way, I want to go on the record. My favorite part about this show has been Anthony. My favorite.
I agree. 100%, man. Hell yeah. Zero fucking filters. And I love that. Michael Bunker, I want to ask you a question.
All right.
Straight up. Your movie that's going to Hollywood right now.
Right.
You make $15 million. You make $50 million.
No, never. Go ahead, though.
Say you make 10 million, 5 million. Will that change you?
No, but it's not that much money. And so I want to go through that really quickly. The people that make money on the movie are producers. They make all the money. The directors do pretty well, but they don't do that great. If you produce a movie and it just goes blockbusters and it makes $500 million, the director made $1.5 million. You may make 500,000. The artists that are involved, there may be one actor that makes a couple, 3, 4, 5 million. Most of that money is divided by the producer pool. There's a pool of people who get in at the beginning. People have no idea how movies are made, and it's the funniest thing. There's like a pool at the beginning of these people that get in early on, and they buy in on the front end. And when they tell you a movie lost money, you take the worst movie that's ever been made in Hollywood. The producers made money. They made their money at the beginning. They got it from the very beginning. And so the producers of this thing, they've got this thing set up so that they're going to make money. Let's take The Martian. Anybody watch The Martian, the movie? Matt Damon?
I love that movie.
Yeah.
All right. Matt Damon was in a movie called The Martian, which was an indie book. I compare it because it's the same level as my book. We were both indie authors. We both kind of took off. We both got picked up by Hollywood.
Andy Weir.
Huh?
Andy Weir wrote the book.
A friend of mine. And so the original contract he signed was bullshit. He got screwed in the original contract, and he made like maybe $200,000 on the original deal. He got an agent, which is the same agent I have now, and that agent redid the deal, so he ended up making money. Let's say, for example, that The Martian was the #1 movie in America, because it was in 2015. That movie made over $150, $180, $200 million, something like that, some crazy amount of money. Andy Weir made about $500,000 off of the movie. There's two ways that you make money off the movie. You make money off of selling the option, which is bullshit. It's like very, very little amount of money. Stephen King makes $1 on his option sales. And so you don't make much money on the option. He probably made $5,000 off the option. When the option was exercised, he probably made 1 to 1.5% of the production of the movie. The production, which is what they actually spend in making the movie. So he maybe made $1 million, $1.5 million. The movie made $250 million, maybe even more. He didn't make that much money. Let me tell you where Andy Weir made his money. Andy Weir made his money because they did a movie tie-in of his book. They republished the book with a movie tie-in, and in that book sold 3 to 5 million copies.
What does that mean to be a tie-in? Because it was already a book,
right?
And it was already popular.
They forget that the book was ever published, and they come out with a movie tie-in version. So it actually has Matt Damon on the cover, and they come out with a new version of the book. That's the one that's in all the bookstores in America. It's in Walmart. It's in Costco.
So it's not actually like a different story. It's just got a different cover on it.
Exact same book, a new cover on it, and he made $3 to $5 million off of that copy of the book. And so basically, when Pennsylvania got into this whole thing, my option was moderate. It was better than Andy Weir's. And I'm in the 5th or 6th year of the option. Then there's a step up. So once a financer gets involved that finances the movie, then your option goes up. So we have a financer, an Asian financer that came in and said, we'll put $20 million into the movie. And so my option goes up. And then on the first, you don't make a penny other than your option money until the first frame of film is shot. And it's actually that specific. The moment they call whatever the directors say, go, and the first frame of film is shot, a check goes to your account. And that amount is predetermined. For me, I don't mind saying it, it's $500,000. So the day they film the first frame of the film, I make $500,000. I got 1.5 points on the back end, which nobody ever makes. But the thing is that the same agent who agented Andy Weir for that book is my agent for the movie tie-in. That's where the money comes in. So there'll be a movie tie-in for the book Pennsylvania. They'll come out with a new cover, whoever the star is for the movie. I might know, but I can't tell you. And they will put that out, and I will make a bunch of money from that. And then Pennsylvania was designed as the first of a trilogy, and so they've already bought all of the rights going forward forever for any books that come out afterwards. And then I wrote a prequel called Brother Frank, which I showed you the cover of earlier. And that book they've already bought the option for, and that's a prequel series. They're looking at it something like Star Wars. They want to do a 3-film series for Pennsylvania, and then they want to do the prequel. Hopefully that happens.
You, man.
We were that close to starting filming when COVID hit. We were actually, I sold all my animals and all this kind of stuff. We were planning on going to Hollywood. I have an opportunity. The only reason my hair is this long and I lost 105 pounds is because I have an opportunity to be in the movie. And so I got in a fitness thing and all this kind of stuff. And then all of a sudden COVID hit. And that kind of shut everything down. But I talked to the producer today. Things are back rolling again.
So
Hopefully they're going to be.
Michael, you got a cameo in the movie then, yeah?
It's not really a cameo. It depends. There's 2 parts that I've been told that I have a shot at. I actually wrote one of the characters in the book based on myself. And that character's name is Goa Eagles, who is a wild man who lives out in the wilderness. And he and November of last year, after I got back from Hollywood, I told them, I said, I designed this character after me. I'd love to play the character. And they said, no, you can't play the character. I was 278 pounds. They're like, there's no way you're going to be able to play the character. And so in January, early January, I got the script and I read the script. And they said, if you can't play Goa Eagles, who's the character you wrote for yourself, there's this other character we want you to play. And it pretty much is a cameo. The guy dies pretty early on in the movie. And they said, we can let you play this guy. So I read the script, and the script said, this guy is like ripped. He's like jacked, he's muscular and all. And I was like, okay, I gotta start working out. So I started working out on January 8th, 2020 at 278 pounds. I lost 105 pounds. I put on a lot of muscle. And so there's a possibility. The last time I talked to him, they said, I am going to get an audition for the Goa Eagles job, which is not only big, it actually carries through the whole trilogy. He doesn't die in the first movie. And so if I get that role, that'd be great. If not, I get the second role, which is kind of a cameo. He gets blown off the wall in the movie. I'm not spoiling anything, but around the Amish zone, there's a 100-foot wall that they built out to the rubble of the civilization that existed before that to protect the Amish from the wild people that are out there.
So
what's this bullshit rule about you shouldn't name a book after a state? Like, didn't Tom Wolfe write Alaska? And
he wrote Alaska. And not only that, some of the greatest books that have ever been written have been named after states. In fact,
what was this rule? Who made this rule? That sounds like bullshit.
Everybody told me this. They said this is the stupidest name for a novel. Don't name the novel Pennsylvania. And Pennsylvania is the worst state to name it after. And
I mean,
so,
I might have agreed with him about the Amish sci-fi thing, but you know,
yeah.
Pennsylvania thing.
Well, when we got Patrick Tatopoulos involved, of course, what do? Patrick Tatopoulos is like the #1 production designer in Hollywood. Yeah. Bar none. If you think of an image that you have of sci-fi in Hollywood in the last 50 years, that's Patrick Tatopoulos. The guy designed the aliens in Independence Day. You know, this is the guy that's designed all this stuff. He did iRobot and all this kind of stuff. And so they said, you know, Patrick, and so I got to go out to Hollywood. I got to meet him. We got to talk, and then he called me up, and we had a Zoom talk like this. And he said, you know, I want to know the story for the next 2 books. We're going to make this thing into a trilogy and all this kind of stuff. And it's just been fantastic. But I'm hoping to get in the movie. I've been working out. I've been waking up at 3:15 since January 8th.
Let me tell you something, Michael Bunker. I've seen your Instagram, and buddy, you are jacked, bro. I mean, you look fucking great.
It's interesting, you know. At 53 years old, and I've been at the gym at 3:15 every morning since January 8th until I got COVID, which has been about a week off. I needed it. I was so freaking sore.
I need some COVID too.
Yeah. But I went from 270.
I need some COVID. You guys have some COVID? I want some.
Me too.
I got some, by the way.
Yeah, send it.
Logan,
I was 278 pounds. I got to 176 pounds.
Logan,
I'm ready.
Yeah.
Michael Bunker and his family have been diagnosed with COVID. Michael, how long has it been? 9 days?
I'm on day 6. My wife is on day 9. My 2 daughters, one of them is on day 6 and one of them is on day 7.
Okay.
Anything to be scared of?
No. The way it generally works is everybody, if you have a minor case, people generally get pretty sick first 4 days. Day 5, you start feeling better. You start feeling really good. And then about 80 to 90% of the people just get better. By day 10, if you don't have a fever for 24 hours, that you can go back out in public and you're done. There's about 20% of the people at about day 7 just nosedive, and they end up in the hospital on a respirator and all that kind of stuff. First of all, we all eat non-processed food. We all are in shape. All of us are in shape. We all exercise. We eat the right things. We eat our vitamins. And we don't eat a lot of processed junk and sugar and all that kind of crap. My whole family's handled it really, really well. My wife is basically done. I think tomorrow is her day 10. After day 10, she goes 24 hours without a temperature. She's cool to go back out into society. The way they get this 2-week thing is that it's actually 2 to 4 days before you show symptoms. You can actually be shedding the virus even though you don't know you have it. We all actually had symptoms.
I think it's all bullshit.
Well, I'd like to tell you that you're wrong. It is an actual thing. I've actually had it for 5 days. I want to agree with you, but you're wrong. It is a thing.
I know you'd like to tell me, but I think it's all bullshit.
Michael's just part of the conspiracy, dude. He's just telling us this because the government put him up to it, right?
He's exactly right.
I'm in California. I'm in bullshit town. I think it's all bullshit.
I'm with you.
So, sorry.
I tell you what, Anthony, you've been the best part of this, so I'm with you.
Michael was paid by the Biden campaign to tell everybody that he has
I don't give a fuck.
So that Trump could get kicked out.
You know, I don't give a fuck what anybody says. It's all bullshit. It's all fucking bullshit.
I'm with him.
Yeah, I'm in California. Yeah, you know what?
It's all just a conspiracy.
I've been around these motherfuckers for fucking goddamn what, nine months? I'm not.
You know what?
Sick.
Viruses are just a conspiracy too. They're not real. Smallpox, that wasn't really a thing.
They made it up. They made it up in the 1800s.
Fuck you guys, dude. You know what? Fuck y'all. You know what? Fuck y'all.
Hey,
fuck y'all. I'm not sick.
Anthony, I'm with you.
Go get sick. Go get fucking sick. Go be fucking sick, dude.
Anthony, I'm with you.
Yeah,
I'm with you. Listen to me. I'm with you.
Fuck y'all, dude. I don't give a shit, dude. Go get sick, dude. I don't give a fuck. Honestly, I don't give a fuck.
What?
I'm with you, buddy.
Yeah,
you don't even have it.
Honestly, I don't give a fuck. I don't care if you are or not. I don't need you.
Good.
I don't need you. I don't need your ass. I don't need your fucking whatever.
Polio.
I don't give a fuck. If you want to be sick, fucking die. We all die.
Everybody dies eventually, don't we?
Yeah, we all die. We're all going the same way.
This thing was great. This show was great, and it just got better. It was like this, and then it's like this.
You know what? I don't give a. I'm hearing a bunch of fucking blah 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 blah. You're not a fucking fucker.
Anthony.
What?
Anthony.
Yeah.
You're talking to a guy now. Michael Bunker and his 3 family members have the COVID.
In a bunker. In a fucking bunker.
He's telling you
a bunker in a bunker.
He's telling you his real life experience. So
I don't know what the fuck this guy is, dude. Who knows what the fuck this guy is? I don't give a fuck. His lights are gonna go out in the fucking 10 minutes. Yeah, I don't give a fuck.
He's right.
Honestly, his lights are gonna go out in 10 minutes.
I'm with him. I'm 100% with Anthony. He's the best part about this show. He has been since the beginning. And this show was good. This show was good, and now it's freaking great.
We gotta have a little contrast from everybody.
Yeah, I'm in fucktown, dude. The people that live around me are fucking retards. You know, this guy Michael is the fucking most sane person in the fucking world. But the people that live around me are fucking retards. I swear to God.
I'm with you, buddy.
They're gonna fucking they think they literally wear a mask in their car. They don't realize
I saw one today doing that.
There's nobody I agree more with than you. I agree with you. I'm with you. Whatever you say, I'm with you, buddy.
They don't realize that the fucking car has a fucking self-contained. I don't even know, dude. God damn it, dude. I'm fucking. I want to go live in Florida, but I can't.
No, come to Texas. Don't go to Florida
or Texas. Somewhere where people are fucking sane.
They're sane here. Stop going to Florida.
Well, I was telling man earlier on the show we were doing recently. I can't remember if it was on mic or if it was off mic, but I was talking about how I've literally seen guys just walking down the road. The road is empty. There's no one in sight, and it's just me. And then all the way at the end of the road, there's this dude, and he's walking by, and he's like wearing a mask. He's got his hood on. He's all like got gloves on and everything.
That's what I'm talking about. Exactly.
But the Rona is everywhere. It's everywhere. It's floating around in the air. It
comes from the moon
that we have. It actually
comes
in the atmosphere, and it's all over. You need to wear a mask regardless of where you are in your car. Because when you open the door, all the air comes out and all the Rona comes in there. You need to have your mask on so that you're safe.
And you need to be safe. You can't get away from it.
You need to be safe.
Even the fucking astronauts.
You need to drive 80 miles an hour on the freeway, but you really need to be safe from the Rona with your mask on by yourself. And if you ride a motorcycle, you don't need to wear a helmet, but you should ride a motorcycle by yourself without a helmet and a mask on.
Yeah.
By the way, my new hero is Tony 513, who has listened to all of this and just nodded. He's like, "Yep."
Has he combed his beard a few times?
He's like, "Now you know what Sam hell is going on."
See, most of you guys live in reasonable places. I don't live in a reasonable place. I live in a place where people are fucking crazy. They're insane. They're fucking.
Are you in Amish, Pennsylvania? Where do you live?
I live in California, Pasadena, California. It's insane.
Thanks for sending Arizona all your blue staters. That's great.
Yeah, we're getting them too.
I don't recommend anybody to move anywhere, but I'm just telling you where I live. Yeah. I've lived here for 20. I've lived here all my life, and people are.
You guys turned Arizona blue for moving over here.
No, I didn't. I never recommend it, and believe me, I have nothing to do with anybody moving there. But
I have to say something, and I know this is a conspiracy, and it's all because I'm part of the Biden thing. But I want to tell you, I'm going to lose all my power in like in the next 2 minutes. When I disappear, I want to thank everybody, especially Anthony, who's been he's my buddy now, and all of you guys. And I cannot wait to be on this show again. This is my favorite time that I've had since I can remember. I cannot remember having a better time than I've had tonight.
Michael Bunker,
So you guys,
joke to have you here. You have no idea. Oh, there he goes.
Yeah.
Disappeared.
Wow.
Howard, did he praise me or did he praise you, Tony?
No,
I
he's
don't
talking
know.
about you, buddy.
Talking about me?
I can tell you the same exact thing is that my brother had said the same thing. He's like, you got to get Anthony Velasquez back on there. I said, well, I don't know what happened, but either he has an Android phone.
No. Yeah,
So,
I accidentally blocked you.
I'm going to tell you guys something is that normally during these live streams, I only have one drink, but you see, I just made another one. So, cheers.
Yeah, fuck that. Yeah.
Is it peanut butter whiskey?
Yeah.
Peanut butter schnapps?
Well, I got
What is
plenty,
this?
Right here. Peanut butter whiskey.
I got plenty of beer for all you guys.
How many bottles have you gone through with that stuff since May?
This is actually my second bottle.
Okay, good.
I would recommend this to anybody versus buying, what's the name of it?
The expensive shit.
Yeah, what's it called?
I can't remember the name.
Hey, Tony, I can't believe you got Jack Donovan on your show. Isn't that fucking crazy?
Yeah, Jack is awesome. And I shot him a text earlier and just said, hey, we're going to do a live stream.
That's fucking awesome, dude. That guy is fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Isn't
No,
he?
that's cool. Jack's a good
Holy
guy.
shit.
He's a down-to-earth guy, man. I mean, you know, a lot of these guys, when you come on a live stream, I get it how people think he's a superstar kind of guy.
Yeah.
I mean, and he is. I mean, but he is a very, very down-to-earth dude. I mean, Logan, you know him well. Just a good guy, man. Just somebody you could sit around and chat with. And I think that was his reason to come on, because a friend of his, me, said, hey, Jack, join the live stream tonight. You know? So
That was earlier, huh?
that was earlier.
Yeah.
And you know what?
I missed Ivan Throne, and I missed Ivan Throne on Halloween and Jack Donovan tonight, dude. What the hell?
You missed me. You missed me on Halloween.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You missed me
Let
too.
me tell you something. It was
I wouldn't say I missed you.
It was anybody that happens to be
You're
watching.
not the only one, my friend. You're not the only one.
If you go back a little farther, there was some.
This guy's a comedian. I like that guy.
Some incredible dialogue between Jack Donovan and Michael Bunker.
Logan B.
Absolutely classic.
Logan B.
Classic. I don't think
cool.
that will be. I don't think that will be replaced ever. I mean, you got two guys who are authors that didn't know each other, that jumped on this live stream and
That was cool, yeah.
got to know each other and respected each other's work. I mean, you know, how cool is that? You know, and the fact that we brought them together, you know, I think is really cool. You know,
You did a good job. You done a good job, Tony. You done a good job.
I send out links to a lot of people who say, hey, you know, we're going live. You want to join, you know, jump in, you know, and
Logan B. Who the hell is Logan B? I like that guy.
He the man.
Ballsy. He's a ballsy guy.
Yeah.
Why is that? Why am I ballsy?
I don't know. You talk shit to me, so you're ballsy.
No. Okay.
Yeah.
That's all it takes?
All right,
I guess. Exactly. If you talk shit to Tony, you're ballsy. Anthony.
Which
talk
Tony?
shit to Anthony, you're ballsy.
Got three Tonys here.
Either one, I guess.
Yeah, I guess it does take some big balls to talk to all three of these guys like that.
Yeah, you're not here in California, but I guess you're pretty ballsy.
Hell, I'm just gonna put my name Tony next time.
I just ask you what you do, who you are. That's all. I don't. So.
I just got done making out with a black girl that's 6 feet tall.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
What happened?
Question. Honest question. Do you generally find black women attractive in general?
Yeah.
In general, you do.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
No.
I find them all attractive.
I don't discriminate on color. I discriminate on femininity.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I generally do not. This is the second black chick I've ever been with, and I generally do not find them attractive. This girl was very sweet and awesome, and she was 6 feet tall. So,
was there an Adam's apple?
Yeah,
there was.
I was watching out for it. There's no Adam's apple, I promise.
Okay, I want to get back. I want to get back to Gonzo on this one. Before Michael Bunker started talking, we are kind of talking about being a 22-year-old guy and basically creating yourself. So, what did you get out of what he said?
I mean, I think he was absolutely right, because like I was saying earlier, like, you know, I don't believe anybody wills themselves to be where they are. Now, obviously, along the way, you make decisions, right? And so it's kind of weird to say that you don't control your life, but I really do believe that in a sense you do not control your life. Like, a lot of people, I think, have this false idea that you plan everything out, and then you have your 5-year plan and your 10-year plan, and you have all this stuff, and you know exactly what you're going to do. And what ends up happening is you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. You could get an email tomorrow. You could talk to somebody tomorrow. Anything can happen, and you're just going to go a completely different direction than where you thought you were going to go. And so instead of, you know, and I know you didn't say this specifically, but, you know, this has just been my thought, is that, you know, like, what is the point in trying to plan everything out to the T when, you know, to some degree, you just have to find yourself first and sort of just go down that path, and then, you know, what happens.
You don't want to be a leaf on the wind, though.
Yeah.
You have to make your own luck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And
I agree.
You have to stick to your guns, and you have your talent, you stick with it, and you work at it, and it'll be fine. You have to make your own luck. I definitely think that a strange thing happens if you don't plan. And that is nothing that you want ever really happens. You wish that you had certain things and you never get them. Now, does life always work out the way you planned? Hell no. Like, 2020 was a lot different than what I had hoped it would be. But I did some pretty kick-ass shit this year. And I was just thinking today about this headline that came up on Yahoo Finance. It said, analysts are looking forward to a brighter 2021. And I thought to myself, well, from investing, it hasn't been that dim of a year. And a lot of people are bitching and moaning about how terrible 2020 has been. But dude, for a lot of people, this was like the most amazing year of our lives. And it definitely wasn't what I planned, but I fucking made the most out of it, and I did some pretty cool kick-ass shit. And so if you're not setting yourself up for success and making your own luck and building things that help you to adapt to situations like this, you're going to get fucking hammered by life.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And like, the funny thing happens when like you prepare for the zombie apocalypse and something less than the zombie apocalypse comes along, you're not nervous about it.
Mm-hmm.
So like, I didn't know what COVID was going to do to the world. Like, I was kind of halfway thinking like maybe the apocalypse was coming. I don't know. Are there going to be riots in the streets? We already have shortages of meat and paper towels. Like, how far is this going to go? I don't know, but I don't care, because I could basically survive myself in the wilderness. I mean, I'm not a Jack Donovan, but you know, I can handle myself if the fucking shit hits the fan. And if something less than that happens, you have nothing to do. You don't have to worry. And then it turns out okay. And it turns out, oh, it's just fucking paper towels, big deal. And toilet paper. And then the chicks get hornier because they've been locked up in freaking lockdown for months and months. And then you become like the brave guy that goes outside and looks for them. And it's great.
Yeah. I mean, no, I agree. I agree with your sentiment entirely. Like, I think, because I think when people hear like the phrase, like, you know, like you don't control your own life, that kind of means you don't have responsibility. But I don't think that means you don't have responsibility, right? Like obviously if you have something you want to do, like I'm trying to think of a good example. Like if your goal, I don't know, let's say you want to be a writer and you want to publish a novel. You're not going to ever get there if you don't write the damn book, you know?
Right.
Now, maybe you don't know what to write, and maybe that'll take some adventuring and some journeying and some, you know, maybe you'll find something along the way there. But at the end of the day, you will have to put the pedal to the metal and write the book.
Yeah.
And so,
I don't know how to write, but if I decided that I wanted to be a writer, I know what I would do. I would practice writing.
We talked about this earlier about practice and talent. I think there's a big difference. Michael Bunker, Jack Donovan, both had some really great insights on that. I'm going to bring in Michael the Hammer. I'm not sure who this is, but we're going to bring him in. Michael Hammer. Bunker.
I'm in the dark.
Oh, there he is. Okay. I thought it said the Hammer.
The Hammer.
I got my headlight.
All right. Michael Bunker.
The hammer. It's not the hammer.
A round of applause for Michael Bunker being back. Come on. Get him up there.
This is resiliency. This is how you do off-grid ingenuity.
I absolutely love it, man. This is what I'm talking about.
This is the
You're
real
off the grid.
I'm
ready for zombie apocalypse too. That's good.
This guy's
I'm on my phone now. I was having so much fun. I was having so much fun. I was like, I got to figure out how to get back on here.
Dude, I'm so glad you're back. We were actually just talking about, we were going back to Gonzo about what you had said about, I guess it would be about talent and practice. You know, what's the difference? So natural talent, creating yourself, finding yourself. So Gonzo, go ahead, man.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Like, and I thought about like writing something about this because in some sense I've been really agnostic on the idea of talent for a long time because, and I think, you know, it's kind of interconnected, right? Because if you have passion for something, then you're going to want to spend a lot of time doing it and you're going to get really good at it. And so my argument has always been that if you have passion for something, it's that passion that I think people call or consider talent. I
always think it's kind of insulting when somebody observes a person being good at something and they say, oh, that guy's a natural. And it's like, well, shit, he probably worked thousands of hours to get to where he is. And sometimes that shit does not, I don't think anything I'm good at was because I'm a natural at it. I don't think I was a natural at anything. I've decided to be good at certain things. Yeah, and I was not good at them in the beginning.
But isn't the difference is like when you say natural talent? To me, natural talent is somebody who is like 4 years old and starts like drawing these incredible drawings. Or to me, that's a natural.
Sometimes that happens. There are Mozarts.
So I think there is your difference. In other words, a regular guy who's going to compose music is not going to be Mozart. You know what I mean? So
those are so rare, though. It's not even worth talking about.
That works. Just like I was telling man earlier that like I was running crown molding yesterday, and for somebody who's experienced in carpentry, do I think that the average guy could look at the same angles and understand that a ceiling's not level, understand that the walls are not plumb, understand that there's no such thing as a 90-degree corner, how to adapt that to make this thing look beautiful when it's done. So do I think somebody could take a year, 2 years, 5 years and do what I'm doing? I don't think everybody could do it. I truly don't. Truly do I think that everybody couldn't draw this that Gonzo did on 11/7 from our live stream while he was doodling. I just think that to me is I couldn't draw that probably in 100 years. Something
I think you can probably get 90% of the way there with training and practice. I know that that's a controversial statement, but like I don't want to diminish the talent like in a way that to me makes it give it its full weight. That if you're good at something and recognizing angles and all that stuff, that's because you worked at it.
Are you saying how bad do you want it kind of thing?
Yeah, you have to want it bad. I wanted certain things bad in life, and I was not good at them. And I fucking decided to be good at them.
Right.
And I practiced. And so, I think there are people that are 4 years old and can compose a symphony, but those are so rare that it's not actually worth thinking about it all that much, because I think most of us with some hard work can get almost all the way there, dude. And a lot of guys who do have that natural talent squander it, and they don't work at it and they don't develop it. And almost any talent needs to be, cultivated.
Yeah. I think the real power comes in when you love something and you're good at it immediately. Yeah. And I think that's a possibility too, to do something and just be like, pick it up really quick. I think that's what people refer to as a natural per se. That's when I think you're really gonna do very well with something, is when you love something and you pick it up very quickly. And it comes easy to you where it doesn't come as easy for most people, and you absolutely love it. I think that's
some people have an aptitude. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I just want to throw in this analogy of music, because I think in music it's very applicable. Because I've seen, like, maybe you've met or know of people who've been like this before, but there are some people who they have to know how to read the sheet music, and they they have to have things in a certain way in order to play. And then there's some people, they don't know what the notes are on a guitar. Yeah. They don't know the fretboard. They don't know anything, but they know the chords and they can play the chords and everything. And they just learned it. Mm-hmm. And it's like, what?
And then there are more other people that can't hear a tone correctly.
Yeah.
And there's guys like Jimi Hendrix.
To be honest, Gonzo, that's me when it comes to guitar. Yeah, I know a lot of chords. I know a few notes, but I can listen to something and play it. Mm-hmm. I don't.
I'll tell you guys a funny story about when I went to go see Tom Petty one time. Oh wow! At a concert, and the concert was originally going to be AC/DC was.
Right? Huh? Tom Petty, he dead?
He's dead.
Yeah, but this was a few years ago. So originally, AC/DC was going to open for Tom Petty, and then Tom Petty got sick and canceled the show, and then AC/DC scheduled something else, and then Tom Petty got better and rescheduled the show, and they had to find another opener. And luckily, Chuck Berry lived in Phoenix at the time. They found Chuck Berry.
Wow.
Okay. Johnny B. Good. Right? Wow. Chuck Berry is pretty old. Okay. So this is what happened. It's kind of a funny story. I went with my niece, and I went with my nephew, and I went with my buddy Nate. Okay. My niece and I have an ear for music. We've played musical instruments before. My nephew and Nate are basically tone deaf. We're sitting there and we're listening to Chuck Berry. Chuck Berry he's an old dude, man. He's been around the block though. He's a really talented guy, but there was something with his like ear has gone a little bit haywire, and so he's up there on stage and he's having a good time, and he's playing music and he's playing Johnny Be Good and everybody's stoked on it, and he knows the song. He's played these songs hundreds of times, so he can play them in his sleep. But then it comes time to improvise a little bit. Like every song has that little break of just a solo break of just like improvising, and you just kind of go off and do your own thing. And that he couldn't really do quite as well anymore, Chuck Berry. I felt bad for him a little bit because he's an old guy up on stage and he's trying to solo, and it sounds a little weird, and he knew it sounded weird, and so he thought his guitar was a little bit out of tune. So you'd see him solo and he'd kind of tweak his guitar, and it would get worse, and then he'd solo and it would tweak his guitar, and then he'd play like 3 or 4 songs. Pretty soon the guitar tech came out and gave him a new guitar, and it was fine, and he was fine for a couple songs. And me and my niece are looking at each other like, ugh, man, it sounds kind of rough. I look over at my nephew and Nate, and they're like, oh, this is cool. Like, yeah, we're listening to Chuck Berry, and they couldn't hear it. It was just funny to see the faces of people who could actually hear the music versus the ones that were basically deaf to the nastiness.
Mm. Was this a Chuck Berry like cover guy or what?
No, it's really Chuck Berry. Yeah. He was just like in his 80s, I think.
Okay. Yeah, he died what, 4 or 5 years ago or so?
Yeah.
What was the point of this story?
It's because some people have aptitude for shit and some people don't.
I guess I don't have the aptitude for that story.
Can I change the subject here? Can we get Andy at Michael Bunker more?
Please. Good story, but please. Loved it.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys can even hear me. I'm talking on my phone now.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So there's a difference between being adequate at something enough where you can make money off of it, where you can be enjoyable, where you can have it as a business and you can do it and all those things. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of Bix Beiderbecke. Has anybody ever heard the term Bix Beiderbecke before?
No.
Probably one of the greatest jazz cornetists in history. He died when he was 28 years old. At the beginning of jazz, at the very beginning, he was a guy who was considered the greatest jazz cornetist in history. He never learned anything about the instrument. He learned by listening to the original Dixieland jazz band, a cornetist named Jake LaRocca, and he started like he lived in Davenport, Iowa, and he would take his cornet out, and they were listening to the Wax. This was 1923, 1924. He would like he learned how to play by himself. He never learned the real fingering on a cornet, and so he figured out. He made the sounds on his own, and he joined a band called the Wolverines. He never learned how to read music, and he was probably the greatest jazz cornetist. Louis Armstrong heard him one time and started crying, and they said, "Why are you crying?" And he said, "Because I will never play like that."
Yes,
and
I know what he meant.
Yeah, Bix Beiderbecke was so natural in the instrument. Over the next 7 or 8 years, he basically controlled the world of jazz music. And he died when he was 28 years old from alcoholism. And but the point was that you can get really good at something just by doing it over and over and over again, and you can be adequate at it, and you can make money at it, and you can be talented at it. There are a very few people in the world, very few, who are so unique at playing whatever or an artist or whatever. Everybody recognizes the genius. Everybody recognizes what it is, and it'll never be done again. Nobody will ever play a cornet like Bix Beiderbecke. And I think about that with writing. Hemingway was not a great writer as far as technically. He never took lessons, any of that kind of stuff. People read his stuff. His sentences were choppy. He would rip entire pages out of his manuscript and just throw them away. He said, if you needed those pages, then you're not good enough. And so the guy was such a fantastic talent that years later, everybody compares everybody to Hemingway. Everybody tries to write like Hemingway. Everybody tries to play the cornet like Bix Beiderbecke. And there's never going to be anybody like that. And so those talents are very unique and very individual. What Logan is saying is absolutely true. You can practice something and you can get really good at it. And you can actually be talented at it and make money at it. There's a few people who are just, I don't know what it is. There's some kind of space thing going on.
Most people don't even know what a cornet is.
It's never going to be copied. You know, if you ever listen to Bix Beiderbecke's solo, your mind's going to get blown away. You'll never listen to any instrument the same way again.
Please don't copy that.
What are you smoking, dude? Seriously, what are you smoking?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, it's just like a cheap ass cigar. I roll my own cigars, but because I have the COVID, I can't get out. And so the last time we were in town, I bought some cheap ass like no name cigars. In the next 2 weeks, if you follow my channel, I'll be rolling again on my rolling table. So I roll the best cigars you ever smoked in your life. So you guys get in touch with me.
Yeah.
I'm a nicotine lightweight. I don't know.
I know. Man he said he sent me a cigar, one of his home rolls.
I sent Tony some roasted coffee that I roast. I have a coffee roasting business, and I have a hand rolled cigar like Michael does. And I sent Tony saw me smoking one on the show, and I sent him one yesterday. I mailed the coffee and cigar, pair them together. You drink your coffee with cream, Tony?
Yeah, I with half and half and a little bit of I'm not sure what you call it, what kind of sugar it is, but it's like not brown sugar.
Cane sugar?
Cane sugar.
Yeah. Cane sugar. I love coffee, cream, and sugar with a good cigar. Or a pipe. It goes really well together.
Just so you guys know, my brother sent me this hat. It's got a logo on it. I don't know if you can see it.
You can't see it.
Osiris Pipes.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool.
It's got a little clover leaf on it. Tony 513, you're the pipe guy. This the same logo that's on this little church warden?
Is that the same one on your hat? It looks like.
I kind of
maybe that's what it is.
I wonder if this is an Osiris pipe, because I told my brother tonight I wear my Osiris Pipes beanie that he sent me, and I'm like, it has a clover leaf on it, and so does this little tiny mini church warden that I'm puffing on.
Yeah, it could be.
You think it's the same?
Might be, yeah. That's what I'm thinking. I remember before I thought it was a K Woody, but then seeing that they actually have that, that could be it actually.
That off here.
Because
nice.
Does that have a yeah?
Hold the pipe back up.
Yeah, it might be. I don't know.
It's a little mini church warden.
Yeah, that's a nice pipe right there.
That looks like is that a 3-leaf, or is it looks like on your hat it's a 4-leaf, and that one's a 3-leaf.
Now you're asking a lot of questions. Yeah, you're exactly right, man.
How many guys here are pipe or cigar smokers?
Probably all of us.
Put your hand up. I'm not a cigar smoker, but
I know
Gonzo.
I smoke both.
Of course, Tony is.
It goes like
What about Logan? Are you a piper or anything? You don't smoke anything, right?
I can handle my whiskey. I can't handle my nicotine, dude. It makes me crazy.
Yeah. What about Tony 5? Is it
13.
Tony? No,
13? Yeah.
Tony 13. You're a cigar guy, right?
I like pipes better. I mean, cigars are nice, but I go through them probably fast.
I think only like 2 of us aren't pipe or cigar guys. Me and Logan, right?
I've enjoyed a pipe a few times.
I like the idea of them. I think they're cool. I like the idea of them. Yeah,
My
dude,
dad
I
was
absolutely
a
like
pretty
the
big
idea.
pipe smoker.
I like the idea of a pipe or a cigar, just because
Relaxing.
Tony Bruno's brother is a pipe guy. I like that.
You know what's it's great is because I've got a whole bunch of things, every pipe in here. In fact, again, if somebody's watching this stream, it's 3 hours 9 minutes, and you are in the lower 48 right now. I will send you this from tobaccopipes.com. I will send you this brand new corn cob, and I don't think I can send tobacco through the mail. I don't know, and a tamper. If you're in the lower 48, say something cool in the comments about this pipe, and I will send it to you. Brand new.
Well, how do I get one? I love the pipe.
Who that? Who that speaking?
What?
I want one.
Tony or Anthony?
Hey, Michael.
Anthony,
Michael,
make the best
Michael
comment
from
about
Texas,
that
right?
pipe. Make the best comment about that pipe in the comment section of this video. And
where's Michael in Texas? He's in Texas.
And
I'm in Texas.
One thing, it's time
Where
for
are you?
It's time for a commercial break.
Okay.
If somebody's into our stream at 3 hours and 10 minutes, I'm going to send you 3 handmade tactical soap, pheromone infused soap. So I want a great comment in the comment section at 3 hours, 10 minutes, 50 seconds. I will send you 3 tactical soaps. So go to tacticalsoap.com, use my coupon code KING. You get 10% off. These are also pheromone infused cologne sticks right here.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Here's my comment. Ready?
Yeah.
Maverick makes the black girls wet.
Oh.
What?
Well, here we go. Here we got the original scents also. Yeah, I've got them all.
I didn't know that.
So
I
I've
didn't
got
even
them
know
all
that.
right here. These are the cologne sticks. And then
I put the science to the test tonight.
It works. Hey, you know, these are the originals. Bond, Maverick, and Durden. Tactical
Maverick.
soap. Use my coupon code KING. You get 10% off. These are the original pheromone infused soap for men. Natural, handmade, high fat and lye soap. Great stuff. Scott is a sponsor of this channel. Great friend of mine. This is the sequel. Same exact thing. We got Maverick. We've got Bond and Durden. Okay. The only difference is the pheromones in Bond, Maverick, and Durden are the same. The only difference is that these are different scents. These are the sequel. They also have a pheromone infused beard oil for guys who have beards. It doesn't matter if you're married, have a girl. Man, I just sent you some soap. What do you think?
I like them a lot. They nice. I wash my beard with it real good, the Durden. And even my girl, she likes the Bond. So
okay.
Yeah.
What did she say? Like when you started using this stuff, did she notice a difference?
Yeah. She liked the way my beard smelled for once. I think it kind of overpowered the natural tobacco, rooted smell in my beard. So
the pheromones in each of these soaps. Okay, we're going to start with Bond. Bond. If you think of James Bond, you can use these for different social settings. Okay, so think of Bond, James Bond. What was James Bond? A gentleman, suave, smooth. Okay, that is the specific pheromones that are in this soap. Okay, we're going to go to Maverick. Maverick is from the movie Top Gun. Okay, so Maverick, he was the loving, kind of carefree dude. These are the pheromones that are in Maverick soap. We're going to go to Durden, which is Fight Club. Okay, Tyler Durden was the anti-hero. He was the bad boy. This is the soap that will actually offend other males. They'll actually come up to you because you're wearing a pheromone that is offensive to other males. Yeah. So that is a simple science of pheromones. And
I'd like to ask a question. How, so based off of the science, right? How far does the pheromones project? Do you know?
Up your ass. All the way up your ass.
I can get it from you right here through the internet, dude. I'm picking it up.
No, it's a serious question. How far?
I'm going to answer the question.
It's a serious question.
Was that wrong?
100 miles.
Sorry. My apologies.
I'm going to answer the question. It's 100 miles. You have a 100-mile radius.
All the girls come flocking to you.
It makes sense on what happened during my day today. I gotta say.
The funny part is it does work, and people say it doesn't, but I think the science is speaks for itself. I did a video. It's probably 5-10 videos back at least, but it's with Scott Carr. It's called The Science of Pheromones. And Scott Carr, this is a business that was built by a man for men. He has the cologne sticks. Again, these new ones just came out this week. This is the sequel. The sequel. There it is, right there. It's great because it's the reason it's so small is because you can put it in your pocket. It's like a little
so small
because you can put it in your pocket.
Okay.
And let's say you need that. We'll call it that alpha pheromone boost. I use it as a beard balm. Just rub it on my beard.
Mm-hmm.
Nice, and it's not smelly cologne. It's really nice.
God forbid.
Yeah. So you need a little pheromone boost. Let me tell you the issue with pheromones. When I talk to Scott, pheromones is used. Pheromones are in the animal world. That's what attracts the mate to the male. And so nowadays we shower every day. Most everybody showers every day. And so you wash off those great pheromones that you've put on your body. I'm just getting a major storm right now. But so you wash off those pheromones. So when you use the pheromone infused soap, you add those pheromones to your body now that you washed off. Why does a woman love to wear like a man's t-shirt? Why does she love the smell of it? And that's because
of whore.
Yeah. Anthony, could you repeat that?
Say it loud for people in the back.
I'm sorry.
No, Anthony, what did you say? I got to hear that again.
Because she's a very sexy woman.
I don't think that's what you said, Anthony.
She's a whore.
What do you do? What do you do if your problem is that you're already like have too many pheromones and you like don't want anymore?
You're gay.
You do like I do.
It's not.
You do like I do is go on live stream.
If you don't want no more pheromones, you're gay.
Yeah.
You just give up.
I'm gonna have to shoot the rest of this whiskey, this peanut butter whiskey right now, just because this is too much fun. Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers. Cheers, guys. Everybody.
I'm with you.
Cheers.
Whoever has a beer, whichever you have. Amen.
But Michael Bunker, go ahead and send me your address on Instagram, and I'm gonna send you some good soap.
Oh man, I would love it. I would love it. I was joking about the having too many pheromones thing.
Oh no. I'll send you some.
The thing is, when you live off grid, you don't get showers, and so I actually have about 3 stand-up industrial, what you guys consider a shower a year. And so for most of the time it's pouring a pitcher of water over your head and washing down with a sponge. And so I'm with you. Yeah, definitely send me that.
Yeah.
The thing I was interested in that you had though, there was something before that. It was the pipe.
Oh, God, yeah.
Oh, my little
That's a corn pop pipe.
My mini.
Right. So I smoke a cigar, but I smoke pipes. I love pipes. I got a lot of pipes, but that's an awesome pipe. I don't know how you qualify for that deal, but that's the deal you need to send me.
This is a tiny little pipe. I've got a lot of
Michael Bunker. God bless him.
This is actually
That's awesome.
In fact, there's an interview coming up with Chris Morgan. This kind of a
I have a Morgan pipe.
Yeah, this is a Morgan diamond shank. Again, Tony is. I'm going to say if there's a pipe expert, it's going to be Tony 513.
Oh,
right
yeah.
I'm still learning.
I want to
too.
talk to that guy because I love pipes, and and I have one Morgan pipe, but I love this one.
This is my favorite.
Nice,
my brother gave this to me about probably 2 years ago. It used to be a lot lighter. It's just changed color because of my hands. I'll show you a pipe that my brother made and sent me. This is a little poker.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, it's got I think that's a 38 or a 380. I'm not sure. Shell casing. But my brother made this and sent it to me. It's a little cob pipe. Yeah, and then he, where is it? I think I showed you guys last time. He made this is a Tony 513. What do you call this again?
Church warden?
No, this little scooper.
Tamper?
Oh, okay.
It's not a tamper.
It's like a tamper on the end.
Yeah, I think it's to like scoop out your old crap in the pipe.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
But my brother made
out.
so, and you can see there's a shell casing at the end.
Yep.
So this is
Pretty cool
homemade by George Bruno. So,
Nice.
and then
Gentlemen,
I've got
I have an early workout tomorrow morning, so I'm going to say goodnight.
Oh, all right.
See you, man.
I'm gonna get some sleep and then go lifting in the morning. So I hope
Good
you
to
guys
meet
have
you,
a good night.
Logan. I'm going to be back in the gym after I get over the COVID that's made up. But
Right
after
on.
that, I'm going to be back in the gym, man. I look forward to seeing you in the future.
Yeah, man.
Logan, thank you.
Dude,
Thank you.
I'm glad you
Yeah.
dropped, bro. You know that, man, and keep in touch.
Dude. I'm
Logan.
happy to get these notifications and join in when I got the chance, man.
You always have great input, man. Very solid advice.
Good.
I
glad.
I put
I really,
Logan's
really-
contact in the bottom, right?
yeah, I appreciate you, man. So,
You too, dude.
yeah,
Me too. Thank
Have a
you,
good
Logan.
night.
you
See you,
too.
man.
Take care, bro.
Take care, buddy.
Cheers.
Yeah. So
I wanted to show this real quick.
yeah, you know what? You showed me that earlier. I was trying to see what that was.
Have you tried this Tony 513?
I've not had that one yet. Royal Yacht. I've heard of
Let's
it. I've
say,
never tried that one yet, though.
Okay. Yeah,
Oh,
I
that-
recommend it.
Okay. Yeah.
Peterson Royal Yacht.
Yeah, I've got some Peterson here my brother gave me. In fact, we shaved it off. I think I showed you guys this last time, the Peterson 3Ps.
3-piece.
Yeah.
I heard that was good, too, yeah. I've been
I-
smoking a lot of this one tonight. The
I-
Cornell and Deal.
What is it called?
Cornell and Deal. This is the Star of the East. I put it in a bigger container, though, like this, because I buy it in bulk. And then it's pretty much like a Carter Hall container originally. And then I just take it, though, when I buy in bulk, though, I put it inside a container like that.
What's in
And
it?
then
Sounds
I
like,
put it in my
it's got a lot of Turkish tobacco in it, huh?
Yeah, you got Turkish, Latakia, and Stove Red Virginia in that one.
Okay, so a real spicy tobacco then.
More like real smoky flavor, kind of like at least like a campfire room note when you get done smoking it.
Ah, okay.
It's real nice.
Okay. Nice.
I was talking to my brother earlier, and I told him, I said, I found a bunch of old tobaccos that he had sent me. And I said, this one, I'm not sure what it, I guess I like, what would you would call as a pipe guy, aromatics. I like
yeah.
kind of, I've got, this is my absolute favorite right here.
Cold Blood Red Moon.
Yeah. And
That's
then
good,
this is my second favorite right here.
I can't remember what to say. Oh, Drew Estates.
Drew Estate makes great cigars.
Yeah. So I told my brother I found this little tobacco. I've got my mechanics box in the back, and I have a bunch of tobaccos. And he's like, "Oh, I love this. It's called," and Tony's probably gonna know this, English Estate English blend.
Who's that one made by there?
English Estate English blend.
English. I've not heard that one.
Yeah, see, it smells like tobacco to me.
Yeah.
where normally I like that. I like I don't know. I like the vanilla and butterscotch and caramel and you know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's like the sidewalk blends. Yeah.
This one is one he sent me. It says Wilshire chocolate, caramel, vanilla, hazelnut.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds real good. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
You gotta understand, having a pipe guy as a brother, you get all sorts of tobacco. You have no idea what it is. This, I have no clue what it is. It's just a big old bag. On it.
Is that something he blended on his own?
He does a lot of that. Yeah, that too. So
hey, everybody, what's a thing that is important to you that has nothing to do with all the bullshit that's going on in the world? I'll start.
We're talking about it right now.
I'll start for myself. Myself.
Go ahead.
I'm a semi football fan. I'm in Los Angeles, so I love my Rams. So I want my Rams to win, and I'm always looking forward to watching them on TV or wherever I see them. And so I'll just throw that out. I mean, I love the fucking LA Rams. I want them to win all the time. It's not important, but goddamn it, I want to see the Rams win all the time.
Well, they won in 2018 against my Saints off of a no call. I can tell you that.
Yeah, I know that. That's what I'm into. Yeah. Yes. Now you're focused.
I want to answer a question for Superknown 369 real quick. Where do pheromones come from? The pheromones, they are these are obviously not natural pheromones, so they're chemically, I'm not sure of the word. Gonzo, could you help me with this? Chemically produced or
chemically? Yeah, I guess so. That's the best way to put it.
Yeah, they're an exact match of
synthesized.
Synthesized of what are made. So that's
it's got essential oils in it, right?
Yeah.
They're not referring to the essential oils as the pheromones. The pheromones is something different, right?
Pheromones are something different. Like I said, when I described earlier, the pheromones.
Who the fuck is your fucking football team?
Me?
You motherfuckers. Who the fuck is your football team? And who do you root for on Sunday?
Actually,
the Americans.
They can all go fuck themselves right now, as far as I'm concerned. But if I was to root for a team, I've been a Dolphins fan forever. So,
well, goddamn it, the Dolphins are doing great.
We know they suck. You know, I mean,
Dolphins are fucking kicking ass, aren't they?
Yeah, well,
God damn it,
kind of.
Those Dolphins,
you know what?
Aren't they?
I don't give a fuck what anybody says. I love Tom Brady. I think he's a fucking beast. The guy's
a beast.
There's a natural talent. There's a guy who can throw a fucking football. Just
goddamn right.
And I'm kind of glad he's in Tampa Bay right now. I'm okay with that, just because it's great west of me. I can live with that, you know.
Yeah. Fuck yeah. Let's talk about it.
As far as football and all sports go, to be honest with you, I have a hard time watching fucking golf. Anybody that put a black square on their Instagram kind of fucking irritates me. So, and it has nothing to do with Black Lives Matter. It just has to do with you're a fucking sheep. That's all. So
yeah.
So
I'm just talking about football.
Goes, to be honest with you, I won't even click on the game for 2 seconds because I don't want the Nielsen ratings to show that I even watched them for 1 second. Okay.
Yeah, I got you. I get
at least At least the NBA made a stand and said, you know what? All this political shit next year is gone. And do you know why they did that? Because they're losing their ass right now. And good for them. You know?
Well,
Gonzo's got something to say. I can hear it. Just say it.
Oh, I'm not a sports guy. I know.
You know what? If the shit gets too deep, I agree, Tony. But you know what? I agree. But we are where we are right now, and Miami is a badass team. So is the Rams, and let's just play some goddamn football. And goddamn it, I'm rooting for goddamn football, and I'm a fucking man. I'm not watching fucking whatever. You know, God damn it! Why do we have to apologize for that shit, man?
You don't have to apologize for it. The only
Fuck
thing,
it. I mean, dude,
I'm going to say is that I'm a fucking American.
I'm not watching any bullshit, man. Fuck, dude. I mean, holy shit, dude. The whole fucking year. You know what? Fuck the whole fucking year, man. You know?
All right. Anthony, don't take this the wrong way, but I'm going to post a comment. Watch.
Okay, fuck it, dude.
I disagree.
Do you have anything to say to some stats?
I disagree. Anthony is the show.
Wait, we got one more, but it is also hilarious.
I agree with it. He is hilarious and he is the show.
Okay, there is no fucking censorship here, as you know, so you can speak your mind. Anthony, you got to just fucking let it rip, buddy. You know,
let it rip.
Yeah. You know,
you guys are lucky because you don't live here.
Let me tell you,
live here.
I am stoked.
You don't live here. You fucking you have people that are around you. They're like men. You know, I don't have that shit here. You know, you guys fucking have people that are regular people. I don't have regular people here. I have people that are fucking freaks.
You heard
guys
it
are fucking lucky.
in California. You heard it from the man himself. You couldn't pay me to move there.
No, fuck the man.
I'm talking about you.
Fuck. I know the man. Fuck the man. The man has his own rules, but he wants to fucking throw his own rules on us. Fuck the man. I never would. Dude, I don't wear the fucking mask wherever I don't have to wear the mask, I don't wear it. Fuck that. I'll never do that shit. Fuck that. You know what? I live in LA County. But goddamn, I wish I lived in Orange County. Because those fuckers don't play. They don't bow down to this bullshit. Oh, you laugh, but it's true. It's fucking sad. It's fucking sad.
Oh, we got a great comment here. Great comment.
Oh, it's fucking sad. It's fucking sad. Yeah, fuck. You know, fucked out. Hey, I'm telling you right now, this shit's not gonna stand. I don't give a shit what. Not for me. Not gonna stand.
Go Rams.
Fuck.
Hey,
go fucking Rams.
Go fucking Rams.
Go Rams. Go fucking Rams. Go fucking Rams.
Peanut butter whiskey, buddy.
These fucking Seattle's fucking pussies. Actually, most people are pussies, but fuck that, man. I'm not a pussy.
Go Rams.
Yes, you got it right, motherfucker. You got it right. Go Rams. Go fucking balls. Go fucking the way we used to be.
That's right. Preach
the
it.
way,
Just
the way,
because
the way Southern California.
Anthony
Hey, look,
V,
I got a beer too.
I poured
Tony.
another half. I drink
Tony,
one,
I got a beer too.
and I had to refresh my drink earlier, and I had to do a half a shot here of Rams Point peanut butter whiskey, $14.99 for a 1 point, or what is it? Not a 1.75. Yeah, so we got a 750 ml. Okay, so we got a 0.750. Cheers to you guys.
Cheers from some sparkling water.
Yeah.
I'm just taking a little sip. I don't shoot anything like that, but
Tony, you're lucky. You're lucky. You're in a good state. You have a good governor. You have good people. But we don't have that here. We don't have that. I don't have that here.
Yes.
I don't have that here. You know what? You laugh. You think it's a fucking funny thing. These fucking people that are they're brainwashed. It's like the fucking Matrix. I'm telling you, it's like the fucking Matrix. Yeah, it's funny.
I'm going to interject here, Gonzo. Before Anthony told you to go fuck yourself, what was your comment?
What? What was your question?
I truly
and I tell you that to your face too.
How do you feel going to fuck yourself?
How do I feel?
I tell you that to your face. I'm from LA. I don't give a fuck, dude. I'll pop you in the fucking nose. I don't give a shit.
Anthony, I have a question for you. So, let's just say like shit really hits the fan. Like hypothetically, shit just really hits the fan.
Good Lord.
And it's really like, I mean, it's bad enough, right? But let's just imagine.
Gonzo, I'm going to jump in here. Gonzo, I'm going to jump in here real quick. Gonzo, I was thinking about this earlier. Me and you are on the same page. We actually look forward to this. So go ahead with your question.
Okay, yeah. So I'm like, if shit really hits the fan, all right, I'm talking the grocery store is empty. I'm talking we got zombies walking around outside.
Everybody's going to be calling Michael Bunker if that happens.
Reality.
They're going to want every book Michael Bunker has written.
well, they're not going to get shit from me because they're going to get they're going to get their fucking head clocked.
That's what I was going to ask you. I was going to ask you, like what is your zombie protocol, Anthony?
My protocol is fucking hitting a motherfucker right where it hurts. I don't care if I kick him in the fucking balls or hit him in the fucking nose.
Would you guys like to see my zombie protocol? My zombie protocol is called Block 30.
I'm not the weak link. That's what if you're asking. I'm not the weak link.
Dude,
I'm gonna fucking kick that motherfucker's ass.
Do I think you're a weak link? Absolutely not. In fact,
not here, not in Florida, not in any fucking state in the fucking world. I don't give a fucking Russia. If Putin I would be Putin's buddy. You know, Putin would say that motherfucker's good to go. I don't give a fuck. I'm ex-army. I don't give a fuck, dude. I'm just saying. I just hate to see pussies around this world. The pussification. I hate to see the pussification of this world. That's what I hate.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, do we all not see this?
Yeah, we do.
Well, earlier we were talking about
anybody who's in the fucking I'm sorry, dude, guys. I mean,
Anthony, let Gonzo retort here.
I was gonna say because like earlier we were talking about Catcher in the Rye, and that's a character that I loathe so much. Just as a character, I mean he's a fictional guy, but whatever. But
Gonzo, go ahead. Go for somebody that doesn't know the Catcher in the Rye. Go ahead and
I guess I should explain, right? Yeah, Catcher in the Rye. So Catcher in the Rye, basically, it's a book. It's about a young man named Holden Caulfield, and it's written from his perspective. And he's kind of writing it as a diary or something like that. But he's telling the story of what happened to him. And the guy can't first of all, the guy can't tell a cohesive story to save his life. Like he just meanders and meanders and meanders, and he prattles on and on and on. And this guy's a real beta male. Like Holden Caulfield is a super beta male. He's like as beta as it gets. And he's like he ends up there's a part in the story where he ends up in a hotel room with a hooker by accident. And I think, and he's so afraid of doing what he wants to do with this hooker that he ends up just talking to her for a while, and then he gets kicked out by the dude who ordered the hooker, and then he ends up stealing money from his sister, and he goes through absolute hell. And the guy is just like, yeah, now this has been my whole life, and and he thinks that he is so superior to everybody else that's why it's called The Catcher in the Rye. He believes he is superior, and he is saving the little children, which is, the average person. He's saving them from walking off the cliff. He is the catcher in the rye. And he never changes. And so that's kind of part of why he's a kind of a bad character. He's a static character. He begins being terrible and closed off, and he doesn't change at all. And he's narcissistic, and he's sociopathic at worst. And but what I notice is that a lot of young people and teachers and in the education system aspire to this guy. I've seen people aspire to be this guy. And
Holden Caulfield became a hero for an entire generation of people. The entire 60 generation was enamored with Holden Caulfield, right? And the whole idea was that he was not phony, that he was like real, even though he was a beta male. He was a complete coward. He didn't have any substance whatsoever. And but an entire generation became enamored with him. And so you end up with your Alan Aldas and all that, were all people who were enamored with Holden Caulfield. They thought he was like the greatest character in history. And you move forward in time 20 years, and you have these people who have idolized this beta male who was a complete coward, who was a complete non-human, who he had no motivations of his own. His entire motivation was to not be what his parents were. That's all he had, right? That was all there ever was. He was not only a beta male, he was a complete. You would have to call him today. He would be the model pedophile.
Oh.
He was a stalker. Everything you would think bad about manhood is what he was. And then an entire generation saw him as a hero. And one of the reasons that book became so, if you ever watch things like Conspiracy Theory, right? They trained the mind of these assassins so that they would go buy that book, right? That they would go study and read this book, and they could track them through Barnes and Noble and everybody else's ordering system, because they would go order this book where they had a compulsion. So the guy who killed John Lennon, he had that book with him. He had just bought it. He couldn't stop buying that book, right? The guy who shot Reagan, he had that book with him, right? They actually programmed an entire generation of people to go out and buy this book, who were complete beta males. It's fascinating. It's one of the most fascinating psychological things in history, because those guys were not men.
Yeah. Hey fellas, I'm gonna tune into the show. I gotta cut out, but I'm gonna tune back into the show on my phone.
Okay. All right, I'm with you, buddy.
Thanks for being on the show, Michael. It's nice to have you.
I can't wait to be back
Anthony,
on. Man.
See you,
man. Thank you, man.
All right, Tony, number 3 as always, man, and Gonzo as always, and Tony, thank you, man. See y'all,
man. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Man.
So,
Michael, thank you.
Question, Michael Bunker. Do you consider a guy like that a cult leader?
Yeah, I think he's a cult idol, and he was made to be such, and he was designed to be such. If you actually read that book, he's one of the worst human beings that ever lived in the history of the world.
Are we talking J.D. Salinger?
No, Holden Caulfield, but J.D. Salinger was pretty bad too.
Yeah. Because I don't know what he intended with that character. I don't know what he intended with that book.
Well, you would hope that he intended him as an antihero, as kind of an evil idea, but he was pretty that way himself, and but in reality, when you boil it down, that character was like the anti-man. He became became man in the 60s and 70s and early 80s and moving forward was this idea that somebody who, just because they rejected society, they were actually rejecting Western civilization, and they were rejecting manhood in general. And the whole idea of the Catcher in the Rye was that somehow he was some kind of savior figure, but in reality, he was giving people who had no grounding, they had no philosophy, no life system, there was no manhood involved in their entire life. He was giving them an out, and so an entire generation of people grew up thinking that this was.
I think we lost him.
Where'd he go?
Yeah, I've heard what he said, and I think that's true.
Hang on, he's rebooting here.
So let me say something in the interlude. And take it for what it is. If you don't have time to do something right the first time, how will you have time to do it later?
Well, I mean, that's an interesting thing, because with that character, right, if you wanted to make The Catcher in the Rye a good story, if you wanted to make it a truly a great novel to a standard, then in my opinion, the way you would fix it is you would have Holden Caulfield overcome his anger, and he would overcome his misanthropy and his hatred. He would overcome all of that, because he would realize that those things are what is is keeping him in darkness, is keeping him evil. But of course, he never overcomes throughout the whole book, and that's why it's dreadfully disappointing, except to people who are deep in academia, and murderers as well. But so if you wanted to, the thing is that theoretically, if you have a person like that, somebody that could overcome, but just that story isn't an example at all. It's just a case of, here's this guy who is, and to be fair, I talked to somebody once who liked the book, and we got in a debate about it, and I said, I didn't like it because he doesn't change, and he's actually like, oh, I like it because he doesn't change, and that's it's like a cautionary tale. It's like a warning to be more self-aware or something like that. Like, that's what he said. I thought that was interesting, but I feel like, just again, from a narrative standpoint, I felt like it falls way too short of that.
It's kind of like, so what you're saying is it's kind of like evil wins.
Yeah. With Holden Caulfield, that's what it was. Actually, I kind of detested the whole thing so much, I wrote a satirical short story about it because have any of you heard the phrase where I don't know, you see somebody obnoxious and you're like, man, what if you put that guy in a room with himself, what do you think would happen? And so that was the short story. The idea is that Holden Caulfield ends up getting abducted by an alien spacecraft, and he ends up with clones of himself from all these different versions of his life that never happened in these alternate timelines, and he ends up having a conversation with himself, and kind of obviously doesn't end well for him, because no version of himself can save himself, because it's not in him. So it's a really dark idea in that sense.
Was it Michael Bunker who was saying that they found copies of this guy's book, and they were a murderer or serial killer?
Yeah, the guy who killed John Lennon, I believe, left the copy of the book at the scene.
What was his name?
Oh, I forget his name. I have no idea. I'd have
You're
to look it up.
check.
Yeah, let me say, guy who shot John Lennon. I know there was a movie made about him, and I forget that. I think it was Jared Leto who played him. Mark David Chapman. That's who shot him.
Yeah.
But Yeah, and I think Michael Bunker mentioned Reagan as well. The guy who shot Reagan.
So let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys think that, say there's a mass killer, a mass shooter, a serial killer, and they find the book that somebody has written, do you think that book will gain popularity?
Undoubtedly.
I think it will.
Undoubtedly. I think, yeah, if there's like a terrible event and it's inspired or associated with a book in some way, that book is definitely going to gain some kind of infamy, at least. People aren't going to pick it up.
The only reason I say that is because I know an author of a book who has mentioned that same thing, and I'm not going to say his name, but that if they find this book in a mass shooter or something like that, in other words, he made that reference.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think that he's looking for that popularity? That
looking
status?
For that infamy?
Yeah. That's perfect, infamy. Yeah.
Mm. I mean, when you think of like actual people who are serial killers and people who actually, I mean, that is their mentality most of the time, is that a lot of times they do it because they want to be on television for their 15 minutes or whatever, or write something with that intent. But
I'm not saying writing that with intent, but hoping for that's what the end result is.
Yeah, I don't
popularity.
Yeah, I mean, I could see it happening, but I don't think, I mean, that's personally not something I've ever wished for. Like, I don't know anybody who is sane that would want their book to be infamous because a shooter acted on it, you know.
But if it created book sales, would that?
If it created book sales, I mean, of course, everybody wants their book to sell, you know. If it just so happens that it happens because of something bad.
But this is where we get into now. It's not all the death and crap isn't personal until it affects you.
Well, I think a good example of this, right, is Stephen King wrote a book called Rage, and he took it out of print. And Rage is it's a novel about it's one of his early novels. It's about a kid who goes and he holds his classroom hostage and kills the teacher. And what Stephen King was afraid of was that the book was too much of an instruction manual for people who actually wanted to do that. And that's why he had it pulled out of print. Now, of course, you can still find the book. There's ways you can access it, and you can find used copies and things like that. But he felt responsible because there were shootings. There were people who did bad things, and they found the book in their possession. And so some people would say Stephen King was responsible for that. I don't think that's true. I think, you know, people make their own choices, and I don't think writers intentionally, most of the time, they don't intentionally write books to turn people into killers and that sort of thing. But I guess if you end up if you just so happen to make a bunch of sales on a book because something bad happened, then, I mean, what are you going to do? Because it's not like you intended for that to happen. If you intended for that to happen,
let me ask you a question. If you had mentioned that or said that exact words, what if, you know, let's say somebody finds a copy of so-and-so book and it's a mass shooter. Now the author says that, actually says that exact word, what I just said, that exact phrase.
Would they be responsible, or would they be?
Not would they be responsible, but are they that narcissistic, that hungry for popularity, that it doesn't matter how they get there?
I mean, I think it's kind of a dark place to be, to think of it that way, I guess. And like, you know, I mean, I don't really know, because I feel like it also depends on, you know, it's the context and everything. Like for me, for my writing, I've never, because right now I'm writing a book about, it's a novel about a man who does some very bad things, and his life goes to hell in a handbasket, and he ends up in a place he never thought he would end up, which is basically absolute hell, and on a bunch of drugs and the whole 9 yards. And I wrote it because of I had heard about these different shootings that had happened, and there was the Vegas shooting that happened while I was writing it, and then there was the thing that it instigated. It was like what was it? There was a guy who shot up his coworkers, and he had made a whole archive of videos leading up to that time. Where he was, yeah. And it's basically what happened. But yeah, he made an archive of videos that basically where he was talking about what he was going to do and how he was going to do it. And I thought, I want to write a book about this guy. And the reason why is because a lot of people on the news, you see, they ask these questions like, oh, how does somebody, like, why would somebody ever do something like that? And so that's why I wanted to write the book, was kind of an answer to that question. Why do people how do people get that far broken, and how do they fall apart? And
why do people want to kill?
Yeah, why would you? What brings you to the point where you're going to just get a gun and you're just going to kill a bunch of innocent random people? So to me, if somebody had read my book, I've never even thought of it that way. Yeah, like if somebody read my book, when it's done, if somebody reads it and they go and they do something terrible, I mean, it's not even something that I'd ever even really thought about in any extreme. It's not something I would want to happen. If it did happen, I mean, and that's the thing. It's like I wouldn't even mention it. I wouldn't even mention it because it's like because this character isn't an example. He's not an example. He's not. I don't even want to plant that idea. I don't even want to get close to that.
No. Sorry.
You know, being like, you know, this could even be an inspiration. And I mean, I guess it's a different sort of situation though, because in the end, my character, he doesn't stay that way forever. I guess
there's kind of evil person, Chris. Evil person.
You know, when I talk with Ivan, it's going to bring me back to when I had a conversation with Ivan Throne. Mm-hmm. One of the questions I asked him was, when is violence necessary? And he had a very simple response. And his response, Gonzo, if you remember, it was when you've had enough. So I don't think that applies to somebody who's like a psychopath. I think that applies to a person who is grounded, sticks on their values. To me, that's the difference between somebody who's actually mentally disturbed. You know, somebody who's going to be a mass shooter, walk into a school, walk into a church, and just start shooting the place up. You are insane.
Possessed.
Dive down. Yeah, possessed. That's a great word too. You know, you can dive down a rabbit hole, but I don't think you got to go far to find the answer.
That's right.
There's also a difference between somebody who's being pushed to the point to where you know the difference. How do I put this? You know the difference between good and evil. And it's time for good to stand up against evil.
Yes.
That's when you've had enough.
It's now. It's now. A lot of the bullshit that's going on right now is evil.
Ivan had said, what better time to be a man? If you want a challenge, If you want
Fuck
a challenge, now is your time.
Hell yeah.
Yep.
No.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah,
Not hell
exactly.
yeah. Fuck yeah. As
I mean, hard times
disrespectful
create
as
strong
that
men.
is,
Yeah.
absolutely. Fuck yeah.
Mhm.
Stand up.
So
Stand up, motherfucker.
you know, it
Or not.
it's just to the
Or
point
not.
there is when or if shit hits the fan,
Easy.
what are you going to do to protect yourself, protect your family? How
Easy.
far will you go?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Here.
How are you going to be able to flip that switch that says, I've had enough?
I've had enough. I've had
I
enough.
think
Who's had enough? Who's had enough?
I'm close, but I'm not there yet.
yeah.
I'm beyond fucking. I'm beyond enough. Fuck that. You know what? Fuck it. I'm fucking beyond. I'm fucking beyond. Fuck Gavin Newsom. Fuck California. fuck the government. Fuck them all. They can go fuck me. I do not.
Wait now, isn't
I
Gavin?
do not obey. I do not obey. I do
Isn't
not
the
obey.
wonderful governor having
Fuck 'em.
like what?
Nice
what's,
to be. It's
what's
nice to
the
be.
name of that restaurant, the French Laundry? What was the name of it?
Nice to be in fucking in Florida, wherever the fuck you are. But here, this is ground zero. This is ground zero. Okay?
Don't worry,
So
it's not
y'all.
that much better here, Anthony.
Yeah, fuck
Don't
y'all.
worry.
Fuck y'all. We got a fucking Nazi for our fucking. Everybody here is a Nazi.
Tony, where are you? Tony 513, where are you again?
Here in Ohio.
You're in Ohio.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not too bad then.
Yeah.
Pussyville. Pussyville. I say Pussyville. I've been fucking ground zero. The Nazis are here. The Nazis are where I live. And you know what? Fuck them all. Fuck them all. You know
You
what?
gotta move out of there, man. You gotta come out here.
For me. Come for me. Come for me. Come for me.
Man says
You know
all I
what?
see is Anthony's middle finger.
Fucking walk. You know what? You ever hear the Pantera song? Walk. Walk. Come for me, you motherfucker. Come for me. You fuck. Yeah.
Don't mess with Anthony.
No balls. No fucking balls. The people around here, they're fucking women. Are women gonna arrest me? Oh fuck. Good luck. Good fucking luck.
Got a great comment. I've got to show this comment, Anthony.
What? Yeah, fuck. No one's gonna arrest me. Fuck. There's cops that won't arrest me. Fuck. They don't even give a fuck. They don't arrest me. I'm not a bad guy.
Arrest you for what?
What's that?
Arrest you
Arrest me for what? Just being a fucking person. Not wearing a mask. I'm not sick. I'm not sick. I'm not sick. I'm not sick. I'm just a regular person, man. You know? These fuckers are just, I mean, the people around here, they're insane. You know, they're fucking insane. 100%.
I want to make a toast real quick. I want to make a toast to Anthony V. Tony 513, are you sipping on anything?
Oh, I got some tea over here.
Okay. Gonzo, bust out your snake juice.
Snake juice.
Okay. Anthony, what do you got?
I have 2 Hearts Ale.
Okay, 2 Hearts Ale.
Minnesota.
Cheers to Anthony and his commentary. Fuck them all.
Fuck them all. Motherfuckers. Fuck them.
That's my fucking opinion, man. Motherfuckers. I'm fucking ex-military. I'm fucking Army vet. Man, you know what? Fuck them all. Fuck them all.
I want to ask Tony 513.
Bullshit.
I just realized we got 3 Tonys in here. So Tony 513, any commentary on this? On the fuck them all?
No, again.
I mean, talk to me. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? That's one hat. Motherfucking hat. Fucking flag. What can I say? You know? No one's gonna tell me what to fucking do. No one's gonna tell me what to do.
Primal Man says,
"Fuck." We can't even have a legitimate firearms in this fucking country, in this state. In this state, maybe you guys can. We can't. We can't with shit.
Yeah.
I don't, because my wife's scared of firearms.
In this state, the state of Florida,
yeah,
I
you
can
guys
go
can.
to my gun shop tomorrow, buy any handgun that I want, and leave with it.
You guys can. You guys can.
Because I do have a concealed weapons permit. I don't need a 3-day cooling off period or 3-day waiting period. Even if you don't have a concealed weapons permit in the state of Florida, you have to wait 3 days. But because you do have a concealed weapons permit, you can purchase. They run the whole background check again on you, which I think is great. I think, everything should be according to the law, So it's not it's an easy thing to do. And I think all Americans should have that right.
Yes. Yeah.
And the right is not to harm anybody. The right is to protect yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If you try to break into my house, I'm gonna fucking kick your ass. You're gonna wish you just walked down the street. I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. No doubt about it. 100%. I don't give a fuck what state of California bullshit laws they try to pull on us. Bullshit.
What city are you in?
Bullshit.
What city are you in, Anthony?
What's that?
What area of California? What's your city?
I'm Pasadena, SoCal, LA County. Full of shit. Bullshit. Yeah.
I want to throw something at you guys.
Everybody who's looking at this, don't move here. If you want to.
Yeah, don't do it.
The weather's great. I mean, this should be paradise. But the people who run this place are full of shit. Although, I don't want to go away from here. I want to kick their ass. Right? Fuck
California.
You know what?
California knows how to party.
They know how to party, but they don't know how to fucking roll shit.
That's all they're good at.
Yeah, party is funny. They don't know how to roll shit. Although Orange County does. Orange County is okay. Orange County, they know. Yeah, Orange County knows how to do that shit. They're telling Governor Newsom to fuck himself. Just fucking shut it down. No one here. Fuck that. Look.
California.
Yeah, fuck that shit. Look, guys. Look.
In the city.
Just fucking shut up. I don't want to hear that shit. Fuck that.
I want to throw this at you guys because I want to see what you think. I just read this article today, and I thought this was really, really interesting. But this is from CNBC. Amazon sellers are now being fined for price gouging hand sanitizer amid the coronavirus pandemic. So people are getting fines now for this price gouging. And I'm not sure if this is, I guess this is countrywide. I don't know if this is a specific state.
I would call that supply and demand.
Yeah.
If you want to pay $10 for a 4-ounce bottle of hand sanitizer, and I mean, let's get real, who is Amazon to tell you what, they're worth what? I mean, I thought, what's his name? Who's the owner of Amazon?
Bezos.
Yeah, Bezos. I think he was going to buy, is it, what news? What news is for sale right now? Is it CNN or is it?
I don't know. ABC.
Fox is for sale because they're a piece of shit.
There's another news organization that's for sale right now.
Fox is a piece of shit. They might be for sale.
Yeah, I'm not sure who was.
I don't know if they're for sale, but they're a piece of shit.
Yeah, but they're saying.
Aren't they a piece of shit?
I think it's owned by AT&T right now.
No, what a piece of shit. What a fucking retards, man. What fucking retards are they? They're all going down. Fuck them. Yeah. You know what? Fuck those motherfuckers. Fuck Fox. Bunch of fucking pussies.
Yeah, Fox is dropped.
What a bunch of fucking pussies, man.
Like I said, I mean, I think
how would you be known as a fucking pussy?
I mean, the best thing about Fox, is Tucker Carlson, hands down.
Yeah, fuck him. You know what? Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, he kind of dropped the ball.
You know
oh, did he?
Thursday night. Yeah.
What happened?
Go fuck yourself, dude. Go fucking go live in some other country. Fuck.
What happened with Tucker Carlson? Where did he go wrong?
What happened with Tucker Carlson is he talked about what's her name? What's the one who's going to drop off? Who is it?
Is it Amy Coney Barrett?
No.
Okay.
Oh, the lady who's spouting off all the stuff now.
Kamala Harris?
No. Oh, damn.
I'm out of the loop with that. Wow.
Oh, jeez. Somebody in the chat's got to know. What's her name? Anyways, he disputed her. I'm going to bring Anthony back in. He's swearing like crazy. All right, you're back in, Anthony.
Sorry, I can't swear.
Yeah, what? No, you can swear. What's her name? The lady who's
fuck her.
No.
Laura Ingraham?
No.
Was it that woman who was like who was like, oh, we called it? Was it that one?
Yeah. What the hell's her name?
Yeah, she was like, oh, like they were doing the show and like it seemed like she wasn't on mic, and she didn't think she was on mic or something, and she was like,
no, that's not her either.
Oh, okay.
Look, the mainstream media, whatever the hell they're called, you can't listen to those fuckers. They're all fucking lying. It's not even worth listening to the fuckers. It's like push them aside. It's not worth it.
Tucker was on a roll, though. I will say he was on a roll.
Ah, fuck him. You know what? Fuck that motherfucker. Just fuck him. You know what? What do you want to do, man? Just fuck that motherfucker. Just fuck him. I don't give a fuck what he says. He can just go breathe into the wind. Fuck that fucker.
I mean,
fuck Tucker.
Mainstream news.
Tucker. Fuck Tucker. Don't even worry about what the fuck that motherfucker says. Just fucking regard that fuck. You know what I mean?
I like your passion, man.
Just push it up. Push it. All right. Regardless, let's get on. Let's get on with whatever Tucker said. It's retarded. Retarded. Good Lord. I mean, they fucked up. You know what? They bailed. They fucked up. You know what? Forget about what they say. It's a bunch of bullshit. They're just bullshit, man. Fuck that. Okay, now we need. I don't know where we find our news. Maybe here and maybe whatever, but just fuck all that bullshit. We don't even talk about that. Just bullshit. It's like talking about aliens. You know, forget about it, man. Dumb shit. It really is. I mean, come on, guys. Let's forget about that shit.
Yeah, I mean, I watch like I don't own a TV. I don't have a TV. But I do occasionally. I will occasionally just check out the Fox clips or whatever and just see what the hell they're saying here and there, just for morbid curiosity. Yeah, but I don't know. I'm not terribly consistent with it, so I have no idea what they've been talking about.
You're the better of it.
But yeah.
Yeah, it's Sidney Powell, like I said. You know who she is, right?
I have no idea.
Yeah, she's a lawyer.
Yeah, she's the lawyer that's finding out all the fraud information on Donald Trump and
you
know the whole thing. She was the one that was in the press conference with Rudy Giuliani.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's gonna take some time, you know, guys. It's gonna take some time, and the news is gonna give you a lot of bullshit. Whoever's picking up on that shit, it's gonna be a lot of bullshit. It's not true. Let me true.
Yeah.
It might not be false, but it might not be true. You won't know.
That's the thing. I mean, trust TV with a grain of salt. Like, it's the kind of thing where I'm
the best thing. Just fucking turn it off.
Anthony, you know what I have to say to that?
So.
California knows how to party.
And you know what? We're fucking everything up over here, man. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry because I would never do that. But we're a bunch of fucking pieces of shits over here.
Okay. So he abandoned the election.
You can't believe. As far as media is concerned, I don't even know why you guys fucking listen to that shit. Just fucking forget about it. Fucking forget about it. It's all bullshit. Don't even listen to the fucking any media. Just fucking wait.
I mean,
just fucking wait.
What do we?
You know what? Man. Just fucking turn that shit off for about a month, and in a month you'll figure out what the fuck's going on. But honestly,
like I said, news just sates my morbid curiosity as to what the hell people are talking about.
You know what? Don't it? Why would you even be curious? Because it's gonna.
Because I don't let it affect me.
It's gonna irritate you.
It's gonna irritate me though.
It's. Why don't you? You know what? I tell you what. Instead of doing that, just go watch the Disney Channel. Watch whatever the fuck you want. It's just bullshit, dude.
If the news really irritated
bullshit. Me, it's 100% bullshit. There's nothing there. There's nothing fucking there. If you could tell me there's something there, dude, there's nothing there. It's all bullshit.
Let me tell you the problem, okay, is that when you listen to the news, 98% of the people take that as that's what's the truth. And that's the issue right there. When I watch the news, I talk back to the news. I don't know about any of you guys, but I can speak back to my TV. A lot of it, you know, is going to be just like Anthony's talking right now. Just like, you know, what?
Nonsense, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's about having that
I mean, most of it's 180% of what, it's 180 degrees of what they say.
I agree.
But why would you even fucking watch it in the first place? If you're watching a lie, why would you watch a fucking lie?
Well, it's because it's
stupid. Why? I mean, unless it's entertainment, but it's just like, why would you even fucking watch that shit?
I mean,
why would you even bring it into your mind?
Gonzo, go ahead.
I read books by people. I mean, I read books written by people that I disagree with all the time. I mean, you know, think what you will of the guy, but I think it's a pretty solid rule. One of Jordan Peterson's things is, I think he's like, you know, act as if you can learn anything. It's as if your enemy knows something that you don't, right? Every person that you see as your enemy and they're wrong, you can learn something from them. And, you know, like a couple shows ago, we were talking about this book called The Sociopath Next Door. I didn't like the book. I thought it was pretty garbage. Her thesis was that America, capitalist Western ideas encourage sociopaths, and that's why people become sociopaths, is because America encourages that kind of mentality. And I'm like, no, that's kind of garbage. But it was interesting. And so when you see people talking like that, then you can understand why they believe what they believe. And that's more powerful, in my opinion, than just not listening at all or just listening to people that you agree with. So I'll watch the news from time to time. I'll watch Fox, I'll watch CNN, I watch everything here and there. And it doesn't get to me. I'm not bothered by it. It just intrigues me to see the different perspectives, and then I can kind of, you know, I can filter it. You know, filter the truth out of all the nonsense.
Basically, learn from everybody. Yeah, don't be afraid to learn from everybody. That is important. Learn from everybody and everything that they say, even if you don't agree with it. But learn. That is really important.
Yeah.
That is probably the next level of learning. Learn from
if you see other people,
everybody. It could be someone that's dumb, but they have something to say. You know, and you have to learn from that.
Yeah, you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Yeah. Absolutely. You know. It's like that. And it's like, you know, it's that little thing that they say. It's like, oh shit, you know, yeah, that's the real thing. Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Yeah,
you have to learn from everybody. You can't push anybody out from anything. You really have to learn from everybody.
Well, because then if you talk to somebody, right, like if you're having a conversation with somebody whose diet purely consists of the mainstream media, and they're getting all the same rhetoric from the same place, when you understand what they're getting, like if I didn't watch the news and didn't know what they were saying, I couldn't really have a conversation with those people because I don't even know what their argument is based on. It's just based on something I'm unfamiliar with. So if I know where they're coming from and if I know what the rhetoric is, then
okay, let's go way back. Let's go ahead back to, we had talked about like root words and words. Think of the word television. What does the word say? You're telling a vision. Okay. What is on your television?
Programming.
Not yet. Channels. What does that word mean? You're channeling people to, now what did Anthony say? What do you call, what is a television program? So you're programming. So we have television, tell a vision. We have channels, channeling you. What's the next? A program. So you're being programmed. These are things that are hiding in plain sight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's real.
Why would people call it a program?
It's real.
What is a program on a computer? Gonzo, what's a program on a computer?
Program is a bunch of, basically it's a list of steps. It's a list of steps for the computer. The computer understands what you've written and it does everything in the order that you specify. That's basically all it is.
It's a program for the people.
You tell the computer what to do. That's what a program is.
What's the people's, but for the people, what does it tell them? It tells them what to do. So it tells them what to do. They can think whatever they want to think. Obviously, they can think whatever they're not thinking about what's going on right now. They're doing. They're not thinking.
Have you ever heard anybody say, I have to watch my program?
Yes. I have to put on a mask.
I can't miss my program.
I have to put a mask on because, right? If I don't put a mask on, and the program says I'm going to die. If I don't put the program on, if I don't put my mask on, then I'm going to die.
And then you miss your program.
Because my program says that if I don't put my mask on, I will die. Isn't that what that program says? I'm sorry, I missed something?
Absolutely not.
If I don't put my mask on, then my program says I will die. Because I didn't put my mask on. Even though my mask may not prevent. But we don't need to think about that because
I gotta ask a question. How does a mask smell after you've worn it for a week? Because I know day, it's really not good.
Tony Bruno, you have validated the questions that cannot be asked. No, I'm sorry. You have to delete your.
To me, wearing a mask for a week straight is wearing your underwear for a week straight.
Sure. You cannot do
I
that.
recommend airing out your underwear.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to.
Now,
we're gonna have to.
hopefully when you put a mask,
we're gonna have to delete this podcast.
When you put a mask on for a week or so, they say you can put it in the sunlight and it'll kill the germs. Would you do that with your underwear?
Wait, hell no.
Hell no. No.
We'll bring Tony back in. I just muted him for a second.
Yeah, I'm muting myself. Sure. Thank you. Tony, I know you mean well, but you can't say that. Okay. Sure. I know you didn't mean that, and I appreciate what you said. But
messing with you, man, dude. I love you.
Let's go on. Let's go on,
bro. Listen, man. Listen.
The mask work. Okay. We have to. The one thing we can say is the mask work. Like
tonight on the stream, we had Anthony V. I'm not even going to say your last name anymore, but I'm just going to call you Anthony V. We had Anthony V with two excellent authors and two superstars with Jack Donovan and Michael Bunker.
I just fucking with you, man. I love it.
No, I'm just saying, I think that's awesome because Michael Bunker loves it, and it
shows the power, right?
Yeah, and his exact words were, "I can't wait to get back on this live stream." He said he had the best time he's had in a long time, and I'm going to tell you.
What's the word here?
I'm going to tell you.
Fuck the mask.
Is because
Tony Bruno's awesome.
Everybody here
is awesome.
Is their own personality. And
yes, they're awesome. I love them.
You know, there's really no filter. I really don't have a filter, even though I'm kind of a moderator here. It's my channel. Do. You know, Anthony, now you don't have a filter, and that's okay. And that's welcome here. That's welcome here. Tony 513, you don't say much, but I can tell you don't have a filter either. Your Tony 513 is very stoic. I'm looking forward to checking out his channel because man has told me to check it out, and my brother has told me like check out Tony's 513's channel. Great channel. So watching this, Tony 513, is that the name of your channel?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. No. So anybody here, go to Tony 513 on YouTube and check out.
I just make a channel called Stugats.
Stugats. Why not?
This whole fucking thing, this whole fucking bullshit that was going through, should be called Stugats. I should make a channel like that. Shouldn't I?
You know what? It would be great is next time you're in here, if your name doesn't say Anthony, it says Stugats. That would be just spectacular.
Yeah, because I'm pissed as fuck.
No,
I'm pissed. Yeah, I'm pissed. You fuckers, you motherfuckers, you're out in fucking Florida, wherever you fuckers are.
Hey,
I'm here.
I could be out. I could be out having a night on the town.
With bullshit.
I decided to spend my Saturday evening with you guys. Okay, so
I don't even know why. I don't know why you put up with me. Why do you put up with me?
Because
I don't even fucking know.
Because we love you here, man.
God, fuck.
And
I don't even know why you love me because
unlike
I'm a piece of shit.
Unlike most places,
I'm a piece of shit. I love you guys.
No, you're honestly, not. Your word is valuable here, and that's the bottom line.
Fuck, Tony. I mean, you know, I wish I was with you. I wish I was with you in Florida, but god damn it, you know, these motherfuckers out here, they're pieces of shit. They don't care about us. They really don't. I'm just being honest. What, you think I'm lying to you?
I don't think you're lying at all.
I'm not lying to you. I'm not lying to you. These fuckers don't give a fuck.
In fact, I'm going to go ahead and put out there and say that you've definitely had some truth serum tonight.
And all these fucks out here, all these fucking fugazis. Oh, fuck, dude. Oh, fuck. These are pieces of shit, man. These are fucking pieces of shit. I'm telling you, you don't want to be out. You don't want to be here. You don't want to be. California is beautiful, man. I'm gonna tell you something, y'all. You fucks. California's a beautiful fucking place. But with these fucks, fuck them. Fuck them. You know what?
Well,
you guys don't fucking understand. Dude, I'm fucking crying, dude. Fucking. God damn it.
Dude, California. Okay, California.
Okay. I'm fucking crying. You fuckers. You're lucky. You fucks are lucky. You fucks are lucky. You fucking lucky. Yeah. Yeah, fuck you.
Come on. Lucky. Have fun, brother. Florida.
Yeah. Fuck you. Yeah, fuck you, Florida. You guys are lucky. You guys are fucking lucky, man. Fuck, dude. I'm serious. You guys are fucking lucky, dude.
California is a beautiful woman.
Dude,
You go home with.
Let me tell you
Shut
something.
up, fuck. Don't give me some fuck philosophy bullshit.
No.
You know what? Move here, you fuck. Move here.
No. California is a beautiful woman, and after the first date, you realize she's a communist. That's California.
God damn, dude.
And she's into bondage.
Nah.
That's California.
Let me tell you something, Anthony. I'm glad that you're here, and I'm glad you're speaking your mind, and I am glad that you're passionate about what you're talking.
I'm fucking serious, man. I'm fucking serious.
To me, you know, to me, being masculine is expressing your feelings. When I say expressing your feelings, I'm not saying expressing your feelings in a feminine way in any fucking means at all. But I'm saying expressing your feelings, your love for your country, your love for your family, your love for your brothers, your love for your community. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that.
My love for me, I was born and raised here, man.
Yeah.
I'm born and raised here. Yeah. I'm born and raised here. Here. I'm not from somewhere else. I'm from fucking here. You know,
Anthony,
and I saw this bullshit going on right here. You know this bullshit. Fuck him. You know what? Fuck everything.
Because Anthony, I think you're in a good position.
I mean, no one's gonna arrest me. They do whatever the fuck I want.
Speak, buddy.
No one's gonna arrest me.
Gonzo's he's gonna say something. Go ahead.
I was gonna say because Anthony, I think you're in a good place right now because you know all of the, you know, because it is bad. You know, you got all the you know the batshit leftists moving into other states and trying to turn Texas blue and all this crap. But
you can go to Texas,
you're in a position.
They can send them all to fucking Texas, as far as I'm concerned. Send them fucking all there. Fuck Texas. Go send them all there. Send them all there.
I was gonna say because I think it's the job of a man to defend his fucking land. This is you are in the zone, dude. You can do it. You can make a difference. Huh?
If you're gonna come in my apartment, I'm gonna kick your fucking ass, dude.
Oh, no,
give a fuck who you are.
No, I mean you can make a difference in your community and you know, yeah, you know,
that's kind of what I'm considering. Like, why should I leave my homeland to
don't just run away from it?
Give up these fucking pussies. Why the fuck would I do that? Why the fuck would I do that, man?
I'm gonna ask you a question. What difference can you make in your community right now?
I can influence people.
How can you
influence people? I have people I'm among. I can influence people. Yeah, I can.
How can you take somebody and basically show
influenced people? I've already done
it. Take them to the matrix. How can you show somebody what
I've already done it?
What I'm seeing right now,
guys, I can do it. I can do that shit on my own. Maybe I can do it in a bigger way. You know, maybe I can do it in a bigger way. You know, maybe I can. Maybe I could do some kind of thing like this. Maybe I can do it. You know, maybe I can do it. I could do it. You know, just a matter of if I want to do it. Maybe I can do it. Maybe I can make my community better or even more. I don't even know. Like, maybe I can do it. Yeah, maybe I can. I'm fucking man, dude. You know? But that's what I would be doing. I wouldn't be saying like, oh, we can be more sensitive. Fuck fucking sensitive. Just be a fucking man, dude. Yeah, that's kind of how I am. I'm not gonna make you a sensitive guy. I'm not gonna make you
Anthony, I want you to give about a few seconds to think about this. I'm going to put you on the big screen, and I want you to give a message to all men right now who are kind of fighting that inner demon right now with what's going on in their lives and what's going on in the U.S. and around the world. But I want you to give them a quick 30-second what's the word I'm looking for, Gonzo?
A speech, presentation.
Yeah, not a speech, but give me a 30-second positive, just a positive comment on what a man can do to be strong right now. And I'm going to put it all on you right now. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, guys, we're here in a difficult time. You got to be a man. Can't be a pussy. You really can't. Just stand up for shit. And there's a lot of bullshit that's going on. But you gotta ignore the bullshit. And you gotta be a man, my friend. Be strong. Everybody's dependent on you. Even you, individually. Stand up, my friend. I'm with you.
I love it, man. That was great, bro. That was Anthony, to be 100% honest with you, that was powerful. That was there's going to be somebody that actually needed to hear that simple statement.
Yeah.
And I do appreciate you saying that. And I'm going to go with Gonzo. I'm going to go with Gonzo next. Gonzo, I want you to go ahead and I'm going to throw you on a solo layout here. And just talk to the man or woman out there right now who's going through some tough times, some shit, don't know what's up, what's down, what's left, what's right, what's wrong. So give me a quick 30-second, 60-second commentary. I'm going to give you 60 because you always have a lot to say and it's appreciated.
Well, I'll do my best here. I think the most important thing you can do right now is to ignore your thoughts, because it's true that every thought is a setup. Every thought's a scam. You're set up to fail. And I've been in this situation many times where you have doubt and you worry and you question yourself and you're not sure what you're doing or where you're headed. And the truth is that you probably will never know exactly what's ahead. You're always going to be in this situation where you don't know exactly what's going to happen, but you become comfortable in it. And that's the goal, is for you to become comfortable in all of the chaos that is happening right now. And so your whole life, if you're a man, probably, if you're like me, you've been told to conceal your balls, keep them in a jar, and just keep it off to the side because that's what the world wants. And you've been lied to about that for your whole life. Now is the time to pull your balls out of the jar and use them for once. And it's a great thing. It is like the most empowering thing to pull your balls out and to say no and to tell people no. And to work until your bank account looks like a phone number. And, work your ass off. We were talking earlier about working your ass off. Work your fucking ass off. And you just, don't look to the left, don't look to the right, don't look at what other people are doing. You move straight ahead. All right? Because when you look at those things, you start to veer into your thoughts. You start to think about, all the competition, what am I going to do? And then you try to get advice from people, and they give you their fears, and they tell you they tell you how everything could go wrong, and you just need to ignore all of that. Stop listening to the noise. In fact, kick all those people out of your life. I encourage you right now. Cut all of those people out of your life. It is the single best thing you can do. And just ignore your thoughts. Ignore the people that are planting those thoughts in your head. And as soon as you can overcome that, I think you can reclaim your balls, and you stop fearing judgment of other people, and you can have no filter, and live a peaceful life. So I think that's it. You can do it.
I love it. Tony, 513. We're gonna go right to you, buddy. You're next.
All right, man. That's kind of going to go like timing with what everybody else has been saying. Really, I feel the same way. It's like, you got to keep your chin up. You got to be strong. Don't let one side pull you the one way when you feel like maybe the total opposite of what those other sides are feeling. Don't be ashamed or embarrassed to be different. Dare to be different. I'll say, stand up for what you believe in. Be it your own, your logic, your own values. I mean, that's something you don't hear about too much anymore. Really, it's like, what do you value? Stand up for what you value, and don't worry what others may think in the long run. And when you find yourself to be unsure, that's when I'll say, go to God as well for your answers. I mean, that's one thing I can't leave out. I'll say for me, it's been like my go-to is when in doubt, when you have like no answer to whatever problem you're facing, get back to having some faith, put that trust in God and not in man, whether it be, president or a mayor, anybody for that matter, get back into putting the faith in God to like lead you and point you in the right direction of where he thinks and you should be and where you should go. I know it's a lot of times like the unpopular decision, but it's something that you can't go wrong with if you're going with God. Really can't.
I love it, man. Those are three great, I'm not going to call them opinions, but I'm going to call them three facts. So,
Tony, are you going to give a pitch or a, what are we going to call it?
Well, my commentary is, and I'm going to leave myself with everybody, is that everybody knows inside them, what's right, what's wrong. You know what's good, what's evil. Period. Mm-hmm. A lot of people do things even against their inner will, we'll call it. Whether you're stealing from somebody, whether you're treating somebody badly, in your heart what's right or wrong. And what's important is that you decide for yourself that you're going to actually be that person who is going to make that a reality. When somebody says to you, that's not right, you're a racist, you're a bigot, and in your heart that nothing that person had said is actually in your heart, in your mind, it's not always the way you react to them, but it's more of the way that you respond to them. I think a reaction is different than a response. A reaction will be, I think a reaction is, in fact, I know my brother said, one of the things he said is plan your response. Reaction is reactionary. You react to somebody that has treated you badly or said something bad to you. A response is how you actually interact with that person. So your reaction is different than your response to somebody. Your response will probably get a better reaction from them versus reaction to reaction, which usually escalates. And escalation, especially now in the world we're living in is probably not a good thing. Escalation is 9 out of 10 times gonna end up in violence or some sort of, we'll call it a reactionary response. So don't react, respond, and plan your response. That's what I can say. So. Does that make any sense to anybody?
Oh,
Makes
yeah.
perfect sense.
Like, yeah, think before you act.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember
Oh, wait,
when
I got him muted here. Hang on.
Oh shit. Mute. Look, guys, you can't be weak.
Exactly.
Can't be weak. Can't be a piece of shit.
You don't. You never
You
show.
gotta be loyal.
Never
You
show.
gotta be loyal.
Doesn't matter if it's to a man, to a woman.
But you gotta be firm. But remember, you know when you're a piece of shit. Don't be a piece of shit. March on. You know, I'm out. Look, guys, I know. We all want to be sensitive. We all want to be gentlemen.
There's no sensitive guys here,
100%.
man. Nobody wants to be sensitive.
No.
I am
No,
not.
I've never wanted to be sensitive. That's a desire I've never had. But some people may want to be sensitive. But you know, I know, like guys, just be a fucking man. Push forward. You know, this is common sense bullshit. You know, but we have to be strong. Strong. We have to be strong. I mean, there's a lot of bullshit around. You know, you just got to be strong and just fucking ignore that shit, dude. Fuck it. You know what? Fuck it. What are they gonna do to you? You know, I sometimes I do some shit that I don't wear a mask. Sometimes, if I'm not going in the fucking store to buy some food, I don't wear a fucking mask. What the fuck are you gonna do to me? You gonna call the cops? Who you fucking disrespected? No, the cops don't give a fuck. The cops they're not worried about that shit. I can guarantee fucking to you. And I'm in California. They don't give a fuck. I respect the cops. They don't give a fuck about that shit. I mean, they got better shit to worry about. It's a bunch of bullshit, man. It's all a bunch of bullshit. 100%. 100% bullshit. If you guys know that, it's a fucking 100% bullshit. I can guarantee it. I can fucking guarantee it. And when all this shit goes, dude, and people are gonna say, "Oh, you were right, Tony. You were right.
We gotta bring somebody in. Hang on.
Go ahead. Bring whoever the fuck you want in.
Parkland.
Oh, you know what? Finish it.
Bring whoever the fuck you want in here.
They're
not gonna fucking.
You know what? We believe it. We believe in whatever you're saying there, brother.
Can I just say something real quick? I'm gonna intervene here. Anthony, where are you from? Anthony?
Apparently it's from Ojibwe Park. Because it looks like where he's fucking at.
Where is he at? Anthony, where are you at again?
Ojibwe Park.
No, you're not Anthony.
Pasadena. You said Pasadena, right?
Pasadena.
That's my shit right there.
Yeah, whatever. You know what? That's
Yeah.
Oh shit! Now we getting down, Playboy.
Oh yeah, you know what?
Knows how to party.
Yeah. City where Anthony talks shit.
Woo! Yeah, Anthony, you know what? You've been griping about some shit. I just want to hear all about that.
Anthony, let him have it.
Yep, go off, brother.
Great.
Tell my brother to fuck right off. Go.
Right.
Okay, what you want? What's your issue, man? What's your issue?
I can't even hear you.
Trauma Pro Wrestling. I'm trying to open up like a rival to Walmart. We're calling it Trauma Pro Wrestling.
Nice. Where you guys at, man?
We'll sell a bunch of stuff. You know what? We're fucking a little bit across the bridge from Detroit, Michigan. We're Canadian.
So far from me.
Oh, Kennedy. David Backlund in this bitch. We fucking rolling. We see him hating. Trauma Pro Wrestling throwing it down.
All right. Now, Anthony, tell him off about all that.
I don't even know what to say about that shit, dude. I don't even know what the fuck you are.
Yeah, for sure.
Well,
I literally no idea.
You
where
guys
you're
are
from.
too high.
Anthony!
It sounds like you're from Detroit and you're high, but okay.
I'm on crack. Right?
High on all of it, Anthony.
Let me ask you a question, man. We got Cal and Cal Barkland. You guys got, what is that trauma behind you? Is that what it says?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's my shit right there. Trauma Pro Wrestling just dropped 2 fucking new episodes. Fucking check them out.
Oh, no, we'll be checking it out for sure, dude. This is what it's about. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
This is
that's my own personal
This is letting everybody in on the live stream. You got something to say, man? You just say it. And you can say
shit. You know what? Tony Bruno, that guy seems like the real shit.
Oh, I'm the real shit. Yeah, it's all right.
Hell yeah.
Like it.
Yeah. This is, you know what? This is what it's about. I let anybody on. I don't give a shit. You say your piece, and that's what it's about.
Yeah, because it's like something about how when Tony Bruno talks, it's cool, but when Anthony talks, I don't fucking like it.
Yeah, I don't like it either, man.
Not feeling it, Anthony.
That Anthony's a dumbass, huh? That Anthony, I don't trust him. Anthony's a crazy motherfucker.
I can't even understand anything he's fucking saying.
I know. He's speaking some like Vietnamese shit.
Yeah, I'm from Vietnam. I've been from Vietnam.
Look, Anthony's in the jungles right
my
now.
whole life.
Yeah.
Look at behind him. Shit's going down.
Yeah, he's like
in California.
Yeah,
I didn't trust
California. Everybody's running away. Anthony's moving right in.
You better be smoking weed, at least.
Oh, of course. We have to.
Go get weed.
You know, it's crazy. Gotta smoke that shit. Right? Where you guys from?
Well,
Windsor, Ontario.
Oh,
okay,
shit.
nice,
That's the place.
Nice. I'm glad you guys jumped on, man. That was good.
Yeah.
We had,
Toledo. I'm going to Toledo.
Nice.
I'm gonna take all my Vietnamese friends to Toledo.
Are you Kel or Del? Oh, sorry.
I'm Kel.
Kel, earlier we had Michael Bunker on. I'm not sure if you're familiar with him. He's a survivalist. He's an off the grid guy. We had Jack Donovan on. I'm not sure if you're familiar with him.
I don't give a fuck about either of those guys.
Yeah, but they're good guys, so it's awesome.
Okay.
They're both authors. They're both authors and wrote some great books.
Oh, cool.
Michael Bunker has a movie that's being produced in Hollywood right now. It's going to be a blockbuster, so that's awesome to have him on.
Nice.
And,
that's cool. I never read a book in my entire life.
Really?
Yeah, straight up.
Well, you gotta start with.
I've read parts of like a lot of books, but I never actually fucking read one book in my entire life.
Hey, well, I recommend start simple.
What would be your favorite book you never read?
Start with Fight Club, and then work your way up.
Yeah.
First rule about Fight Club.
Don't talk about the club.
Quit grabbing at my dick.
No, Boney. Don't talk about Fight Club, my friend.
Captain's commands.
You're wasting your time,
Are
my
you
friend.
Del or you Kel? You're Kel?
I'm Del.
You're Del? All right.
Kel. Del.
Right.
Trauma Pro Wrestling.
Tell
us about Trauma Pro Wrestling.
Trauma Pro Wrestling is an amazing show that everybody can relate to.
Not me.
Anthony, I'm telling you, dude, you just gotta fucking search it. Type this in. Trauma Pro Wrestling.
I thought you couldn't hear me.
Anthony. My dad's back. See what you did?
Oh, darn it. I got you guys back in the
Anthony, I don't want to do this with you anymore.
I don't want to do this with you anymore, my friend.
Okay, no, that'd
sorry.
probably be best.
Tony!
I like the guy on the left, the top left, and the guy in the middle, but the guy on the right I don't trust as much.
Antonio!
I don't trust
Who's
you
this
guys.
guy? What happened?
Oh, shit, there's a new Tony.
This is Tony 513, man.
Yeah, he's probably cooler than Anthony.
Yeah, hey, can we replace the old Tony with the new Tony?
Yeah, I like the new Tony and not the Anthony.
How does streaming work?
I like Tony but not Anthony. That's about what's up.
Is it touchscreen? Can I just touch him in the face and replace him with his face?
Yes, you can. Go ahead.
If you guys make pizza or something
Goodbye,
like that, it would
Anthony.
be cool, but
Goodbye,
you guys
Anthony.
are fucking boring, dude.
It doesn't work.
I know.
Anthony,
you're out of here.
I know.
You live in the jungle.
Wish I did.
That's where we
Wish I
want you
did
to
live in
stay,
the jungle.
Tony. Not new Tony, old Tony.
Yeah.
I live in a dumb place, but
Tony
you're not here, so I
513's
guess it's
cool.
better.
Okay, no, you know what, Anthony?
That's
You
it.
live in the dumb place. What does that mean? What does that entail?
He's smoking weed too, so he's cool.
Yeah.
That's what's up. No, I don't like that. I don't like that hat.
Make women great again.
the best
Women
hat.
have been great forever.
Yeah, I don't trust that hat.
Not the stuff they fucking tweet about, but the things that they, you know.
You guys should like go after women.
Yeah, me and Anthony don't like that hat.
You don't like women?
No.
That's okay. You
I
guys-
like women, they're hot, but I don't like the things they have to say all the time.
Yeah, I
And,
don't like
their
what they're
views and
saying
shit.
on Facebook and shit.
I like them, but I don't want to hear them
That's
talk. That's pretty much
exactly
what it
why you have to make women great again.
is. Okay.
Okay.
That's
You
the
mean
fact.
like big ass, fake ass tits?
If Tony says it, I'll trust it.
want
That's
that.
about it.
We want real
Yeah.
women.
We will make America great again.
All right.
Silicone
You guys
titties
know-
for everybody.
As long as
You
Tony
guys
Bruno
remember
says it,
that
I believe it.
my friend. You guys should
Tony
never
Bruno
make
says it, I believe it. The rest of you guys, I don't believe
You
it.
get a sweet ass pair of titties. You get a sweet ass pair of titties. You get a sweet ass pair of titties. Hey, does your grandma struggle with fucking emotional issues while she's getting a fat ass pair of titties now?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Oh
Tony,
shit,
you guys-
he's drinking.
you guys-
Where's all the
guys-
liquor, bro?
they're
Why
boring.
is this guy not saying anything? Say something.
New Tony, you're my
Tony.
new vice president. What do you have to say?
Say something in here. Jump in, bro. Whoa.
Tony, get rid of him.
Why is everybody drinking something but us? I don't get it.
He's muted.
I have
New
no-
Tony.
Yeah, Tony 513, you got yourself muted, bro. Oh wait, there you go. There you go. Wait. Okay. You're
Anthony's been pretty quiet lately. I don't get why.
That's all right. I'm just excited to have Kel and Del Barkland on here tonight, man. This is a big deal. This is
We
huge.
are a big deal. You know what? Down home in buttfuck Canada, we're a
Yeah.
big deal.
Yeah. I like that, man. Let me ask you guys a question. How can people find you, whether it be a website or your YouTube? Just go ahead and shoot it out.
Whatever you want. Say it. Why?
Right there.
Say it.
Trauma Pro Wrestling, Trauma Pro Wrestling, Trauma Pro Wrestling.
Nice.
Retards.
What? Hey, Anthony, how fucking dare you?
That's what you'd say if you lived in a fucking forest your whole life getting butt fucked by coyotes.
It's like I always said, you never fucking trust a man named Anthony in your entire fucking
Right?
life.
If you're a real man, you'd say Tony.
That's right. Just like this motherfucker in the bottom corner
Right.
said and shit.
This guy didn't show up with Anthony bullshit living in the forest getting butt fucked by foxes.
Yeah, you're just sitting there smoking opium at fucking Ojibwe Park.
Yeah, what are you drinking, Labatt Blue, pussy boy? Ain't nobody drinking that bullshit.
Fucking say something, Anthony. What are you just gonna
Come on, what are you gonna just have a collared t-shirt and not say shit about it?
Yeah.
Oh, look at that celebration.
Forest,
Oh, what the fuck? That's soy sauce, you pussy.
You guys are goofy, man.
Soy
This is
sauce.
goofy bros.
Where the fuck Tony go?
Right?
Where the fuck did Tony go?
Oh, the real Tony dropped off. You know what, Anthony? You've proven yourself. You've shown your might. You're the new Tony.
No, Tony Bruno's the only Tony.
Yeah.
Fuck that. Chris Gonzo Warren is the new Tony.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah.
Hey guys, what's the best part
about
about
beer.
Canada? What's the best part about it?
Fucking absolutely nothing.
It's a big pile of bullshit that you should stay away from.
So this
Their
is
president
one of them.
isn't fucked.
This is one.
Oh, she's drinking soy sauce again.
I don't trust that guy.
Okay.
I trust
I got
people named
others.
Tony, but not people named
What is
Anthony.
that?
I got
Rice
others.
wine
I got
vinegar?
others. Wait, hold on, guys. But you
Huh?
can talk about some other stuff. I'm gonna show some others.
Okay,
But
do
you
it
just
up. Whatever
talk
you're
about-
saying, do it.
Talk to Tony Bruno. I have other stuff too.
Tony Bruno is pretty fucking cool. That's
Tony
what
Bruno, man. That's
I
all
don't
we're
think he's
talking
good,
about.
He's just been smoking weed the whole
Oh, yeah,
time,
I
and that's
don't
what
think
makes
he's
him
good.
fucking cool. That's all there is
Yeah,
to it. If you just sit there and you shut up and you smoke weed all the time, you're fucking cool. And that's straight up all there fucking is to it.
No, you know what? Anthony, you're living in a fake forest.
Fuck it.
I see the ladder. Are you on some kind of fucking movie set?
Did you
These
just
two guys
say, "I see the
cool. That
ladder"?
guy not cool. End of the fucking day. He
I'm
ran.
annoyed.
He fucking ran. He doesn't
Dude.
smoke weed enough, so he ran.
Yeah, hell yeah.
No,
Chris
no.
Gonzo Warren is the new Anthony. Fucking Tony Bruno's hammering it
No, no.
down.
Callendale, the best line of the night is "I see the ladder." That's fucking good.
Yes.
That's true.
Right?
What the fuck is that
Where
ladder
are you
there
going?
for?
Where are you
What
trying?
the fuck?
Are
I don't
you?
trust this guy. He's doing a lot of shit.
Have you
back
been
there.
captured?
So that's the other one I might drink.
You say 10 words, I hear fucking one of them.
What is it? 10,
Little
2,
Bell's Too hard to ale.
2 Hearted Ale.
That's pretty cool, though.
All right.
That's pretty cool.
Chug
That's my
it.
next. That's
Chug
my,
it.
Show
I'm
your
not
worth,
gonna chug it.
Anthony.
Prove you're the
He's gonna
best
drink
Anthony
it.
in the world and just chug it.
Yeah, I say, you know what?
You know what? If you chug that, we will call you Tony.
We'll call
Yeah,
you Tony Bruno if you just chug it.
Yeah, I say you pound that fucking thing.
Yep.
No,
Pound.
Yeah.
I still have this
Fucking
one.
shit.
Pound.
We'll get some shit. We're going to
Hey,
chug
you
it.
fucks.
Get some stuff so we can chug it. It'd be tough, too.
I'm not in your
All
time.
right.
I'm not in your time, you little fuck.
All right. So I'm on to say, I got the sailor's hat on now. So, like,
Got
this is
one
it.
here. Hey, well, I don't even care.
I'll let you talk, Anthony. You just go. I'm going to let you talk. Go ahead.
Who's gonna talk?
You.
Me or
It's
you?
all about you, buddy. Go.
Oh, I'm drinking Celebration, Sierra Nevada.
What are you celebrating?
I guess nothing because we're all fucking shut down. So,
No,
but
it's
it's what is it? Saturday, I guess. And so I'm on a live stream with Tony and Bruno and you guys. And you guys seemed cool before you were dicks.
no, I'm not a dick. Come on, man. Come on.
You're probably not a dick.
No, I'm just trying to be cool. Whatever. I just think Tony Bruno is really cool, and that's about
Yeah.
it.
He is cool. I like your hat though.
He's a good guy. I just think if you smoke weed and that's it, and just don't say a fucking word, but just keep smoking weed, you're really fucking cool. That's all I think. And that's it. It's not that you guys aren't cool, but I think if you smoked more weed, you two, you'd probably be a lot cooler.
Where are you guys at? You're in Canada, right?
Yeah, Windsor, Ontario, Canada, across from Detroit.
Cool. Well, I like the hat.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. He made me wear it. He made me wear it when he left.
Yeah. So what's up?
Go ahead,
so what's
sorry.
up, guys? So what's up, guys? You guys ballsy?
What do you mean?
100%? I mean,
What do you
just
mean?
like, man.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Like, did I do crack tonight?
No, fuck you.
He said, "Are you guys ballsy?" I said, "What do you mean? Does it mean did I do crack tonight?"
Just being a man.
Because I didn't. I didn't. I didn't know what you meant. And that,
that's a great accomplishment. But you guys,
okay, yeah, we're gonna tag him in now.
We got Dell back in here.
You know what? As Kel's agent, he disregards anything he said about crack or smack or whack or pack or jack.
I snorted glue once.
No, Cal, get out of here, Cal. He's never done a drug in his life. He's a very well-trained Christian boy. He hasn't touched the sauce in years.
I'm a doctor, and it's healthy to do crack every 6 months.
Crack or smack?
Don't listen to Kel. He's just revved up on. He's got to go to sleep meds.
We do Tito. It's Tito's.
Tito Santana.
Tito Santana vodka.
Stuff.
Arriba.
So you guys are from Canada, right?
Canadien.
That tastes fucking horrible.
Wow.
Canada's horrible?
Why did Tony Bruno make me do that?
Wow.
Tito's.
So what's the
Why did Tony Bruno stop smoking weed for a minute? Ask him.
I don't know. Some water.
You know what? Anthony had a question. We're going to let him fucking get it in. Anthony?
Go ahead, Anthony.
What's the Canadian national anthem?
Do you want to sing it? No.
Would you like us to sing it? Or would you like me to play it? Here, let me play it on the flute for you. 1 sec.
Yeah, don't listen.
Don't play on the flute. Just fucking sing the goddamn thing.
He's God. I don't know what he's talking about. Because I
can sing the American national anthem.
He's gonna play the flute.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd like him to play the flute. Go ahead, man.
Oh, Canada, our president is not a fuckhead. Oh, Canada. Now the question is, what hole am I playing that with?
Yeah, that's the question.
Which hole am I playing the flute with? You'll never know, because you can't see. Oh, what? The other way.
Well, we know Canada's not a threat.
Oh, here we go. Dueling flute solos. Oh, shit. It's a fucking flute off. Yeah.
Come on.
I guess we know Canada.
Guys, sorry.
Hey, Tony Bruno.
I can play the harp.
You're safe.
Yeah, Tony Bruno's the shit.
Yep.
He's way better than my brother at stuff.
Yeah, Canada's definitely not a threat. They can't even, do their own fucking national anthem. Fuck.
Anthony, I will always be a threat to you, Playboy, because you know what? With biceps like these,
I can't see
I will
him.
always stomp a mud hole in Anthony.
That's right.
Yeah. Right,
Tony
guys.
Bruno fucking ramming out them solos on the harp.
Hey, I got a question. Anthony, can I ask you a question? What's it going to feel like to always be playing second and third fiddle to Tony Bruno and Chris Gonzo Warren? Oh, I'm getting fucking no comment.
No, I like it.
No comment on that.
It's fucking good, dude. I like the fucking flute, man. That's all right. That's right.
I made that flute from scratch.
Yeah.
Come on, Anthony the third.
From found materials in the woods.
Sustainable materials we found in Taiwan while we was strapping little children while they built that shit.
I don't know what he's talking about, but yeah.
I hope you guys aren't from Canada.
What?
I really do. I hope you guys aren't really from Canada.
We fucking are from Canada.
Fuck
and
yeah.
You're
I
not
hope
going to
you
believe
are.
how
We are a
fucking...
great
really
interpretation of what this country represents.
That's
Do you
right.
understand?
You will-
We are nationalists.
You will never believe how much from fucking Canada that we actually are. You
I
will
hope
not
you are,
even
yeah.
ever fucking believe it. But at the same time, if your name was Anthony, you're always going to sit there and be like, I wish I was as cool as Tony Bruno or Chris Gonzo Warren. And that's pretty much all we're going to say about
Right,
all
yeah. It sucks being in third place. It sucks being
Third's
a bronze.
fine, though.
It sucks being a bronze medalist
Yeah.
in a race of 3.
But third's not fourth, so it's pretty good, I guess.
That's true, yeah. Until you've added us, and now you're 4th place. How does it feel, Anthony, in the forest?
Why isn't Tony Bruno smoking weed?
Hang on.
I'm not related to Tony Bruno, sorry.
Do all you guys smoke weed? Why aren't all 3 of you smoking weed right now?
Chris Gonzo Warren is in fucking solitary confinement.
Yeah. He's in prison, for sure. He looks like he's in prison.
I got the
He got,
Sorry, man.
yeah. He got a pair of headphones like snuck in, but he's in prison.
It
It's
happens.
okay.
You know,
Some people are in prison. It's fine.
right.
Think
My
you guys
dad
know
was
what
locked
you're
up
saying,
for a
right?
long time till he got stabbed in the neck by another guy that's been locked up for a long time. It happens.
Sucks, but Anthony, what do you fucking think about it all?
Yeah, come on, Anthony, in the forest. What's that ladder all about?
Yeah,
what
I
are you
don't-
trying to
why-
exit?
Yeah, why are you in the fucking forest? Like,
You
I
want
don't
a
get
fucking
that.
way out?
That fucking drives me crazy.
You
Why
can
are
just
you
walk
in
out of the
fucking
forest. You don't have to have a fake ladder.
This guy's in America. This guy's in
Why don't
jail.
you-
Why
why
are
don't
you
you
in the
call me
fucking
Anthony?
forest?
Why don't you call me Anthony?
Because I didn't do that, actually.
My name is Anthony.
I've been drinking a bottle of vodka all fucking day, Anthony.
You know what,
Yeah,
Anthony? I'm calling the cops. They're gonna fucking trace this call. They're gonna find that tree and that weird ladder, and you're done for, dude. You're getting locked
shit.
up.
You know, we've just had enough. That's it. I'm calling him.
Locked up. Hey, you want to start a new reality show called Anthony Locked Up?
Why are you just showing me your nose and your mouth?
I know.
Fucking put your head in the frame.
Show us your dick, you real man.
It's called Aarnio.
He's too fucked up.
Antonio! Oh shit, he's in the mob.
He's drinking homebrewed beer.
Hey, Cal, he's a mob guy. Back up, back up.
I'm not afraid of him.
Back up from the mob.
No.
Antonio from the foray.
Guess what we're gonna do right here? Be like, everybody tell a story. Go. Anthony, you start. Tell a story.
Tell a story, Anthony.
Tell a funny story.
You're up.
And you're fucking out.
This is your time.
Chris, tell a fucking story.
Well, once there was a guy who lived out in the woods, and he fucking
name
died
was
of
Aarnio.
starvation.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Woo!
What a story. This man.
That was a fucking great story.
Chris Gonzo Warren is one of the greatest storytellers of our time.
Man.
And underneath him is a man named Anthony who's living in the forest, got a fucking
Anthony.
ladder.
You
trying
said
to get
Anthony,
out.
but his name is Anthony.
Yeah.
Hey.
Now, Tony
You don't
Bruno,
pronounce
your
it
story.
right.
Go. Tell us an awesome fucking story about America.
Pronunciation is incorrect.
My story is
Your pronunciation is
Anthony,
incorrect.
shut up.
I started
Tony's talking.
I started a live stream tonight, and I've got 3 of the coolest. Actually, I'm going to
That's some bullshit.
4 of the coolest dudes I could ask for on the channel
It's
tonight.
ridiculous.
Hell yeah.
Del Barkley from fucking Trauma Wrestling. I've got Anthony from California, who has a goddamn ladder, and I've got Gonzo Warren live. What else could I ask for? There's a fucking story.
Yeah. It's a motherfucking story. These fucking douchebags from Canada can't even fucking pronounce my name.
Oh,
But,
yeah. Drinking fucking Tito Santana.
Come on.
We were sitting here all night just drinking Tito Santana vodka.
It's time for you guys. It's time for you. It's time for you guys to tell the story. It's your story right now.
It's our turn for a story?
Go for it.
Okay.
Come on, Andy.
Can you tell me a story?
I'll
tell him a story.
Okay, yeah.
Andy.
David Backlund's going to tell you a story.
Let me take over.
Tell me a secret. I want to hear it.
You know what? I don't know if you guys have heard about a fucking place called Trauma City, okay? Trauma City.
Hell yeah.
A lot of weird shit going down in that town.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah, of course that is.
And you know what? If you've checked out the last 2 episodes of Trauma Pro Wrestling, you see that shit is fucking falling apart in Trauma City. So if you want to fucking get that shit back,
you don't get shit on your back.
you gotta fucking subscribe. You gotta fucking raise your hand up for that tribe. Trauma Pro Wrestling.
Drink Tito's vodka.
Tito.
Great story, man. I love it. I love it. You can't ask for anything better, man. Fantastic. That's a good story. That's what I love, man. It's a Saturday night live stream with Tony Bruno, Gonzo Warren, Anthony V from California, and Kel Barkland from Trauma Wrestling.
Fucking right.
Kind of dumb though, right?
No, I'm gonna probably just go to Ojibwe Park and I'm gonna go to whatever fucking forest you're at, Anthony. I'm gonna fuck you up. That's gonna be the end of it. Me, Tony, Bruno, and Chris, and my brother are gonna fucking just lose our shit.
I was talking to somebody else, man.
What happened? Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was talking to somebody else.
I thought you were like coming at me, so I had to come at you hard. And that was the only way. The only way for me to save face was to come at you hard.
Yeah,
so that's why I came at you hard.
Yeah, there was a guy that snuck by me, and I was telling him.
I apologize, Anthony. Do you want to tell us a story?
Yeah, I'll tell you a story.
I would fucking love for you to tell me a story, man.
Yeah, you probably would, because your stories are fucking suck.
That wasn't fucking funny at all.
Not at all, my friend. Goodbye.
Where the fuck are you? Why are there trees out there? Are you out in the fucking woods? Say something.
Yeah. Where you guys at?
We're in Winnipeg. We're in Austin, Massachusetts.
Ain't anywhere near me, my friend.
Austin, Massachusetts. Boston, Massachusetts.
Massachusetts?
Huh?
You don't have a...
All right, we're just going to cut you right off, Anthony.
Yep.
Bye-bye. What happened to those guys, but that was fun.
That was a ride.
They're nowhere now.
That was a great surprise for the night.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. We'll bring them all on. Doesn't matter.
A little fresh.
Yeah.
So that
was Dell and... Was it Dell and Kel? Barkland from Trauma Wrestling. Wow.
Canada.
Yeah, Canada. I think they said on.
I like your flag behind you, Tony.
Thanks, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna get one too. Next time I come on, I'm gonna have a flag behind me. Flags out. Very important. This
is why we do the live stream, is because we're going to let anybody on. And I'm going to say that was probably 20, 30 minutes of just great content. I mean, where are you going to get that? Right? It's 2:25 right now where I am. We've been on for 5 hours and 23 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Crazy. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to wrap this up. because I don't think we can do better than Cal and Dell. I just don't. Anthony, any last words?
You know, oh shit, man. We're all brothers, right? We're all patriots, I think. And Tony, I really appreciate what you do.
Thank you. I appreciate you here.
And I appreciate all the people you bring on. It's just fun. And I'm glad we can do this thing.
Well, I'm glad you're here, man. I'm glad you took a Saturday evening to spend time with us. I think that's important. So,
absolutely.
Eventually this will grow into something bigger, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's how it starts, right?
We give an opportunity to a lot of people that a lot of channels don't. And the opportunity here is that you can come on this live stream and you can chat it up and say what you got to say. You want to bust some balls? Hey, that's okay. I think everybody's man enough to take it.
Right.
Anthony, I think your presence here is welcomed and necessary, and I do appreciate your the time that you spent with us. Gonzo,
Father, Son, Holy Spirit. I'm out.
I mean, I'll second all that, and friggin' man, like this has been a ride. This has been insane. There's been so much, and yeah, I just want to see where this goes. Like, I definitely this was just there was a lot of unexpected, a lot of good nuggets in here, and this is just a lot of fun.
Yeah,
this is
This is different. I call you my two regulars, which is Gonzo and Mantidote, which I appreciate your guys' time. I look forward to spending time with you. And, tonight we had some great guests. We had Michael Bunker, who I just thought was awesome. And, for him to say this has been a joy to him. It's been one of the funnest times he's had in a long time. I'm going to take that as a super compliment. To have Jack Donovan jump in the chat.
Oh, that was great.
Way of Men,
that was awesome.
Beast. I mean, you couldn't ask for anything better. We had.
How could you ask for anything better than that?
We had some great guests tonight, and I just want to let everybody know I appreciate the time that you spent with us. Yeah, it's been a long stream, but that's what we're here for. I'm committing my Saturday nights to this, and I hope that anybody who watches this will not be afraid to jump on the live stream, jump on the panel, and say your piece, and you're welcome here. That's all I got to say. So you can find me at Tony Bruno, T21 Surfer on YouTube, T21 Surfer Tony Bruno. You can find me on Instagram, Twitter, and on Parler at T21 Surfer. Gonzo, how can people find you?
Gonzoschool.com for all the socials. I'm on YouTube and Twitter, but you can find everything there. And then if you want my art and my writing and everything else, that's midnightauthor.com.
Awesome. Anthony, do you have any social media you want to throw out there?
As far as now, no one can find me, and I do not want anybody to find me. But I appreciate you, Tony.
Okay.
Power to you. Power to you. I love you. God
Cheers,
bless.
man. We're going to end this broadcast.
God bless Tony.
We're going to end this broadcast, and if anybody wants to stay on for the after chat, you're welcome. I'm going to hit the end, and thank you, everybody, for watching, and we'll see you next Saturday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Awesome, Tony. Thank you. Thank
Peace.
you. Thank you. Bless you.